Welcome to our day of AI and work. The program is now beginning in the Great Hall. Welcome to the stage, Melissa Fu from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation.
Good morning. I'm Melissa Fu, Executive Director of Special Projects here at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to Talent Forward AI and Work. Thanks for being here. Before we get started, I wanted to share an important safety information. In the unlikely event of an emergency, please follow guidance from our foundation staff or chamber security personnel. You may be directed to evacuate the building or shelter in place, depending on the situation. With that in mind, please take note of our closest emergency exits. They're either side of the stage here and behind you. Our goal is to provide a safe, secure environment for our guests and our employees. And if you have any questions, please reach out to a member of our guests. Now back to the program. Today, we're bringing together leaders and learners from business, government, education, and technology at a moment where something fundamental is shifting about how we think about work. For years, we had conversations about AI and the future of work, and they've been framed around what might happen as we see increasing use of advanced technology, instrumentation, and automation. Today, it's not just on the horizon. AI is here in the room with us, right here, right now, and it's inside our companies, our communities, our governments, and our classrooms. And we're learning what that means for all of us. AI is already reshaping and transforming the way we create, serve customers, manage teams and workflows, plan conferences, today included, and increasingly, how we define value and productivity in the workplace. To be honest, it's happening faster than in many of our systems were built to absorb. And that can feel unsettling. I feel it myself. And you know what? It should feel that way, because the stakes are real. At the same time, the potential is extraordinary. AI is not just a disruptor, it is a multiplier for workers who gain access to the right tools and training, for business leaders who invest in their people, for communities that refuse to be left behind. So the question today isn't whether AI transforms, it's whether we get it right. And that raises urgent questions for all of us here in the room, which our speakers will help us grapple with, including what skills actually matter now and into the future, and how do we develop them and put them into practice? How do we help workers adapt, not just once, but continuously over their career and their lifetime? And how do we make sure this transformation expands opportunity rather than narrows it? These are not just abstract policy questions. They're strategic and operational questions at the core of all of our organizations here today, and they're ours together to answer. Here at the Foundation, we spend a lot of time thinking and working at the intersection of the workforce systems. And what we're hearing is this: employers and businesses often need to move faster than systems are designed to prepare talent. Workers are eager to adapt, but don't always have clear pathways or know how to. Communities and institutions are trying to respond, but sometimes in isolation. AI won't just accelerate this change. It will expose these gaps more clearly, which is why conversations like today matter. As a result, we've designed today's program to move beyond the headlines, to focus on what actually takes to navigate this shift. So across the day, you'll hear from speakers who are rewiring how we think about work, who are understanding what's truly changing for people and the skills they need, who are rethinking about learning, how learning connects to career pathways, who are embedding opportunity throughout our real-world communities and businesses, and who are shaping the AI economy's frontier to ensure adoption augments, not overtakes or overwhelms. This is not a one-sector conversation. It is a system-level one, and the through line is simple. AI transformation is not a solo effort. It is a team sport. It requires coordination across all of us here in this room, not just to respond, but to define and to lead. Because the organizations who succeed won't be the ones that adopt AI the fastest. They'll be the ones who bring along their people, their partners, and their communities. Lastly, I wanted to share that we wanted today to feel different. You'll hear ideas on stage, but we also want you to experience them. Through our digital Main Street, we've created a space to explore technology and applications that are already shaping the workplace. So I encourage you, today, get uncomfortable, ask questions, make connections, challenge assumptions, because the value of a day like this isn't what you hear, it's what you take back and put into practice and action. As a parting word, I want to offer our sincere thanks to our sponsors today, Guild and QS, whom you'll hear from later today as well, and a huge thank you to each of our exhibitors. Now, to kick us off, I'm honored to introduce someone who's been leading this conversation at the national level, Michael Carney. Thank you.
To kick off our Rewire content mode, welcome to the stage Michael Carney, President of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation.
Good morning. Welcome to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. Who hasn't been here before? It's a cool building, isn't it? Well, we're really excited to have you here for this really important conversation. I'm going to set the stage. So here at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation, we spend millions of dollars every year on workforce. And I am here to tell you that I don't know what the future of work looks like. And honestly, neither does anyone else. We are living through one of the most consequential transitions in how work gets done. And the defining feature of this moment is not disruption. It's uncertainty. Parents don't know what to tell their kids to study. Workers worry about whether they're building the right skills. Policymakers, they aren't sure what to prioritize or whether to prioritize anything at all. And into that vacuum rushes a flood of confident voices and breathless predictions. Most of them are early signals dressed up as conclusions. Look at what we're being told. Who can make sense of this? Same data, wildly different predictions. That's the noise we're all living inside. So why are we here if nobody knows? This could be a very short program. Because uncertainty isn't an excuse to wait. So every year, we have something at the Chamber called the State of American Business. And at this year's State of American Business address, Suzanne Clark, the CEO of the Chamber, you'll hear from her later today, she described the American business community with one word: fearless. Not in spite of uncertainty, in the middle of it. That's the spirit we bring to this moment. We've been here before. Not long ago, we told an entire generation, learn to code. History has a way of humbling that kind of confidence. Or does it? This is true. I typed coding employment trends into Google this morning, and here's what the AI had to say for itself. Quote, while the total number of software engineering roles continues to grow, entry-level coding jobs have contracted significantly. The role of a developer is rapidly evolving from manual coding to managing AI-assisted development tools and overseeing systems architecture. So what do we actually know? Well, one, we know that work will change. Two, we know early changes are already showing up. Finally, we know this isn't a fad. This is a general purpose technology, the kind that rewrites the rules for every industry. In conversation after conversation, one question keeps coming up, and it is not, what will the economy look like? It is not, which industries will survive? The question I hear most often, and it doesn't matter if it's a scientist, if it's a policy person, if it's a technologist, what does this mean for my child? That's the thing at the core of many of these questions when you really dig down. There's something in innovation called the 5 whys. And when you just keep asking why and you go deeper and deeper, you get at a much more fundamental question. So what does this mean for my child? That's the right question, because this isn't just a technology story, it's a human story. Here's what I know. You won't regret teaching your child to read and write at a high level. You will not regret building their ability to engage in critical thinking. You won't regret learning to communicate clearly, to listen well, to persuade. And you definitely won't regret learning to use AI tools in your own work. In a world drowning in predictions, those are mine, and I'll stand behind them. My glass is half full, and yours should be too, which is why I made today mandatory for everyone who works for the U.S. Chamber Foundation. This topic touches everything we do, and there are no bystanders on our team. But we're not just here to listen, we're here to act. Last month, we launched a program made possible thanks to Google that is going to train 10,000 small business owners and employees on how to use AI in their work. This could be an extraordinary force multiplier for smaller enterprises. We're doing this in partnership with local chambers across America. Real training in real places for the businesses that employ half of the country's workers. The demand for this has been remarkable. It's actually outpacing our capacity to deliver. Just yesterday, across the hall, we had 60 small businesses from the DC metro area signed up to sit in a room for 90 minutes and learn how can they use AI? How can they get ahead of this technology? How can they use it to do more? But we learn as much as we teach. And that matters because most of the research on AI and work focuses on large enterprises. And it measures impact at the job level, which makes sense at first glance. Will this job exist or won't it? But most Americans don't work for large enterprises. And I'm increasingly convinced that the job is not the right unit of analysis. The task is what we should be looking at. That's where change actually happens first. So we just completed what we believe is one of the first surveys of its kind, focused specifically on small business workers and how AI is affecting the tasks that make up their work. Here's what we found. These are just early indicators. Half of them are already using it for work. 64% said it made them more productive. And when it saves time, 6 in 10 said they put those hours back into their work. The story the data tells isn't displacement, it's augmentation. Workers using AI to do their jobs better. That's not a workforce in retreat, that's a workforce leaning in. We hope to field this survey every quarter because a single data point, it's really not that much of an insight. A trend line is. And so we're looking to see how tasks change over time. Another thing that we're doing, in September, the Chamber Foundation will co-host a national summit with the College Board. We'll bring together educators, employers, and policymakers around a proposition we believe deeply. The skills required to succeed in an AI-enabled economy and the skills required to be an informed, engaged citizen aren't two different things, they're the same thing. Critical thinking, communication, the ability to evaluate information and make sound judgments under uncertainty. These are workforce skills. They're also civic skills. The National Civics Bee, our fastest growing program, isn't separate from our workforce agenda. And this September, when we start making the case publicly with partners, we intend to take actions to ensure that every American has the skills that he or she needs to thrive, both in the workplace and in our democracy. Before I wrap up, I want to say something directly to the students. We did something different for this event. Nearly 9,000 people applied for 50 summer internship slots in this building. That is not our normal application rate. Needless to say, not everyone got an internship. It'd be a much bigger room if they did. But we invited some of the folks who applied to this event because you're not bystanders in this conversation. You are the point of this conversation. The decisions made in rooms like this one will shape the opportunities that are available to you. So pay attention, push back, and never mistake knowing the answer for asking the right question. If you came here today looking for certainty, I can't offer it. But what I can offer is clarity on how to navigate the moment. Focus on durable skills, stay engaged with the technology, be skeptical of absolute claims, including from people who sound very confident. I sound very confident. And invest in systems that expand opportunity. The future of work will be different. Our job, all of ours, is to make sure it's also better. We may not know exactly where this is going, but we can be clear about how we prepare, who we prioritize, and what kind of future we're trying to build. That's what fearlessness looks like. Not certainty, clarity. Thank you, and I look forward to spending the rest of the day with you.
Joining Michael Carney, welcome to the stage Edwige Sacco from KPMG, Dr. Jeffrey Ding from the George Washington University, and Beth Sanner from the Harvard Belfer Center Intelligence Program.
It's a great crowd. I warmed them up. I told some jokes. We're good to go. Edwige, thank you for coming. So I'll tell you quickly who these folks are and why they're up here. So Edwige is a partner at KPMG, and she is the head of workforce innovation. Jeff Ding is an associate professor of political science at George Washington University. And Beth Sanner is a senior fellow both at the US Chamber of Commerce Foundation, but also at Harvard's Belfer Center. And what we're going to talk about for the next few minutes is how AI fits into, and workforce implications fit into a bunch of complex systems. Because we're increasingly of the view that all of these things are interconnected. And you really can't talk about one without thinking about the implications for the other. So thanks for being here, and I'm hoping we can have a pretty broad conversation over the next 40 minutes. But first, Jeff said something in the back, and I just want to call it out because it also helps us frame for the moment. So the US Chamber of Commerce was established more than a century ago. And I won't give you the whole history lesson, but we have a bunch of stuff in the hallway. It started because President Taft, at the time, wanted to be able to speak to the business community. And the nation's small chambers of commerce, every town in America had one, passed the hat and created the US Chamber of Commerce. And you can see the names of those chambers as you were coming in when you were typing your name into the tablet. But for Jeff, this is in one way a homecoming because he has a Chamber of Commerce heritage that he doesn't know I'm telling you about. Jeff, why does the Chamber of Commerce matter to you?
Well, I was talking to my wife yesterday about this event, and she said my father-in-law actually headed up the Chamber of Commerce in Sheldon, Iowa, northwest Iowa, for a time. So I didn't realize all the chambers were connected under this chamber.
They are all connected. Every town in America has one, and then there's over 100 American chambers of commerce around the world. But that's a good way to get into a conversation where things are really connected. And we often don't see those relationships, but they're there. And as we look at AI and its impact on work, one of the things that I'm really interested in is, Edwige, you have given some thought to trust and how the workplace today, as we're thinking about AI, is actually impacted by the workplace of yesterday when we were dealing with COVID. What's the relationship?
Well, this is not a popular point of view. I'll just start with that. And maybe that's why I'm here. Trust and the ability to build trust is now cited as one of the most important skills of the future. When people say, what are the skills that will matter coming out of this era? The ability to build trust is one of them. And I feel very strongly that many of our professionals, either in the workforce today or coming into the workforce, feel let down by our general inability to crack the code on return to work, return to office, right? It's still such a big part of the conversation. And when I speak to professionals, a lot of them will say, I don't know any given week what the mandate will be, what the new requirement will be. 1 week it's 2 days, in the office. The next week it's fully virtual. And we're still going back and forth in that same dialogue. And so when people say to me, like, why are professionals resisting? Why are they not fully bought in? Some of them are using the tools, but they don't really believe in them. Like, why? And I say part of the reason why is because we have lost their trust. We have lost trust in our ability to adapt to big change, which COVID brought along, and to create a new world that is not going back to the world we were all used to. And so part of my point of view is that if we want to build trust in this now, this is another thing, right? It's another thing we're asking people to get on board with, and all the ambiguity. I can't tell you what's going to happen to your job, but I need you to use the tool anyway. I can't tell you how long it'll take me to evolve my talent strategy, but I still need you to be okay with it. I haven't necessarily changed how I pay you, right? I'm still paying you for effort and for performance through activity, but I need you to trust that we're going to get there. There's a lot of asking them to trust us. And part of the reason they don't always trust us, I think, is going back to post-COVID, we still haven't solved for what was probably one of the biggest changes, which was hybrid work.
Do you have a solution?
Excuse me. My personal point of view is that we should focus on embracing fully virtual environments and actually building a new reality in that environment. And in-person connection is an opportunity to augment that. Right now, the conversation is, let's get people back in the office and give them a better experience in the office, and we're neglecting the reality that most of them are still doing so much work at home or in hybrid places, and we're not fixing or augmenting those environments. And we've got to augment those environments too. Of course, it depends on the business and the sector that we're talking about, but at least in the knowledge worker space, we've been serving clients from airports, from client offices, from places for a very long time. We've been working virtually. So when I talk about AI enablement, an AI-enabled workplace, for instance, I'm talking about how is AI showing up whether you're in the office, whether we're here at this event. I can't help myself but say, maybe next year AI will be on the panel. I don't know.
I proposed that. I had all kinds of crazy ideas. It did not get approved by my team.
We'll get there.
Not surprising.
But yeah, I think having AI show up in a very meaningful way in every part, workplace to me is no longer a place. It's an interaction layer, right? So the workplace I define as any opportunity that work and workforce are coming together to create value. And that could literally be anywhere at any time now with agents. And we've never dealt with that before. So again, focusing on in-person, it's important for some reasons, but we've got to focus equally on the virtual and the hybrid. And I don't think a lot of thought is going into that.
I can see why that might be controversial.
Yeah, you're gonna get me in trouble.
Let's not get me in trouble. So Jeff, we just heard about the workplace being an interaction layer. One of the other interaction layers that we have as a society is the global competition, especially between the United States and China. I know you've spent a lot of time studying the diffusion of technology and the relationship between the United States and China. I guess I'd like you to come at it maybe from two different directions. One is, why does getting this right matter for us from a geopolitical standpoint? And then second, how is this topic or this category of challenges being thought about in a place like China? Is there anything that we can learn or avoid based on their experiences?
Yeah, I think why this matters for me is the rise and fall of great powers usually follows a pattern, which starts with dramatic technological breakthroughs, some even warranting the label of a technological revolution or industrial revolution, and then a shift in the balance of power. And it starts with economic power and which country becomes the most productive economy. And so in my book, Technology and the Rise of Great Powers, I go back through some of these past industrial revolutions and trace how technologies, especially the general purpose technologies you mentioned earlier, Mike, how these technologies allowed one great power to sustain economic growth in the long term at higher rates than their rivals, because they diffused and spread this GPT across their economy and attained a productivity advantage. So I think we talk about AI race, AI arms race, AI leadership, and sometimes there's just no clear definition of what we're competing over. For me, it's very clear. It's about which country can capitalize on AI to achieve that productivity advantage. And then that translates in the long term, as history tells us, into geopolitical and military strength. So I think those are the stakes. In terms of China's approach, I think they're doing some things right, but some things wrong. I'll say one thing on the right side of the ledger, there's a very impressive growing AI open source ecosystem. And now it's not controversial to say the best AI open source models are actually being developed in Chinese startups, like Zhipu, now known as Z.AI, Minimax, obviously DeepSeek. So when it comes to diffusion, if open source becomes that engine of diffusion, I'm not certain that it will be, but right now mostly it's like developers tinkering around with open source, hobbyists playing around with open source models. Then I think that could be a real advantage for China. Very quickly on the disadvantage side of the ledger, when we talk about AI and work, a couple years ago, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, there was so much hype around China implementing a nationwide AI major. All these universities would establish this AI major. And so you have all these, the DC blob is like, look at China, they're racing ahead in AI because of this AI major. But all my historical case studies tell us that that centralized approach to workforce adjustment and skills formation is not going to be that effective. China created a similar e-commerce major earlier.
Did they really?
Yeah, and when the e-commerce thing was such a, in trend and in fashion, and that major has kind of gone by the wayside. And so I prefer the US's approach where each university is going to make that adaptation. Maybe AI skills will be trained in an information school in this one university. Maybe it's going to fit within the computer science curriculum in another university. And I think that type of decentralized local adaptation is going to be more effective.
So it sounds like what you're saying, Jeff, is that the free market system is actually going to help us in the universities because they're not going to offer it. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to get out ahead of myself, but I didn't ever come across an e-commerce major at a respected U.S. institution of higher learning.
Yeah, I think that's generally right. I think there are market failures where there's room for government to provide public goods. So for example, all the big cloud computing giants, when they train their employees on general cloud computing skills, oftentimes it might be optimized for their specific system. And so they might not create this pool of general purpose skills in a technology field. They might underinvest in that because you train someone well in a general purpose field and they can easily just go to another company and you basically gave that company a free lunch. And so there are places where the government can step in, but it should be a decentralized approach and informed by local information.
Can I connect these two, Mike? Can I ruin your
Are you
list
reading my
of,
questions?
I am.
That's my next thing. Why does this matter?
Because this is why.
Yeah.
This is why. Because I think that, for us, for AI, capability is not the bottleneck. It's trust. Trust is the bottleneck. And it's the bottleneck because it's preventing people from using it, right? So what we really need is people to actually adopt. And this is where America's behind, compared to China, compared to Nigeria, compared to UAE. And of course, it's all about how you measure these things, right? So these are kind of crude measurements, but less than 50% of American workers compared to over 80% in all those countries I mentioned. And And I think that while we have to get at this whole idea of why people are not using it, what are the fears? And one of the things is that the Edelman study on AI and trust, it was all about people don't trust it. People don't trust the government to be regulating it. They don't trust big tech. And we're seeing this huge, kind of populism movement that's kind of counter to AI. We've seen the videos of the graduates booing Eric Schmidt. We've seen all of these communities pushing back against data centers. And I think that this is where communities and chambers can play a role, because it's not just all universities. We need to actually hit kids. We have to start this much earlier on, and it has to be hands-on, because what these studies show is that hands-on is the #1 thing that solves the trust of AI. So how do we expose the people in our societies that will be left behind? Because otherwise, we're just increasing the polarization and the have and have-nots, the stresses in our society, if we don't help the minorities, women, and more economically disadvantaged people from being part of this revolution.
So Beth, so Beth used to work for the CIA. Putting that hat on for a second.
Yeah.
Don't tell anyone.
Yeah, because I'll have to shoot you.
Why does this matter, though? Look at this from a geopolitical standpoint. We heard from Jeff that there's this competition between China and the US, and we heard from Edwige that there's trust, and we might not be getting it right. But what I really want to understand is why? Why does it matter?
Because if we don't, as a nation, provide the standards, and this particularly the trusted AI systems. So now I'm not just talking about people's trust in systems, but I'm talking about trust in the security, reliability, confidentiality, and the ability to disclose, to explain what systems do. If we don't rule, if we don't dominate in the systems that do that and have the world be working off of our systems, we're going to be working off of systems that are not trusted, that are controlled by another government whose aim is to dominate all the technologies that our whole world will work on. If we don't get adoption right and we don't get leadership in the standards part of this and the assurance metrics of this, then we will no longer be the first world country that we are. Our kids and our grandkids are going to suffer.
Okay, now we're going to go and become a little more optimistic.
But we will get the adoption right. We just have to try.
So I didn't plan this, but trust is actually a huge part of what we do at the Chamber Foundation. All of our civics work falls under something called the Civic Trust. We spend a lot of time on it. The chairman of our board is Tom Wilson, the CEO of Allstate. And he had a really interesting thing happen. He created a competition with the Aspen Institute, and they said that they would give away $5 million to communities where 3 different nonprofit groups came together with a proposal to use an innovative way to build trust in the community. So $5 million, envisioned as a small program. They received so many applications that they would have needed, I think it was $860 million to fund these programs. And there's some great ones in there that probably won't get funded unless others step forward. So if you're really rich, let me know, and I'll introduce you to some people who can deal with these trust things. But there's 2 parts of this that are really interesting. One is there are people out there who see the need to build trust, and it's not just about AI and work, but then there's also this local part of this. One of the reasons that we're so interested in small businesses is they are really, really trusted. And I believe that small businesses are trusted in part because they're awesome, but also because you can touch them, you can feel them. You can go in and there's a face, it's not abstract. But the other half of the country is employee, the other half of the workforce is employed by larger companies. So Edwige, you talked about trust, and I'm wondering, and Beth said trust is the bottleneck to broader adoption. Are there examples that you've seen in your work where people have gotten this right, where they are moving toward more trust in the workplace that will allow this technology to become a really powerful force for good?
Well, the first thing I'll say is, and I'm hoping this builds trust, is that we haven't figured it all out. I just want to be real clear, right? We've had some breakthroughs, and there's still a lot of work to do. One of the things we did a couple years ago that I think was a game changer is we brought a neuroscientist on board. I was a little bit fed up with the headlines of, this isn't a tech project, it's a human project, it's a human-centric transformation, and I was like, what does that even mean in practice? Like we started saying that.
Did you get an answer?
Well, I'm going to give you our answer, because like you, I don't love hearing things out there that I don't think has any real meat behind it. And so we started saying, this is a human-centric transformation. I was like, well, I'm not going to say that unless I can explain what that means. And so a couple years ago, we brought a neuroscientist on board. And why we did that is because I felt like we had to relearn how humans actually work, right? If you say something is human-led, you've got to make sure you understand how humans function. And she helped us understand the brain, understand how the brain responds to certain circumstances in the workplace. And one of the most important things that she said is, you can talk about trust and creativity and innovation and all of these things all day long, but human brains have to be open to those things. And the things that prevent those brains from being open to building trust, for example, is burnout, feeling overwhelmed, feeling anxiety, being in a lot of ambiguity and feeling like you're abandoned in it, right? Like your leader or your management is not carrying that change with you. And every tactic we had talked about was an attempt to get an employee or a partner to do something different. We were not talking about what we as a firm or as an institution were going to do first. And that to me is how you build trust, right? There's two people in this contract, if you will. And I feel very strongly that the institution has to show up first as that first signal of, here is my attempt to build trust. And then I'm going to ask you for something in return. But when we talk about adoption, we're like, hey, I give you all these tools. Why aren't you using them? Mm-hmm. Well, they're not using them because they probably don't understand what's in it for them. And that's a perfectly normal, natural human response. So just to answer your question more concretely, we brought neuroscience into our strategy. We had to look at the other barriers that have nothing to do with AI, which is a combination of a culture of burnout, a hustle culture, right, that we haven't walked away from yet, the post-COVID reality that 6 years later, we still haven't figured out what to tell people without changing our mind every 5 seconds. We had to look at all of those things and figure out what we were willing to change on ourselves before we asked people to change for us. That is fundamental in our strategy. Now, I'm not saying it's been easy, and there's been a lot of resistance from both people and leaders, and you've got to work through those kinks. But I feel very strongly that in order to ask people to trust us, we've got to remove the things that are preventing them from being in that headspace to begin with. And those things have nothing to do with AI.
So the inhibitors of trust you just laid out, they are also, the inverse is an enabler of innovation, right? Jeff, as you look at China, for example, and you think about some of the either inhibitors of trust that affect diffusion and adoption, or the things that enable innovation, how does this play out in a place like China?
Yeah, it's interesting. So there's a lot of talk about this AI enthusiasm gap, where if you look at just public polling across different countries, how optimistic people are about whether AI will bring more good than bad. At the top of the kind of optimism ranking, it's countries like China, India, Thailand, and then at the bottom, it's US, European countries. So some of this polling is a little suspect because you're getting samples from maybe a select part of the Chinese population through online sampling. You're not getting representative samples, but setting that aside, I think part of it is the countries are on different stages of the development trajectory. So China, Thailand, India, these countries have seen remarkable economic gains in the past decades, and they connect that to technology. US, Western European countries are already advanced economies, and sort of I mean, US is still seeing great productivity growth, but sort of people do not connect technology as this hopeful and sort of consistent driver of economic growth. I don't know if China has done anything. I think part of it is just this is a byproduct of a structural aspect, and as you see China's economy transition more into a developed economy, you'll also see a similar type of tech backlash. And actually, Matt Sheehan's work at Carnegie has pointed out that a lot of Chinese people are also concerned about job displacement and AI displacing jobs. In fact, there was a recent regulation, it might have been a local or provincial regulation. You can check his research to confirm. There was a recent regulation that said a company can't fire someone in China and replace them with AI. Now, enforcement of that is going to be vague and it's murky, but I think there's a different conversation happening, but it's starting to morph into the one that we are having here as well. The last thing I'll say is just it's different types of economies as well. US is very much a service-based white-collar economy, or at least transitioning to one. China is much more of a manufacturing-based economy, and we've seen that AI seems to be coming for knowledge work first, and so you have to take into account that difference in the types of economies as well.
So Beth, you spent most of your career looking outside the United States. When did you start thinking about AI in terms of its potential for disruption anywhere in the world? Like, is this something that's been on your radar for a long time, or?
I think it's been more about tech competition. And, it really started, I think, during the first Trump administration, where there was this idea that, China was eating our lunch, basically. That was kind of the line that came out, and they're doing it in ways that are unfair, right? And so not having this level playing field. And, that's when you had like made in China 2030, 2025, right? And it listed all of the main technologies where China intended to dominate. And by setting out these technologies, everything from biopharma to space, to transportation, EV, batteries, et cetera, and you started to look at what are the things that are going to help them succeed, and what are they investing in? And that's just like where AI started to come out. That, but that's probably a little bit further down the line that we saw AI being really important when you look at robotics and certain parts of this made in 2025. So they've been at this for a long time, and now AI is a tool that accelerates their capacity to gain in all of these key technologies, right? So this is, I think from my framework, it's always been about geopolitical competition and about US competitiveness, and how does the United States remain competitive in the world and continue to lead. And then I think this idea of two systems, where do we really want China that can look at any code, that can take and does take any intellectual property for its own use? Do we really want that system to be dominant? And I don't think we do.
So I called out in my speech that we have also invited some students. Is this the province of people who are just studying international relations? Or like, how do these things interrelate? Because I think one of the things that surfaced for me anyway is, we've used this term, general purpose technology. I won't ask you to raise your hand if you don't know what it is, but I'll ask Jeff, can you give us one sentence on what general purpose technology is?
Yeah, a fundamental transformation with a variety of uses and a wide range of uses that can diffuse across essentially all economic sectors.
So when we talk about education and AI, for example, one of the things that I often hear from very well-meaning people is, well, we need to teach kids how to write prompts, or we need to teach them how to use AI. What I hear when I talk to folks about workforce issues, like the current workforce, it's like, oh, well, we need to make sure that people use AI, we need to make sure that we give them the tools and all of that. But it's always in these verticals. We are, for whatever reason, we've trained ourselves to think in silos. So Beth, I'll go back to earlier in your career. I think one of the things that you did was train younger people in how to analyze information that could come from lots of different sources, but also cover lots of different topics. Do they have to become an expert in every topic? Or like, what is the unifying thread of skills or capabilities that the students might want to focus on?
It's critical thinking, right? You can't, I think it's really hard to teach critical thinking. And I think that people should be hiring.
What is critical thinking?
So critical thinking is the ability of humans to do what right now AI can't do, and I think that it will get closer, but it still won't be able to ask the right questions and to think beyond a very concrete, like, tiny problem set and bring in ideas from all different aspects. But it is about this critical part of it is about asking the right questions and figuring out the way to tackle those questions in a rigorous manner and a consistent rigorously methodological manner. And you can use these tools to help you do that. But let's take the example of 9/11. So 9/11, was the inability to connect the dots. And a lot of that was based on not sharing information and not seeing how information connected. AI can completely help in the synthesis of that, in the needle in the haystack, but it cannot ask the right question, it cannot drive who should get it and why and when, and it definitely cannot make the President of the United States read the President's Daily Brief that was presented on that in August of 2001. And what are the things that would make all that work? So you got the needle in the haystack saved, but you still have to have critical thinking, and you still need to have relationships and trust-based relationships in order to communicate at the right time, at the right level, the thing that matters, and to decide what matters when and for whom.
So Edwige, I'm not 100% sure I agree with your vision of what the future of work looks like. But as I said earlier, I have no idea what I'm talking about, so I'll give you the ground. That said, how does the diffusion of that capability occur in a workplace in which you have intentionally or unintentionally reduced the human interaction, which is where I think a lot of that learning occurs?
Excuse me. So part of our talent strategy is rethinking and redesigning what we call the apprenticeship model, which is very much this idea that people learn through experience, and earlier in their careers they develop a set of skills that you build on over time. And we do believe that that is not being eliminated, but it's being significantly reduced. So the number of years that it used to take one of our younger professionals to get to a certain level should now theoretically over time take only a few months. That's where we're focusing on the apprenticeship model. But I'm not sure what you disagree with, because let me just first define what future of work means to me, which
it's the metaverse part of this.
Yeah, like the human-centered thing that I was like, what does that really mean? I felt like we had to define what future of work means. And so future of work to us means these three very deeply interconnected shifts, and this framing has been very helpful to us in answering almost every question like the one you just asked. We've got work, which is the value that's created. We've got the workforce, which is now a combination of who and what. Progressively will be fully integrated teams, human AI teams. And then we have the workplace, where work and workforce come together to collaborate. And those three things to us have to move all together. There are three shifts that we've learned the hard way if you focus on one thing. So give everybody AI. Everybody has access to AI. Well, that alone didn't do anything. Then we had to focus on, well, we got to get people to use it. Apparently, they're at scale for our 50,000 people. We were a bit discouraged to find out that not all 50,000 people were just really eager to use the tool. So then we had to focus on how do we get people to behave differently. And then we found ourselves in situations like the question you just asked, which is, well, wait a minute, so if everybody starts to use it, I respectfully disagree a little bit with AI's potential of what you were saying. I do think it's going to get to a much more sophisticated point where it is able to ask better questions and the right questions.
Yeah, I think I said that too.
Excuse me, especially with agents. But the point is that if you only touch one of those things, so you redesign the work, or you only talk about the workforce, are people going to lose their jobs? Or you only, AI enable a room, but you don't AI enable functionality when you're working from home. If you do those things in isolation, then the whole thing stalls. And we experienced that a few times. We're at like a 90% adoption rate. But we were like, why doesn't it feel different? Why doesn't the impact feel like it's meaningful? And so we did more study. We partnered with universities, and we find out that we've got 90% using the thing, but only about 5% of our workforce is using it in a way that actually makes a difference. That's a huge data point for us, right? I mean, that is a big reality check. We put a lot of effort into getting people to do a thing, upskilling. We've got thousands of training courses we've deployed, and still out of our 90+%, only 5% are using it and interacting with AI in a way that gets to what you're saying, which is how do you get it to ask the right questions? How do humans
I should have used
judgment?
the word judgment. I don't think that AI can replace human judgment.
I agree with that, yeah.
So I should have used that word. And here's the thing. Judgment comes from not a few months. It's logging the hours.
Yes.
It's logging the hours.
It's pattern recognition.
I would not want someone with a few months of work to sit in front of the president to be talking about consequential decisions, nor would I want them to be sitting on my board and making consequential decisions that affect people's lives. And I think that this is where we have to understand that there's a liability part of the balance sheet here. We have to balance boldness with actual liability that comes with working with these tools. And we are seeing the effects on the liability part of the sheet. When people go too far, and this is the judgment that you have to have, and I'm glad I'm not in this position because it's really hard now, but there's this case recently, Workday versus somebody. You probably know about this, where all these companies bought this Workday tool, and it discriminated against people who were over 40. And the judge said that the company is liable for this because it was the agent that decided this, and it made the company release the names of each of the enterprises that used this tool and discriminated against these people. Who is plugging in the liability of not having human judgment in the loop in their company? So now they have not just lawsuits, but they have reputational damage. So I think we have to, I don't know how we think things through, but I think that this judgment part of it, where you have to be able to explain to people why you're using it, how do you use it, and how are you protecting your company, your customers, your workforce, all of these things on that liability end of the sheet.
Yeah.
So that's a good segue into my last question, which is, and we don't have a lot of time, but ending on a positive note. Beth, how are you using AI in a way that is positive to your work or to your life?
I love using it for creativity, right? I love using it for creating my slides that have visualization. I use it as a visualization tool because I have all of these ideas about how to explain things to people in really vivid visual ways where I want to tell a story by a picture. And I have these crazy ideas of how to do it, but I've never been able to actually do it myself. And now I can ask ChatGPT has a great visualization tool, image, and it is amazing. And this allows me to communicate with people in a more effective way that I could never do on my own. So it's very creative for me because I can see my brain coming out onto this beautiful screen.
So Jeff, do you have a hologram TA or anything over at GW?
No, I wish it could do the grading for me. I pay for a Claude Pro subscription through my research expenses, and Beth was just talking about standards, right? Who's setting standards? I have a research project that's trying to look at US and Chinese influence in internet standards, and so Claude Pro was very helpful. I wanted to scrape all the standards documents maintained by the Internet Engineering Task Force and look at company affiliations and map out social networks, and it still took me a couple days to figure out how web scrapers work. I don't have a coding background, but it definitely saved me a lot of time and energy in terms of accessing that data set.
Edwige?
I feel like I'm on an extreme.
If you say metaverse, I'm going to be really interested.
I used to be in the metaverse, so we can talk about that separately. That was my pre-AI. I use AI for everything at work. And so at work, there's not a single thing that I don't somehow leverage AI, at least as a starting point. So of course, it includes image generation, all that, but I think more personally, I used to be, and maybe still am a little bit, so bad at analogies. And I've always envied people who are storytellers and can use analogies. So AI has been an extraordinary partner for me in consuming the message I'm trying to land and helping me come up with analogies that actually resonate with people, because I used to pick, I guess, analogies that people didn't think were so funny or relatable, which is important. So that's one example, but this is the point that I'll make that I think, just to the point on judgment, a big part of this is we don't know yet exactly where human judgment is imperative, and I agree that's the thing we need to hold on to, but it's been pretty ambiguous up until this point. So in the workplace, when I go to one of our younger professionals, I'm like, I need you to apply judgment. They're like, okay, I mean, I guess I understand what that means. But the only way that I can explain to them what I mean by that is I have to use it all the time. So I use it at work, I use it in my life, I use it with my kids, for everything from I need to renovate my closet to whatever it is, because part of what I'm trying to do is figure out at what point I am intervening, right, with my own judgment, so I can explain that to everyone else who doesn't entirely understand what we mean. And so the last point I'll make is this: everyone in this room, right, all leaders in this room and in large enterprise and government, and the tremendous responsibility we have in this moment to help everyone else get on board, but you can't do that if you're not doing it yourself. And it's not an analogy, but I'll say, I took my first fully autonomous ride a few weeks ago in Atlanta. I don't think we have them here yet, right? But Waymo. I got in a Waymo. I had the time, but when I was terrified. I was going to a speaking gig, I was late. Uber gave me this option, and I was like, okay, I guess I'm getting in this thing. And I had the whole experience that I think people have when we tell them to use AI, right? I was like, where do I sit in the car? You get in the car, there's a video that's like, don't worry, welcome to your first ride. Here's how it works. It gave me clarity. I was able to take a breath. Okay, I don't have to do anything. I went through this whole thing, and then I thought, you know what? We have to be in the car with our people. There's people who are leading and sponsoring AI from afar, and that infuriates me. Like, this is not a moment or a thing that you can lead from afar. You've got to get in the trenches with your people and roll up your sleeves and try it out yourself. And that means using it for personal reasons and for work reasons all the time. And that's how you build trust, right? When we ask people to do a thing and we tell them it's going to be okay, they're only going to believe it if we're doing it ourselves.
How many of you use AI?
Yeah.
All right.
Excellent.
So the reason I ask is we were interviewing for a job recently, and I'm already over time, so I'm about to get thrown out of here. But we were interviewing for a job, and it involved AI. And the team was interviewing this person, and they were really knocking it out of the park. They really knew AI. And they said, well, can you give us an example of how you use AI? And you're like, oh, I don't use AI. You're like, what?
Wow.
But one of the interesting things, a few years ago, I invited all the summer interns to have lunch with me because I thought, where else am I going to learn about this new technology? And I realized at the table, that I knew so much. I didn't know anything about AI, but I knew so much more than they did because they had been scared by their universities. Sorry, Jeff. Because there was a lot of concern early on that AI would be used to cheat. That kind of legacy around AI, it becomes really, to Edwige's point, it becomes really hard to unwind that. So thank you to all three of you for helping us unwind some of this, bring some clarity to something that everyone here is already using, and hopefully you'll enjoy the rest of the day. I will plug one thing. We have had a very special addition who will be announced later today. Someone will be joining us around 5 o'clock, so you'll want to be here. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, are we taking this?
I feel like I
For this transformation talk, welcome to the stage Matt Sigelman, President of the Burning Glass Institute.
Sometimes, in order to look ahead, we have to look back. I've been spending a lot of time recently looking at past tech revolutions, everything from the advent of the automobile and electricity to the internet. The internet provides a great case study for what the kinds of transformations that lie ahead could look like. I want each of us to rewind the tape to 1998. I think there's a few of us here who remember 1998. Raise your hand. Biggest mania since the Dutch tulip craze. You would have been right to be skeptical about all the hyperbolic claims people were making about the internet and the nature of the transformations that we were likely to see. Here's the thing. What you would have actually found is a little bit different. In fact, what you would have found is that the nature of the claims that were made were actually maybe underhyped. We know that today 90% of people in the US work in a job that makes substantial use of the internet. From a web designer all the way to my barber who uses an internet-based scheduling system so he no longer has to stop cutting my hair mid-haircut to answer the phone. But the nature of the changes have been actually much more subtle than we might think. Yes, there have been job losses. Try telling that your travel agent that that the internet was a gentle giant. But what you would actually see, much more than jobs going away, is jobs changing their nature. Big technology revolutions change how we work much more than whether we work. They create new tools, those tools get embedded in workflows, and ultimately we see new jobs get created. Some of those jobs take decades to create. In 1998, it was impossible to conceive of something called social media. It took about 20 some odd years till now there's 65,000 job openings every year for social media managers alone in the US. Some jobs take decades to go away. It's only in the last about 5 years or so that we've seen a big fall off in demand for meter readers, digital devices, and for parking lot attendants. There's an app for that. But much more of what we're seeing in each of these revolutions is a change in the nature of how we work. And that takes us to skills. We see that already taking place in the market today, that AI is leading to fundamental transformations in the skills that people use in their work. We're seeing that the skills that are most automatable are already those most likely to be in decline. Those that are most likely to be enhanced through AI are the ones most likely to be growing. But in any given job, the nature, just over the last 3 years since the first public release of an LLM, there are significant changes going on in what skills people need to work. That's not just in tech. What you're seeing here on the right is an example of a marketing job and the kind of transformations we're seeing there. Fundamentally, these transformations play out in a few different ways. First of all, what we're seeing, far from the idea that there's some sets of jobs that get automated away and some sets of jobs that get augmented, what we're actually seeing is that most jobs are seeing both happen at the same time. Here's what that looks like. Specifically, the jobs that are seeing the most automation effects, where skills are getting automated away, are the ones where skills are most likely to be augmented. For the data nerds in the room, that's a 0.87 correlation. These are the same jobs. So this isn't AI Superman on the one side and AI castaways on the other side, but jobs that are getting transformed. Nature abhors vacuum. We take out some skills, they get filled up. The same interplay of automation and augmentation plays out within the same skills, not just within the same jobs. Now that seems really counterintuitive. Took me a while to get used to it, and we ran a bunch of models and saw the same sets of skills. We thought we were going to be able to see which skills were automated and which skills get augmented. We saw a lot of the same skills. There are certain sets of skills that make you more efficient and more effective at the same time. And those sets of skills will create a new set of power skills for the 21st century that every worker is going to need. That gets us to the question of what does it mean to be AI fluent? A lot of the discussion around AI fluency and skills is about the skills to use AI. There are a set of skills that are involved in using AI, though let's bear in mind that AI is itself designed to be easy to use. But there's certainly sets of skills of knowing when to use it, when not to use it, how to use it responsibly. But much more of the transformation in skills is about both broadening and deepening. It's about deepening because what we know is that the sets of skills where we're driving AI means that we need to be operating at a cognitive level that is that much higher than we're used to doing. It means that if we're looking at how we structure curriculum, how we structure training programs, they need to be operating at that much higher level across an array of domains in order to make effective use of AI. But it also means broadening. Keep hearing about how we're no longer going to need to code anymore because Claude is that good. Claude is that good. But it actually means that more of us will code. Think about how you use Microsoft Excel at work, and what kinds of data analysis you'd be able to do without Microsoft Excel. In the same way that Microsoft Excel made all of us data analysts, AI will make all of us coders, all of us designers, and it means that we're going to need to develop not only deeper cognitive capability across a set of skills, but we're going to need to be able to take on capabilities that most of us may not have experience in today. As every job changes the nature of skills that define it, we also see the relationship between jobs change. Jobs have a DNA, and that DNA is skills. And that defines the nature of the transitions that you make from a given job. Think about how you've moved in your career. You do a job, you build a set of skills, you capitalize on those skills, and you bridge to the next job. But if you're now using different skills from what you used before, it doesn't mean you no longer have the ability to make a transition, but it'll be a different set of transitions. And again, we're already seeing that bear out in the market. You can see, for example, I'll give you an example that's not on this page. Technical writers never used to change domains. If you were an IT technical writer, you didn't become a biotech technical writer. And yet we're actually seeing a big increase in the prevalence of that domain switching because AI is unlocking knowledge barriers that would have prohibited that kind of transition before. One of the biggest changes, though, is this. We've been hearing a lot about the difficulty that, I know there's a bunch of students in the room today, we know about the kind of difficulty that it can be to get on the ladder. This is not a theoretical change. I know there's been some surveys that suggest that this isn't actually happening. When we look empirically at employer job postings, what we can see is that there is a significant shift in employer hiring preferences away from hiring at the entry level. And this is happening, there's a couple of examples here, but this is happening job by job across the knowledge economy. It has profound implications for students. What does it mean to be able to, how do you get on the ladder? How do you learn to start your career in the middle instead of at the beginning? It also has profound implications for companies. How do we develop pipelines for talent when our typical pipelines have been about hiring at the entry level and building people up over time? If we no longer have those entry-level paths, where do we get the expertise that we're seeking? So there's a couple of answers to that. One is around work-based learning. Every study that we've done around what are the things that make for effective career launch, what are the things that reduce the likelihood of underemployment, work-based learning, having even a single internship, is literally cuts in half your risk of being underemployed. It defines which schools overperform in terms of the outcomes of their students. But we need to actually think about this not in terms of just case making of why this is good for students, but we need to think about what are the constraints. There are certain sets of metrics that we need to apply in a given sector, in a given role. What's the ratio of entry-level hiring to internships? Tells us whether or not there's an effective pipeline. What's the conversion rate of people being interns to actually winding up in full-time hired jobs? What's the alignment of skills between what an intern does and what an entry-level employee does? That tells us whether interns are actually performing valuable work that's making it worth it for employers. So we need to start to look at what are those constraints that allow work-based learning to grow. We also know that we're going to need more effective signals, ways for employers to know that people have gotten up that curve and have a level of proficiency around their skills. That means having the kinds of credentials that actually signal value. Right now we have 1.8 million credentials out there, according to the Credential Engine Project. That is 10 times more than the number of head words in the Oxford English Dictionary. And the problem is, not that there's just 10 times more than there are in the Oxford English Dictionary, but the other problem is that only 1 in 3 of them by our analysis works. When you look at who earns a credential versus who doesn't, who looks like them, who's working a similar occupation, only 1 in 3 either gives you a wage gain and provides entry into the job that it's targeting or improves your chances of moving up in your field. Only 1 in 3. So we're going to need to have more effective credentials around skills. But I want to kind of be able to talk just for a few minutes about what is going to allow us to get to a more concrete understanding of what skills are needed in each job. And the key to this is making sure that we have an understanding of AI that's not so theoretical. We always talk about AI impacts. It's a very abstract vocabulary. We need to understand that AI is not just a technology, it is a technology for doing work. And the only way that we can understand how AI is going to reshape work is to track how it is getting used in work. And so one of the things we've been doing is tracking the thousands of ways real employers are using AI, because when you do that, you can then say, okay, how is it changing people's jobs? Who's using it? There's not just one workforce, but there's 4. There's those who are building AI, deploying AI, enabling AI, and using AI. And each of them is going to need different sets of skills based on the types of use cases that AI is being deployed for. When we understand that, we can understand how we can prepare workers, how we can make sure that the workforce we have can be the workforce we need going forward. I was talking to a friend of mine who's the CHRO of a Global 50 company, who said something to me that was very provocative. He said, Matt, no one ever wanted to hire somebody who was reskilled. Nobody wanted to buy a tire that was retreaded. No one wanted to hire somebody who had been reskilled. What we can do is build the radar that allows us to see these changes coming. It allows us to understand how AI is getting used in the workplace and what are the specific transformations that are going to happen in the skill base of workers to make sure that workers are building the skills that they need to stay relevant, building the sets of skills and exercising the sets of skills that will allow them to make effective transitions. The ability for people to move from job to job is based on skills. AI may not cause the kind of widespread displacement that some people anticipate, but it will cause some. And every displacement is tragic for those who are affected. The ability to prepare workers depends on being able to do something that we've never actually really been good at, which is to have effective retraining. When we look at the history of the TACT retraining grants for NAFTA, whether we look at WIOA training, very little of it has actually proven effective. In order to be able to do what we've never done well before, we need to actually build on the skills workers already have, to respect their existing skill base and to bridge the gaps. Understanding that skill base is key to making effective transitions. The ability to do this means that we need to actually start to invest in public good resources. It means that we need to be able to have, on the one hand, an atlas of the kinds of skills that appear across our workforce. Where are the skills that we need? How do we link those to the jobs that will be in persistent demand on the one side? And on the other side, we need to have a Doppler radar. The ability to actually not just prognosticate about what we think will happen 5 years down the road, but what is happening and how do we react to it? And how do we translate that to our workforces, to the training investments that we want to make? I want to conclude by talking about productivity. May not sound like a very inspiring place to conclude a discussion about transformations in our workforce, but I think it's key to this moment and its opportunity. Productivity is a ratio. It's the ratio of the value of labor's output to the cost of its input. When you flinched when I said the word productivity, it's because we always think about the way we manage it today, which is reducing the cost of labor. We want to make work less skilled. We want to be able to use lower cost labor, use less of it, automate it away. The opportunity right now is to focus on the numerator. This is a moment, by investing in the right sets of skills, that we can make people's work worth more. Thank you so much.
Welcome to the stage Bijal Shah from Guild and Stacy Eng from AI Strategy Advisors in conversation with Lovegrove from Georgetown University.
Well, good morning, everybody. I'm Lovegrove. I'm a professor of the practice at Georgetown University, and there I lead the executive MBA program, working with mid-career professionals, many of whom are going through important career transitions, which we might spend a bit of time talking about. It's my pleasure to join on this panel Bijal Shah, to my right, who's the Chief Executive Officer of Guild, the workforce education platform that partners with some of America's largest employers to expand learning and economic mobility, particularly for frontline workers. And next to Bijal is Stacy Eng, who is the founder of AI Strategy Advisors, which I presume does exactly what it says, and until recently was Chief Learning and Talent Officer at Chevron. She's had a distinguished career working on enterprise learning for several of the largest and most important companies in the country, Johnson & Johnson, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley. She's got a very broad range of experiences to draw upon, and we're very anxious to draw upon their respective experiences. I'll throw in a few observations of my own. I worked for 30 years for McKinsey & Company, so I've got a little bit of background myself, and our brief is to write the roadmap for the AI-fueled future of work, and we have 26 minutes to do that in. So let's get started. Bijal, I really want you, first and foremost, to talk about how you approach this challenge, at Guild and what it means for you to think about writing the roadmap for AI.
Yeah, I'll talk, thank you everyone. I'll talk about what we're doing at Guild, and then I'll talk a little bit about what we're doing with the large employers, just to cover the gamut of the type of employee base that we service. So Guild has roughly 800 employees, and we spend a lot of time thinking about the power of AI and driving our ability to be more agile, nimble, and more innovative. And one of the things that has been really important inside of our own organization is spending time actually giving people space to utilize this technology. And so when I think about a roadmap, normally people think about a roadmap and they think about quarters and then what are you going to do over time. I think about it in segments of how do you actually get people comfortable with this technology? What do you need to do to make that happen? How do you actually help people see how they can embed this in their workflow? So how do you drive behavior change and change management? And so using those two areas to then put work against, okay, well, how do we actually go about driving behavior change in our business? One of the things that we learned early on, and is a core principle of change management, is the fastest way to drive adoption and behavior change is actually to have peers influencing peers. It's not a top-down mandate that actually works. I think people look at senior leader teams or executive teams and kind of roll their eyes. And so what you need is people inside of your organization who really believe in this technology and the power of it, and then to be the champions of that with others inside of the organization, and to actually show the power of what this technology can do and what it can unlock. So that's probably, from an 800 size employer perspective, what works. When you talk about a large employer that has 100,000 or 400,000 employees, it's really hard to create the organic moments of connection between peers, because you want organizations in different parts of the company to learn from one another on this technology. And so we've spent a lot of time working with our employer partners on rolling out AI tools is one part of the roadmap. You should provide access to AI tools to your organization. The bigger hurdle is actually change management and behavior change. And so we've helped to work with them to build a scalable solution and a more digital solution to actually driving change, behavior change and change management inside of the organization, so that peers can learn from other peers across the business and see the power of this technology.
Terrific, and I might ask you in a minute to describe a typical relationship with a client that enables you to do that. But Stacy, let's hear from you first. How do you approach this challenge of developing roadmaps for your clients, and indeed drawing upon your experience at Chevron in particular?
Yeah, so thank you for having me here today. So just a little bit background. So I lead our kind of corporate learning and development organizations in the large enterprises like Chevron, Johnson & Johnson, and prior to that, some of the big organization financial services. And in that, so I'm coming at it from more of an internal corporate learning and development practitioner perspective from HR, and how organizations meet this challenge when you have a new thing coming into the organization. How do you create that learning and adoption to help organization be successful, and also developing your workforce? So that was kind of my backdrop to this and context in terms of how I got involved in this. So about 2020, just to give you some context, back in 2023, when this whole ChatGPT started entering the workforce, a lot of companies are trying to figure out, what do we do about that? There was no roadmap back then, and a lot of organizations and also workforce are anxious and also feeling uneasy about how is this going to impact the business, how is it going to impact skills in our workforce, and how are we going to develop people and quickly scale and help our organization be able to develop that skill. So one of the things we did was we actually started out with understanding why are we doing AI, because we can't go out and communicate and talk about this without understanding from the business perspective, how is AI supporting our business? What is the opportunity that our organization need to embrace in order to communicate this and talk about this and be able to incorporate it into our business strategy? So the first thing we did was creating a strategy around AI and defining how we're going to apply AI into our organization as a first starting point. So it's not implementing AI for the sake of AI, but understanding that AI is a means to an outcome, a business outcome, and what is a business problem we're trying to solve that AI can help bring to that. So our executive team had to first understand what that business opportunity is, how are we going to incorporate AI into our organization. So that's the first step that we did. The second thing is we understand as a large organization, we have many departments, many business units. We don't want this to be a small effort that every organization is just doing on their own without really looking at how we're going to bring this together and organize it through cross-functional partnership. Because we understand that it's not just an IT issue. Every business has an opportunity to embrace this. So we actually very quickly put together a startup team with a small team of people from the business, from our IT organization, from our HR department, to come together to create an AI council in terms of how we're going to identify the opportunity, how we're prioritizing where we're investing in AI, and what is the strategy and change management plan that we need to think about in order to help bring our employees along this journey. So that startup team was set up very quickly to help us start to kind of just think about the strategy for that. And the third piece, as Bijal mentioned, is all about the change management. So how do we put together our change management plan that using skilling and training as one piece to start educating our workforce, but how do we create a long tail effect in terms of helping our organization come through that journey and start creating some excitement and engagement, and also activities where we can get all of our workforce at all levels embracing this new technology. So we put together a whole change management plan on how we do that. So that's how we created our own roadmap, because we didn't have one. But by understanding what the business issue we're trying to solve, and we're able to articulate that as an organization, having a dedicated startup team to focus on this and put together that strategy and execution plan. And then the third piece is involving our HR team to come up with that change management so we can engage all of our employees at all levels.
Terrific. Well, thank you. Let me just talk a little bit about how this is affecting us in the business school environment, in the academic environment. I was reflecting recently, our school completed what they thought of as a 10-year curriculum review. In other words, every 10 years we'd review the curriculum. And the most important thing the leader of that review said is, this is the last time we'll ever do a 10-year curriculum review. From now on, we're doing annual curriculum reviews because the pace of change requires us constantly to redefine what we're doing. And that is a very challenging thing for academic institutions to do. The previous panel suggested that universities were in some way a barrier to understanding of this, and I think we can plead guilty a little bit to that, but it's changing very rapidly. I think for us, there are three pieces of the puzzle, three pieces, if you like, of the roadmap. In a business school environment, I think in particular, there's an obligation on us to enable our students to understand the industry of AI and the ecosystem of AI and how it is changing the whole industrial system, the economic system. It affects so many things, and it is the most important business story of our time, so understanding it is pretty important. The second is getting comfortable with the uses and applications of AI in their own work. That in itself is very challenging to the academic environment for the obvious reasons that we've been talking about. And the third is, and because of that, what I'd call co-creation, an understanding that this is not a situation where the professor at the front of the room knows everything and the students are learning from him or her. It is we're all figuring this out together. And a lot of the reform of academic work is coming from the students themselves, saying, well, how can I now deploy these tools to learn more than I would previously have done, quicker than I would previously have done, across a broader array of topics than I would previously have done? How can I, for instance, avoid getting too narrowly defined in a specialist niche? That's especially important in the arena that I work in a lot, which is executive mid-career training and education, where people are reskilling in the midst of ongoing careers, often making important career transitions. So those are some of the things that we're dealing with in the business school environment. It's a very challenging time, but it's also a great opportunity for us to make ourselves more relevant. Bijal, I don't know how much that echoes with you. You're at the intersection of education and professional development. I asked you earlier to think about a particular context that you could lay out for us. Maybe I could ask you to do that now.
Yeah, I'm happy to talk through a specific example. So we work with a large financial services organization, JP Chase. They're one of our biggest partners, and we spend a lot of time with their business units as well as their HR team talking about what the business of the future looks like. And using that as a guidepost to then back up and say, great, then what are the skills and capabilities that we need of the workforce go forward? And I think sometimes when things are not totally clear, people say, well, we don't know. And I think one of the really cool things at JP Chase is they are focused on what they do know. So what we do know is that the future requires people with more capabilities who have kind of an editor and a judgment capability around what we're doing. What we do know is that the role of a teller may shift and needs to move into something that allows for someone to have more discernment and judgment around what they're doing. And so we spent a lot of time with JP Morgan mapping out where they have pockets inside of the organization that are ripe for disruption, or where we can take those individuals and upskill and reskill them and redeploy them into new areas. Another example is healthcare. There is a shortage, no surprise to all of you, of healthcare workers, especially patient-facing roles inside of this country. And so if you are working as an administrator inside of a health system, you have the opportunity to move from an administration job into a patient-facing role. And there are hundreds of different roles that you could move into inside of an organization. And so we spend a lot of time talking about internal mobility or redeployment of those resources inside of an organization. But it does all start with what is the strategy of the business? Where are you trying to go as an organization? What do you believe will be your moat, your differentiator, your superpower in the future? And then how do you work backwards from that business strategy and the outcomes you are trying to drive to what roles do I need inside of the organization? And then it's about, great, what types of education or programming, whether it's upskilling or reskilling or licensure or certification that is required in order to move people from job A into job B. And we think about that across every industry, across every different part of the economy. And we did start with frontline workers, but I will tell you right now, the biggest area of concern and disruption is actually knowledge workers and more white-collar workers in the traditional sense, and what is going to happen to people who have desk jobs where those desk jobs may no longer exist, and they need to be redeployed into other jobs inside of the organization.
Yeah, so it's interesting you mentioned JP Morgan. I saw Jaimie Dimon speak last week about this. As you know, he speaks a lot about AI, and he's a strong believer in its impact both on his organization and on the economy more broadly. He also said he thought the workforce at JP Morgan would go down by 5% next year and 10% on a running rate, so he's kind of being pretty clear about that. I wonder, Stacy, whether you had similar top-tier leadership on this issue at Chevron, and what difference that made to the way in which you sought to drive learning in your institution.
Yeah, I think that's a great challenge as you think about that. As we're thinking about creating that AI adoption, understand that AI doesn't mean the same thing in different job categories or different type of roles. So you really have to be catering to that and personalize it based on the job context. So one of the things when we're looking at AI upskilling is we look at based on persona-based skilling program, where we look at what does our general workforce need as a baseline to create that AI literacy in the organization, and that's what we can help them, give them the skills in terms of the baseline of prompting, being able to interact with generative AI, and also what are the human judgment, Bijal, you mentioned some of the human judgments that we need our employees to apply to responsibly be users of AI, understanding the risks so they're not creating certain implications when they're putting their personal data into or the company data into the system that may potentially be used to train the model or what have you. So those are the things that we need to kind of create as a baseline of AI skill set that we create for the organization. And then the next level is then we have to think about what does our leaders need in order to support AI, champion AI, and help to create that empowerment and adoption within their respective teams. So we have to create our learning programs to talk to our leaders and coaching our leaders to help them be able to talk about AI with their workforce, being able to champion a team where they're able to experiment and have that psychological safety and creating that environment for their team to learn and be able to pilot and also learn from that process. So, so there is a piece that we have to focus on in terms of helping our leaders being able to work with AI, talk about AI, and also empowering their teams to do that. So a lot of that is human behaviors and also leadership behaviors that we're incorporating into our leader-based kind of learning programs to help them being able to articulate AI and empower their teams on AI. And then the third piece that we looked at is based on roles. So as Bijal mentioned, depending on the roles that you have, you may apply AI very differently in how you create that individual productivity or efficiency or automating workflow. So, so we work with specific teams, whether you're in software development team, how do you use AI in your coding? Or you're a product development team, how do you use AI to incorporate that into your products and services? Or if you're in HR, like I'm in HR, how do you apply AI in terms of helping to set up the performance management process for feedback? So every job may have different applications of AI and different examples of how they can use AI in their job context. So a lot of our training for the specific job family is to help each of the individuals within their functions to best leverage AI in their own job context so they can actually create that individual productivity and also work efficiencies based on the work that they do every day.
Just to piggyback off of something you said, when we worked with a large bottling manufacturer in this country, and they had rolled out licenses of ChatGPT to all of their bottling leadership facilities, and they were hovering at a 50% adoption rate, and they were really struggling to figure out how to get that to 100%. And so we actually worked with them. We have a product, it's called Academy, and it's designed for cohorted learning. And the biggest driver of change actually was peers telling their other peers how they were using AI to make their work more efficient and effective. And so I think the use cases are so powerful and also so specific to the point that you made around it's really every function and every workflow looks different. And so you could be looking across the room at someone who doesn't have the type of role or job you have and say, yeah, of course they could use AI, they're a software developer. And by creating this kind of cohorted learning and peer-to-peer sharing experience, you actually now can find use cases that are really relevant to you as an individual. And it starts to kind of expand your mind and your horizon around what's possible. And I think one of the best ways to learn this technology is actually to use it. As someone who works at a company that focuses on upskilling and reskilling, using the technology is the best way to understand what is possible and then what its limitations are. It still has a lot of limitations. It can produce a lot of slop. It requires a lot of cleanup work sometimes. And so wrapping your head around what it is capable of and where it has limitations will actually help you as a leader guide your organizations in the right way and not be so reliant on it that you end up producing a bunch of slop, but also not ignore it because it can actually accelerate the pace of change and innovation and agility inside of your organization if you can find the right use cases and find the right opportunities to be utilizing this technology.
Well, it's very interesting, your point about usage. There was a reference in a previous panel to universities being an obstacle here because they've defined use of AI as cheating. And I think that's a little out of date, I think. But now what I see, so I would say two years ago, maybe 25% of students were regularly using AI in my classes, and I think generally speaking, I would say a year ago it was probably a half to two-thirds. Now it's pretty as close to 100% as makes no difference. And that is having some very tangible effects that are very evident to you, to me. The general standard of the work being produced by students is higher. It's being done more quickly, more complex work is being done, but it's also more homogeneous. And there's no doubt. I sat yesterday through a dozen presentations that a group of students I've been working with had done. They were all terrific, but they were all roughly the same, and include both substantively and stylistically, the same kind of slides, the same kind of, and that's a challenge for us. It's a challenge for them as well. And it gets to the sort of degree to which we're all learning how to figure this into. I think this is going to be the story of our time, figuring this out. And the question that I want to ask you is who pays? Who takes the risk on this? And you're both in a situation to reflect upon this. In my environment, by and large, the student pays, or at least student thinks they're paying. They are certainly paying something. Whether they're paying the full amount that it costs is unclear. But certainly mid-career students who come to us, they are paying. Who pays in the environments that you're exploring? The employer, the employee, the public sector, government? What's the mix of payment mechanisms that you think is going to drive this kind of transformation?
I think from my perspective, everybody pays. And the question is, like, what's your currency? If you're an employee or a worker, you're paying in your time. I think this transformation that this country is going through is largely going to be carried by the public sector and the private sector, meaning employers and government institutions. We work with a lot of, have started to see a noticeable pickup in cities and states who are interested in working with Guild to actually work with their constituents, so their citizens, or the folks who live in their communities. And I think it's because they're recognizing that there will be a class of citizens who are left behind if the public sector doesn't step in to help drive this transformation or this transition. And then employers care. They need the workers of the future, and they need them faster than our education system can produce. And so there is an economic incentive for them to participate in this. I just don't believe that they want to carry all the load. I think they want to ensure that they are doing their part, but that also our public systems step in to help supplement what they're doing. And so from my perspective, I've seen both parties step in to help facilitate this. And then it's not, the employee has to give their time, their mental space, their energy to wanting to be upskilled and reskilled. And I think sometimes we lose sight of what is going on in the world or in that individual's life that makes it so that there are hurdles there to actually dedicate the time to being upskilled and reskilled. And so I think everybody pays. It's just which currency they're paying with.
Thank you.
Yeah. I do like that perspective. And I think coming from an employer perspective, because I work for large enterprises, is that the employers need to invest in this technology and also in the skill set and upskilling their employees, because they need their employees to have that skills in order to leverage the opportunity that the AI can present to the organization and help their business create that business outcome and also generate whatever that is, whether that's efficiency or productivity or it's revenue or financial. So they do need to invest into their employees and workforce development. So employers do pay and invest into that. I think employees pay it as well, because a lot of the employees, they're seeing this happening around them in their personal lives as well. So employees, and not only if their companies are not paying for it, they're actually going out and seeking out whether it's public source resources, training opportunities to upskill themselves, or paying for that, invest in their time in order to learn that new skill. So I do see employees also pay into that because they're investing in themselves and seeing how this can actually create additional tools in their pocket that they can actually leverage as skill set wherever they go in the next roles or opportunity or career that they have. So I think both party pays, but I do think employers need to invest into this as they're developing the workforce.
Terrific. We have a minute and a half left to maybe address this final question. Bijal, you started talking about it, how you use AI. I'll start. Like many people, I think my use of it has gone in sort of stages from experimental to now fundamental to the way in which I work. I view it as making me better as an educator. Every class, every course, every syllabus, every class plan, I now turn to this assistant, which I didn't previously have. Funnily enough, teaching is quite an isolated profession. You just do your thing. I've now got a team of assistants effectively working for me, helping me do that. What's your use of AI? How do you do it?
Yeah, I think similar to you, the power for me has been in orchestration. And so I use Claude Cowork predominantly, though sometimes slip back to using ChatGPT as well. But I use a lot of Cowork, and then, things like Replit to publish what is happening and to start to visualize what is happening. Some of it is just playing with the technology so I can guide my own organization and the expectations of the business. And the other part of it is to actually make myself more efficient in the work that I do. And I think there's a lot of power. I want to go back to something you said that I think is really important and is starting to surface and bubble, which is the concept of taste. When everything starts to look the same because people are using the same tools, taste and creativity become really important. Yeah. And I think Ethan Mollick, who's a professor at Wharton, who speaks all the time, if you don't follow him on LinkedIn, you should, although it can be overwhelming. He has started to actually get really upset about how much LinkedIn posts look like the same kind of flow. And I think it's really interesting because I think what he's pointing out is we're losing our taste and creativity and our approach to even communicating with other human beings. And so I think that personally is going to skyrocket if you have good taste and you have the ability to disseminate taste and you are creative and you can find creative approaches to communicating, disseminating, problem solving. I think it's actually an opportunity for you to rise in this era of so much noise. And so I didn't want to lose what you said about that.
Very important point.
So how I use ChatGPT is I actually use it three ways. One is now that I do my own, I have my own consulting and I consult with other organizations, a lot of times I use ChatGPT as my research analyst. So when I need to put together a proposal for my client or to understand what's the latest trends in the marketplace, what are some of the different research that's published about AI that I can incorporate into my project, I ask ChatGPT as my research analyst to go out and search the web to see what are some credible resources or research or things that I can incorporate to use. The second one is I actually use it as my editor. So it's my sounding board. As I'm putting together my proposal, as I'm putting together my material, I actually say, oh, here's my outline. Here are some of the ideas I wanted to convey. Here's the first draft. Be my editor. As a chief editor of a executive publication or as a editor of a proposal, what feedback would you give me based on the strength of this proposal or the strength of this content that I'm writing? Give me some feedback that I can make it better. So I use it as my editor to provide me feedback and give me some coaching to review my ideas, to review my concept, so I can incorporate that to make my final product even better.
Terrific. Well, I think we've completed our work of writing a roadmap for the AI fuel future. Thank you very much to Stacy and to Bijal. Thank you, everybody.
So this is Joseph Davis back on Digital Main Street. I'm joined by Bill Jewell of the U.S. Chamber. Bill, obviously the conversation has been surrounded by AI, and that's what it'll be all day. So I want to talk a little bit about the hackathon you launched at the Chamber. Sure. So coming off of that, what have you seen in terms of AI skills and the growth of AI skills within the organization?
Yeah, we've been running hackathons for about 4 years now, and they're designed to inspire a culture of innovation across all of our employees. In terms of skills, I think one of the most important ones that we're probably hearing about today that we're really focused on, we just see a lot more curiosity. We want people to be curious because we don't know exactly what it's going to turn into, but if you're curious and then you get really good at turning that curiosity into like resiliently pursuing productive work out of that curiosity, that's what we're really focusing on, and that's what we're seeing.
Now, thinking about innovation and being innovative, so for those individuals, organizations who want to do something like this, it may not necessarily be a hackathon, but they want to be innovative in the way they bring in AI in the organization. Any tips? What would you recommend?
Yeah, I think there's two different things, and we're hearing those themes already today. One, you want to make sure you empower your employees with the right tools. They need to have good, safe, secure access to them, and they need to know how to use them. But sometimes that's good, and that might be table stakes. But if you really want to innovate, I think you have to really lean into that. I would suggest one thing: start with the problem. Like, what problem are you trying to solve? Don't start with the technology. Don't make it just about AI. Make it about a thing that you want to solve. And then there's a whole universe of tools and processes and ways that we work. But if you make it just about the technology, I think you're going to limit yourself. Think about the way you work. Think about the problem you're trying to solve. Think holistically.
Okay, so we talked about the hackathon. So there's another one that'll be coming up. Any preview you can give us? Anything you can tell us about the next hackathon?
Yeah, we're really excited about this one. We've done, like I said, we've done 3 already, and this is our 4th. We've gotten hundreds of people participating, 70–80% of our employees using these tools this summer, and this is going to be about really transforming the way that we work. It's not just about doing things 5%, 10% faster. We want to use some of these newer tools that allow us to code a lot faster, innovate a lot faster, and try to do things 10 times, 20 times faster. Really deliver big, meaningful value on big, substantial problems beyond just doing the sort of table stakes work of giving the tools to everyone and making them a little bit faster. So it's going to be a different kind of hackathon because it's not just about the tech. It's about the way we work and innovating and experimenting that way.
Bill, thanks so much. We're looking forward to it. I know I've enjoyed, the previous one, so I'm looking forward to the next one. So thanks so much for joining us and doing this.
Thank you.
Now I want to bring in Bijal Shah, who is fresh off of the stage. First of all, thank you for being here and doing this. I guess coming off of the conversation you just had, talking about the roadmap for an AI-fueled workforce, any takeaways for you or anything you hope folks walked away with from that conversation?
Yeah, I loved a few things Stacy said, so I'll start there, which is getting really clear on what your business strategy is and where you're trying to go as an organization, and then working backwards from that on, therefore, how can AI better enable your business, and therefore, how can the workforce that you have better enable that strategy that's going to enable your business? That's probably the first thing. The second thing from my perspective is I think it's really important when we talk about folks coming out of the workforce today, it's even pretty clear just from the conversation that we had that they are becoming more AI native and utilizing this technology in new and interesting ways. And so figuring out as that bar continues to increase for what these individuals can do, how do we make sure we don't lose the creativity and the taste that's really important to ensuring that your work stands out and that the things that you're doing are distinctive relative to your competition.
Now, at Gill, you work with a lot of employers. So is there an example of one of the employees you work with who has used AI to help upskill employees or staff? Like, is there a good example of that?
Yeah, I gave the example on the stage around a large bottling manufacturer in this country who wanted to drive AI adoption and utilization. They rolled out tools, but they were actually struggling to see their workers adopt the technology. And so they used our Academy product that we have to create a cohorted learning experience so that peers could actually learn use cases from one another. One of the things that I think is so important about this technology is that it actually requires behavior change. And you need to get employees to think about how to use this in a way that is embedded in in their workflow. And one of the best ways to learn what you could do with it, what the possibilities are, and how to change your workflow is to actually have your peers tell you and have others inside of the organization. And so they took their utilization rate from 50% up to 94% by using this, our Academy product.
Now, I thought about this as you were on stage, and I recently saw a video of you talking about CEOs and leadership using AI. So I wanted to quickly touch on that, the importance of leaders and presidents and CEOs actually using AI.
Yeah, I personally, I grew up in a world of the concept of mind at hands, which is like learn by doing. And especially with such revolutionary technology, I don't know how you could guide your business forward, how you could guide your employees forward, or how you could authentically talk about why this technology is so powerful if you are not using it yourself. And I've seen a lot of folks walk around talking about this technology, but kind of at a 50,000 or 100,000 foot level, and I think you can't really understand the practicality of what is possible until you start to get your own hands dirty. It allows you to push your teams, it allows you to push your own thinking, it allows you to think about ways to disrupt yourself that I think are really important in this new era.
Thank you so much for doing double duty and joining me here. It's my pleasure now to transition, and we're going to have U.S. Chamber President and CEO Suzanne Clark kick us off here shortly.
To kick off our People Content mode, welcome to the stage Suzanne Clark, President and Chief Executive Officer of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce.
Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, and thank you all. Thank you all so much for being here. You are here because you have a role to play in helping businesses and really our country achieve what we've been talking about this morning, achieve the resilience that's going to be needed to harness the transformative power of these new technologies, to ride out disruption, to adapt to it, to overcome it, to acknowledge and address legitimate fears, legitimate concerns and risks emerging from this disruption, but also to harness AI, guide its trajectory, lead our country to being stronger and more competitive. Here at the U.S. Chamber, we are AI optimists, whether that's about the role that AI plays in our own organization, for the broader workforce, or for our country. But we also know that optimism alone isn't going to be enough. It's not going to be enough to make the most of the revolutionary potential here. So this is what my speech said. My speech has this sentence in it. It will take practical insights, best practices, and partnerships. How boring are those words? Do you ever go to a conference where we don't talk about best practices and partnerships and practical insights? No, you don't. But I want to take this really seriously for a second. Maybe the most important thing I think you can think about while you're in this room. This actually has to happen. And I can't find rooms, and I travel the globe and talk to business leaders all day, every day. I can't find rooms like this where this is actually happening. And what I mean is humans have to come together to talk about the innovation, the transformation, the disruption, the fears, the excitement. Because if we don't come together and talk about these things and try to solve them at scale, no one else is. There isn't some other room of grown-ups trying to figure this out. We're the grown-ups. So I think it's really important that you're here and that you're taking this time away from your day jobs and your family and your schools to really help us think about how to do this well. One thing that I worry about is that we're not creating a compelling case about how these new technologies can help workers, can help families, can help communities. We haven't generated an aspiration for all. And it's going to take a movement to do that, comprised of people who are here in this room. We need AI developers and practitioners. We need employers and nonprofit leaders. We need academics and policymakers if we're going to create a movement. I'll say quickly that at the US Chamber, the AI adoption has been really helpful to our ability to help businesses solve problems, serve their customers, strengthen society. We want to encourage and equip our teams all day long, every day, to use AI tools efficiently so that we can free up our energy, our best efforts on the highest value work we can do for our members. And we are constantly on the lookout for new tools, for new applications, for new use cases. We host an annual hackathon, now in its 4th year, to foster innovative thinking and collaborative problem solving. We want to reward and also implement creative solutions that streamline workflows. But looking beyond our organization, we see AI as the defining economic opportunity of this generation. We're not dismissing the disruption. In fact, can you have a revolutionary technology that isn't disruptive? I think those two words go hand in hand. But this doesn't have to mean a lack of progress. We've seen again and again throughout American history that when there are industrial and technological advances, they do lead to higher productivity, higher wages, a wave of new industries and jobs. And we know that this has the same potential many times over. So the question before the leaders in this room is, how do we get past the disruption and on to the advances? It's something I hear a lot from business leaders around the country. It's a kind of second-hand optimism. When we talk to people at the leading edge of this, I was on the West Coast 2 weeks ago talking to some of the most advanced companies in the world on these technologies, and they're very optimistic about the future. They're very optimistic about what it can do for health outcomes for our country, for progress. But even they are worried about their own family. Even they will say, I got a kid graduating, I'm not sure what the job is going to look like. It's a really interesting dichotomy to be excited about the future and still concerned about what it means specifically for yourself, for your family. So I think this disruption, when it gets closer to home, it's harder to wrap your head around. So I've said that I'm a business leader who's optimistic about AI. I'm also the mother of a college-age daughter. And she's thinking very seriously about all of this and has fascinating questions about her short-term and long-term future. And I think this is part of the dilemma we're all facing, that we all look at this from two different perspectives, a professional perspective and a personal perspective. So when I'm out and about with local chambers and small businesses, with executives who are in technology and executives who use technology, but it's not their main field, it's given me some sense of what's necessary, I think, for us to come together and do to move it forward. And I'd like to kind of humbly make 2 suggestions. One, about people who are feeling anxious about their lives or their families or the children in their lives that they need to coach and help. And the other, for the people who need to lead this change for all of society. On a personal level, here's what I tell my daughter, her friends, our interns. You know, you all know somebody from when you were young who had a perfect idea of what they wanted to do with their life. They knew exactly the path that they wanted to be on, and it didn't work. And some of those people that we knew when we were young, they felt so much more focused. They knew what they wanted to do. They had this great path. But then when it didn't work, they also felt a little bit more lost. This happens in every generation. Sometimes when you know what you want to do from a young age, the disruption hurts even more. But sometimes those people who have a 5 or 10-year roadmap are the most hurt when that plan falls apart. So the question is, how do we prepare the next generation for uncertainty, for disruption? How do we help the next generation develop a learning mindset? We've heard a lot already today about curiosity, about resilience, but what does that look like, right? What are we teaching the next generation? I asked my daughter, do you know how to ask the right question? Are you a critical thinker? Can you learn to ask the right question? Are you a discerning consumer of information? Do you know real news and real sources from urban legend and TikTok? The answer usually is no, by the way. I also ask the next generation to really think about what drives human connection, which is thankfully still at the core of what we do and how we live. Can you look people in the eye? Can you sell something? Can you tell a story? Can you create relationships? We heard earlier about trust. Can you create trust? Will people follow you? Will people believe you? These are the skill sets, these are the mindsets that will serve people through any disruption. On a broader business level, here's my charge to all of you as leaders. We can't let the doomsayers win. We've all seen the negative attitudes about AI. We've seen the public polling data. I thought it was really upsetting to see commencement speakers booed for using the term AI. But that means that we aren't doing the job of defining the dream of this next technology. It's our job to give hope and inspiration to the next generation. It's our generation's job to do that for the next generation. We also need to remind people to get outside, to appreciate art, to connect with something bigger than ourselves, to stop doom scrolling and go be with humans, to find things in animals and people to love, to remind ourselves we have a responsibility to be good citizens, to be good humans, that character matters. We have to model these things. We can't just model fear or uncertainty or doom scroll ourselves. Some of that is looking for and promoting good news. And here's some. We have been setting in the United States year after year records of new business applications. These aren't gig workers who can't find other work. These are people starting and applying for licenses to run real businesses, to serve customers, to employ people. There were nearly 6 million new businesses formed in the US in 2025. That was 8% more than 2024, which itself was a record, and so was 2023. And the sectors with the highest AI adoption rates have seen the strongest growth in new business applications. This is one of the first technologies in our history where we're seeing small business adopt faster than big business. And they're the companies reporting the most hiring. That means that these are people seeing the potential of AI and figuring out how they can make their dream come true as a result. I mean, small businesses are the first ones who come to mind. We have a small business member who's out in San Francisco and he owns a coffee shop. His father or grandfather started it in 1975. And I went to see it. He's using AI, and you would think, what is he using AI for in the coffee shop? And I assumed it was the online business, the ordering, something to do with that. Nope. You know when you open your package of coffee, how it's foil lined on the inside? Foil creates a lot of static. So they have to add a little bit of water to keep all that coffee from sticking to the top. But it's hard to do, and it's very manual. He was able to develop through AI his own little machine that sits at the top of that package and fixes the right amount of water every time. And he did it himself. It was a remarkable, interesting story that let him sell more coffee, which requires him to have more people. It's National Small Business Month in May. And at the US Chamber, we want to celebrate how nimble these small businesses are. I will say when we do polling about the adoption rates of small business on AI, not only are the numbers really strong, but 82% of the small businesses that reported using AI tools were increasing their workforce. That's a really meaningful counterpoint to AI is only going to destroy jobs. But even as we are AI optimists, we also have to be realists. And the reality is that change is happening, and it's happening really fast. We can't let the doomsayers prevail because we think it would be dangerous to our country's future. But we know we have to manage risks of new technology while we acknowledge that the real risk is falling behind, letting other countries take the lead, only to run with it in a different direction. If we let other countries set the pace, if we let them lead and take the lead that America currently has, it will hurt our workforce. It will hurt our competitiveness. And so one of the reasons we're here today is to make sure that doesn't happen. How do we help broaden communities' understanding of AI? How do we create an aspiration for all so that we have more people who want this revolution to take place, who believe in the ultimate good of it? How do we break through the dystopian noise and make sure that there is a good story out there? Look, this is going to take courage and audacity. You are going to be called to lead your family, your community, your institution, your company through all of this. It's going to take a willingness to learn on your part, to adapt, to question our own assumptions. Path isn't going to be obvious. You've all seen the statistics of how long it took for different, like the Industrial Revolution happened over 100 years, right? The internet adoption took 20. Look how fast this is happening. So we know there are going to be challenges on the road to really long-term opportunity. But we also know that the future is here. We can't put it back in a bottle. It's up to us to make this transformation work for as many people as possible. It is up to us to be a force for good in this world and to not just name the problems, but to provide solutions. It's up to us to be leaders. Thank you.
For this transformation talk, welcome to the stage Julia Dhar, behavioral economist and managing director and partner of Boston Consulting Group.
Good morning, everyone. As you just heard in the voiceover, I'm a behavioral scientist. I work mostly with companies on making change successful, whether it is AI or new technology systems or new ways of working. And understanding, by the way, like why our efforts to change are so often disappointing. Very good news for people in this room. We have solved that problem, I can tell you today. And the answer to why so often we struggle to make change successful is other people. And it turns out the whole time that other people have been the problem. Now, the very frustrating part about that is as we try to do big things together, other people are also the solution. And understanding not only where people are coming from, but where we are all going together, turns out to be really, really important in making change successful. And today we are going to hear a lot of stories and talk a lot about the present moment, but I thought it might be helpful to tell two stories from 100 years ago and 80 years ago that help us really understand not only the present moment, but pretty much, I think, everything that you need to know about human behavior. So this weekend in Wisconsin, Pabst brewed the very last batch ever of Schlitz beer. Anyone from the Midwest here? Yeah, it's sad. This is a kind of fascinating, profound American success story that for much more than 100 years was not only a dominant beverage in the US, but as it moved from owner to owner, eventually to Pabst, moved around the United States and indeed the world. But the thing that's fascinating about it is it wasn't inevitable that this was going to be the case in the 1920s and the 1930s, where there are already dozens of beer brands available in the United States market. Schlitz languishes for years in kind of fifth place as a kind of okay-ish option if you can't get your first four options. And enter one of the unsung heroes of behavioral science, a gentleman named Claude C. Hopkins, who was one of the great advertising people, not only of the 20th century, but probably of all time, and already was incredibly well established at one of the great Chicago advertising firms. And Schlitz hires him to turn around its fortunes. And he does something that, by the way, almost no advertising executives at the time were doing. Remember, this is sort of the golden age of big stories and compelling images and a very emotional attraction of human beings to products. Claude Hopkins himself makes his way from Chicago to Milwaukee, and then from the train station in Milwaukee to the Schlitz factory, and does something that almost no one ever does, which is walk the production line of Schlitz beer from the very beginning, through the tanks that purify the waters, combining hops and barley together to eventually produce beer. And all along the way, of course, the people doing the work explain to him what it is exactly they do as they go through the process, for example, of purifying water 5 times. And Claude Hopkins says what a lot of amateurs say when you encounter someone who is a master of their craft doing their job really well, which is, that is so interesting. Many more people deserve to know about that. They deserve to understand the care and craft that has been put into that. And many masters of the craft respond exactly the way that they do when an amateur says something like that to them, which is, everybody already knows this. And by the way, everyone else does it too. It doesn't really matter, because that first insight about human behavior, which is unless we have explained to people what we have done, what we have considered, why, in fact, we are doing it, and what, indeed, the service it might provide to a customer or to an employee actually is, very little else about the story that you're telling really matters. And so while Schlitz beer itself is no more, that legacy from Claude Hopkins about how we not only emphasize what we have done and how good it is, but all of the ways and all of the care, consideration, thought, deliberation, mastery, and craftsmanship that went into an AI transformation or a new beer or the organization structure of a company are really important. And then we fast forward a couple of decades to 1942, and the next unsung hero of behavioral and organizational science emerges. And right at the point where, in the United States, the very next generation of both bomber aircraft and fighter planes are coming out. And you are experiencing an unbelievably, in fact, existentially important problem, which is wildly skilled aviators. The very best aviators that the world had ever produced were also crashing these aircraft into trees and power lines and each other, and were complaining consistently, and it turns out very accurately, about the way in which this next generation of aircraft, which again were also the most sophisticated, advanced, capable, productivity-inducing, you see where we're going with this, that the world had ever seen, shouldn't have been capable of making these errors, nor should human beings have been capable of operating them in the way that they did. And so arrives at what was then a generic military base, what would become an Air Force base, the nerdiest nerd who ever nerded anything, Paul Fitz, who was an industrial psychologist, the very first that the United States military had ever hired. People were suspicious of this dude. And he did the thing that no one yet had ever done. Not a single aviation trainer, none of the military leadership, none of the private companies who had designed these aircraft on behalf of the United States military and indeed on behalf of the American people, which is he climbed into the cockpit or into the navigator seat, if you're thinking about a fighter jet, while the pilot flew the plane, and asked the question that we don't ask nearly often enough right now, which is to the human being at the controls. Tell me, what is it that you would say you do here? What exactly is the work that you do? How do you do it? And tell me why it is difficult. And that task of putting the human being right at the center of change led to, by the way, like a total redesign of the cockpits for these aircrafts, but also every single generation of aircraft to come. You don't hear Paul Fitz's name very often, but he is the reason why modern aviation is as safe as it is. He is the reason why military, commercial, passenger transport works the way it does. You will never forget him now, because he is the reason why that transformation, like not only of the skies, but an enormous amount of what we do on the ground, is possible. And the through line of both of these stories, of Claude Hopkins trying to sell more beer to more Americans, of moving Schlitz from number 5 to number 1, of Paul Fitz saying, how is it that we can give pilots not only the respect that they deserve, but the focus that they need, is attention to human behavior. It's the same shift I think we should be trying to make now, which is every single time that we talk about agents, we should also be asking ourselves, what is the role of human agency? Every single time someone says artificial intelligence, we should say, what does that mean for human potential? One of the things that we started to do as we began to write this book that you see here on the screen was to try and answer the question, is it true that people just don't like to change? It turns out, by the way, like this is like the largest cliche like in all of management, that people just don't like to change. And we can play a version of what is now like the largest experiment of change in the world. 6,000 people, 12 countries, 1,000 chief executives. You learn that a change is coming to your working life, which, by the way, is how an awful lot of people are finding out about AI transformations in their workplace. You learn that a change is coming to your working life. How do you feel about it? I'm going to give you 3 options. I'm going to simplify it for us. Positive, neutral, or negative. That's it. That's all the information you get. It's all the information anyone else got as well. Show of hands, positive. It's not a trick question, by the way. Neutral. Negative. This is quite a representative room. So one of the things that I want you to know is it's clearly not true that people just hate to change. That generally, actually, human beings feel pretty good about change. Individual contributors, the yellow bar here that we call employees, on balance, slightly more than half of them, feel positive about change even when they don't know anything about it, which is a sign that human beings believe that things can always get better. What's the problem? Yeah, they like change. They just don't love it like executives love it. And so about 70% of executives, when they know nothing about the change, say, I feel positive about it. And remembering, like, it could be anything. It could be, like, we have decided that we can do without your position. But their default inclination is towards change. I actually think that should give us a tremendous amount of optimism in this moment. And it should also create a really strong obligation for those of us who lead organizations, who help leaders think about their talent pipeline, who think about how we build an inclusive, welcoming, potential-creating workforce, which is to bridge that distance between employees and executives. You see a couple more versions here, right, that make the same point, that employees disproportionately are less optimistic than senior leaders about change, which means it is even more important that all of us think of ourselves as both Claude Hopkins, who says there is a way to explain to people what we are doing and why that makes it meaningful to them and to the choices that they make, and to Paul Fitz, who says that human behavior is scientific, it's understandable, it's explainable, that when our returns to change disappoint us, there are good reasons why that is the case, but even more important, they are very often preventable, and there is no need for us to, in fact, make the same mistake twice. My absolute favorite statistic from all of this research that we have done is when we ask people what emotions do you feel in relation to change. And we heard some of this discussion in the earlier session, which is across the board, like all nationalities, all genders, all levels in the organization, all ages, all years of experience. You say, what is the emotion that people feel? By the way, the first time we did this, I was in like a chemicals plant, and I had a clipboard, because this was the only way to do it. Had to walk around to the engineers and say, hello, what feeling would you say you are feeling today? And as you can imagine, engineers in a chemicals plant loved it when people came to say, hello, what feeling would you say you are feeling? We've since come up with a, let's say, more effective, less intrusive way to understand what feelings people say they are feeling. But the number one feeling that people feel in relation to change, including AI, is curiosity. But like right on its heels, right behind it, is anxiety. And so a super reasonable assumption is that any time we have an organization making a shift of the kind that we are making now, in the context of a society making the type of shift that we are making now, with an education system making the shift that we are making now, with people in their lives making the kind of shift that we are making now, folks have a lot of curiosity about that. And the more that we can help people embrace that curiosity, to see ways in which they can become larger than themselves, do more than they thought was possible, the more likely we are to be successful. It's a great frustration of mine that we talk very much about productivity without recognizing that productivity is not just about more output, and that the net result of productivity has to be more value creation. It has to be figuring out what human beings are uniquely good at, but also where we can embrace the behaviors, tendencies, and traits of humans in organizations, not just in their own individual job roles, but for one another to, in fact, be better. One of the ways in which we do that, like most simply, most effectively, most easily, is not just by talking a lot about humans, but saying, when we have thoughts, feelings, reactions, on the other side of all of that is behavior. And continuing to ask, in response to every change that we ask people to make, what behavioral shift are we expecting from them? What are the ways that not only we have made that easy, achievable, natural, but also it's very reasonable for us all to ask, what are the ways in which we have made that inspiring, inviting, compelling to people? Because, of course, on the other side of all of that curiosity about change is something better. It is not true that all change is an improvement. But in order to improve, we have to change. And so what we should all be doing, but especially those of us in a position to influence one another, is to stop telling people that you have to get on the bus or you will be left behind. People know that, and it doesn't help to keep telling them that. Instead, we might be much better off at least telling them where we think that bus is going and what the stops are along the way. But even better, we might be well served by figuring out how would we give them a car and teach them to drive. Thank you very much.
Welcome to the stage George Korizis from PwC and Katie Perera from South by Southwest, in conversation with Niki DaSilva from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation.
Hello, everyone. I'm Niki DaSilva, Executive Director at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation, where a lot of my work is focusing on the future of work, workforce transformation, and increasingly, the intersection of AI and human capability. Today's conversation is called 2026 South by Southwest Key Insights, where we're going to be looking at a use case of AI-powered human augmentation. This session is interesting because it kind of moves us beyond the theoretical AI conversation into something much more practical, and frankly, much more important. What does it actually look like when humans and AI work well together? So joining me today are two incredible leaders. To my right, I have George, Customer Transformation Practice Leader at PwC, and next to him is Katie from South by Southwest, who is the Director of Conference Strategy for the organization. So this story is not just about efficiency, but it is a story about augmentation, about how a team was able to significantly reduce the size and time burden behind a traditionally human-intensive project, while intentionally protecting the deep human parts of the work around judgment, taste, storytelling, creative discernment, and meeting. Or as the report put itself, the future belongs to the deeply human. So throughout this discussion, I hope that you'll listen for practical lessons on how AI can accelerate work and how humans remain irreplaceable, and what it means for all of us to lead teams in the future of work. So let's start with the story itself. Katie, George, what was the project that you were working on?
So South by Southwest is a conference with thousands of sessions, with 7 days of incredible content, and there is no way to capture it all. And we were looking for a way to have leaders leave with the insights they needed to take back to their organizations, free them up from writing reports themselves, and give them the insights from South by Southwest that they may have missed, or augment the notes that they took. We went looking for a partner, and PwC was the perfect folks to partner with to create a report of what South by Southwest was.
Well, thank you, Katie. We do a lot of customer research, and part of being in the field and being with clients also helps us connect the dots. And so when you asked us to participate in putting together the report, one, it is a very different type of conference. The content, the creativity, always embrace culture. And so we tried to do our best. This was our second year. And part of what we're going to be sharing today is the transition from a year where we put the report together with all humans to a year where we actually augmented part of our teams to work with AI in being able to put the report together and produce what you all have access to, the QR codes.
Yeah, so kind of at what point did you realize, George, that AI might be able to help fundamentally change the process that you had used for that first year's report?
So first year, maybe let's take a step back. The sentiment at South by Southwest was very positive. Folks were very excited about AI. All the sessions, and you have thousands of sessions, Katie, touched AI in some way, shape, or form. And so as we thought about this year and preparing, and by the way, it took us about 3 months to put the report together last year, we were like, okay, we see our clients, we advise folks to use AI. What if we augmented the team that we have on the ground with some of the AI capabilities that we have at PwC? And could we put the report together at the same quality, deeply human, run by humans, but augmented with the models? And so we tested it out. We pulled the report together in 2.5 weeks. That includes all the reviews throughout the collaboration with South by Southwest and the editorial process, and we published a report within, I think, almost 4 weeks?
Yep.
Was it 3.5 weeks?
Less than.
So people ask a lot of times, okay, so get into the specifics. What did you do? So there are a lot of large language models out there. What we have in our process is different sets of capabilities for the creative process. So we had a model that helped us digest some of the notes that we were taking in the sessions. So we had individuals participating in north, I think, of 300 sessions. We took notes. The AI helped us process the notes, discern themes that then we discussed as teams of individuals to distill some of the thematics. And once we had the themes, then we ran an adversarial model to say, what elements have we missed in this type of analysis? And then we had a red team and a blue team model basically try to think of all the scenarios that we could write out in terms of the report, and then things that we could enhance. And then in the editorial process, we did do some of the, I'd say, fact-checking. So we had manual fact-checking as well as the AI fact-checking other models, which was fascinating from an A/B testing, because you can then start to see human discernment, taste, and the elements that the South by team brought that really changed the way that the report was actually assembled in the end.
Yeah, so you were using both the human element of having people still collecting their thoughts and understandings of the sessions and the themes, but then utilizing AI to help maybe make them a more cohesive story, bring the elements from what South by Southwest wants to make sure are part of the report. So could you share maybe a little bit, Katie, from your team's perspective, what was it like being able to see these findings coming out, you know, in a third of the time from the year prior, and were there some big ahas for you in that?
I think the biggest piece is we need to move more quickly because technology is changing so quickly. And there are things that we talked about in March that have already changed now. And if we were to continue putting this report out 3 months, 4 months in, we were not capitalizing on that momentum. And it was really important to capture the moment and be able to return that moment as quickly as possible. And, you know, frankly, if we were still turning that around in 4 months, I don't know that the benefit would still be there. And so when PwC came to us and we were talking about timeline, they were like, we're going to have a report for you to review in a week. And wow. I wanted to sleep. And so we got a chance to really amp up that timeline, which was so important for our community, for telling the narrative of what South by Southwest was in 2026. And it's something that, frankly, with just humans creating the report would never have been possible, or we would have needed 10 times the team.
And I want to dive into the report in a moment, but George, I'm curious from your team's perspective, knowing that, you know, AI was maybe now doing, quote unquote, a component of the work that they would typically do. What was the sentiment for your team in knowing that they would have this tool to help accelerate the process?
So the first piece that I think is very important is the LLMs, and we're talking about generative AI because AI has broad applications, right? It's very easy to forget that you actually need to apply thinking, because what it produces, even with minimal prompting, seems a lot of times credible because it is presented in such a way that it is almost matter of fact. And so what we had to really apply ourselves, and the discipline was to not necessarily take what it produced as dogma, but add the typical discernment and the thinking and really the distillment of the essence of what it is that we wanted to drive. What is important is the South by Southwest team always curates the content, and so part of the collaboration starts way before the conference actually takes place. So we are very specific in terms of the sessions that we attend. There's always a meaning to them. They have to be connected, and they have to actually go back to the core values that the South by conference has. And so bringing all those elements, we needed the humans to actually drive that aspect.
Sure.
But we needed the raw computational power of being able to, synthesize the insights from, 300 different, think of it, conversations at the same time.
Yeah, so it really wasn't humans versus AI, but humans directing AI. And I think this is kind of a great segue into the actual report that you all put together, where one of the most powerful lines was workforce is not resistant to change, they just need a greater trust in leadership, right? So George, from your perspective, why do you think trust is becoming such a defining kind of issue or component to AI adoption?
What's interesting that I see, and I sit in a lot of boardrooms as well as executive discussions, is the executives have an understanding of AI, but not necessarily from the ground up. And so what we saw and we heard very clearly in the sessions is that mandates that come from the top that are not grounded in context, are not grounded in the why does it matter, and they're all focused on usage, or fear for individuals' job security, they don't tend to be well adopted. And so, if you want to build trust, you have to provide context. You have to provide that psychological safety. And so a lot of the executive teams now are going through discussions. Finally, change management is actually a high up topic in the priorities of organizations to really understand how to do this properly and not just measure usage for the sake of usage.
Katie, how would you see that?
I think it's exactly this. You need to show your innate knowledge of a tool that you're asking your entire organization to adopt. And there is a lot of fear existing around what AI is and what it can and can't do. And leaders who don't deeply understand what they're asking of their teams are not getting that return that we are seeing AI be so helpful with, and really need to build that trust within their teams and then with the tools that they're using.
Yeah, because people, at the end of the day, it's not necessarily AI that they're afraid of. They're afraid of losing value or being seen potentially as replaceable in their jobs or potentially left behind. So this trust is something that can be a bridge for transformation and reducing the fear associated with those things. So another one of the insights from this report was that the augmented human is accelerating, but equitable access is not. That's insight number 6 for anyone who has that open on your device. So Katie, what signals kind of showed you that this shift was happening through this recent South by Southwest?
So most of these augmented human pieces started as biomedical designs for medical necessity. And that's where we see a lot of technological innovation starts out of a necessity and it moves into the consumer space. So we've been talking about Neuralink for years and this kind of physical exoskeleton that now exists and can be brain powered. And so that's where the conversation started. And as the technology got better, that's where we're seeing it kind of creep into the consumer space. But we're still a little far out from that, and the biggest piece of it is access and the ability to, frankly, afford some of these technologies and integrate them. So most of the workforce is not physically augmented right now, but that's where we're going in 5 and 10 years. And South by is a place where we like to see what's the future look like on the horizon, and that's where we're headed and what we need to prepare for and be ready for as our employees start to kind of take that consumer leap in it, and how are we as organizations embracing that change.
Yeah. And George, I'd ask you kind of the same question, kind of what are you seeing with your work, both with South by Southwest, but with some of your other clients in this space?
Look, I think a lot of folks even today have talked about the rate of technology's evolution is accelerating. I think we're going to reach a point where we as humans are not able to, I don't want to say comprehend, but we're not going to be able to follow the technology step change. And I think culturally that's going to be something that we need to really put on the table and discuss at government, country level, not necessarily in the business community. What I see happening as I kind of step a little bit back with the enhancement part is a fear that you're going to miss out. And we're going to start to see that the more this type of technology becomes available, that individuals are going to actually take the plunge because they don't want to be seen as either left behind or not necessarily being able to follow where the pack is going to go. And I think that's going to happen fast. I think you said 5 to 10 years. I think we're in that range right now. If you asked someone 2 or 3 years ago, they would have told you 20 to 30 years. Yeah. So that's, I think, something to keep in mind. All this is evolving. No one has a crystal ball. If they tell you they know what they, they know, they don't. I certainly don't. I study a lot, and I think that's one thing we can all do is immerse ourselves into getting to know about the technology that is out there, what is coming, how does that impact our work, and really be stewards of our work. I think value is something that people have innately in them, and I think as we learn how to coexist with a technology that is as intelligent, we're going to actually get better.
No, that's great. And it kind of leads into my next question is, what is some advice or takeaways that each of you have for the audience when you're thinking about how to kind of move into this parallel path with technology?
It's a great question. You really need to be an adopter yourself and understand both what it can and can't do. Where is your team really leading the charge? And then to your point, you can synthesize data, you can enhance your work a lot, but what are you asking your team to do? And understand the capabilities of the technologies that you're adding to your stack, because if you don't fully understand that, you're not leading your teams in the right way to really capitalize on that and thus get the benefits back to your organization.
Don't lose your curiosity. I think that's probably the one thing I tell. I have two children, they're 14 and 16, and they're growing up in a very different environment than I did, than most of us actually did. And so it's important to be curious, to try to learn, to be open to possibilities. And I think as I look further into the future, I tend to be an optimist by nature. I believe we're going to find ways to harmonize and balance. Until then, I think we all need to kind of brace for the change that's coming, and I'd say be open-minded.
So learning, curiosity, open-mindedness, what other elements need to stay innately human?
Humans are at the center of final decision-making, of really fine-tuning these pieces. George said it with the report as well. You can't just innately trust what an AI model is putting out, and that kind of discernment of what is real and what is true, at least currently, is what needs to stay human. So much of South by Southwest is the curation, and that piece is something that we believe has to be human. The human model has to exist in that. And creativity is just not able to be replicated by AI in the way that humans are. So I think those are the pieces we're looking at right now that remain human.
Yeah, there was a quote, and I'm usually good with remembering who said it at South by, but they said, you cannot automate mattering. And I actually think that is very important. Taste is going to be something that you're going to hear a lot, especially in the creative entertainment communities. I think the AI capabilities are going to be pushing the boundaries, but I think taste is going to be something that's innately human, and I don't see that changing in the short term.
Yeah, great. Well, I think today's conversation made something very clear. The future of work is not simply about automating humans. It's about deciding very intentionally what should be automated, what should be augmented, and what should remain deeply, innately human. So please join me in thanking Katie and George for this conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for your participation this morning. Please make your way to your selected breakout workshop. For this AI and Work Data Dive workshop, welcome to the stage Martin Serrano, Product Director of Skills and Labor Markets at QS.
Okay. Well, hi, everyone. This is just such a lovely room. I have an architecture background, so it's just very nice to be in a space like this. But now, for the next kind of 20, 25 minutes, what I want to bring you all to see is a bit of how do we take labor market data and actually start taking action. I think a lot of the conversations we've been hearing today and throughout the day has been, well, what's AI going to do? What's going to happen? And I think really what we need to start figuring out is, well, how do we start measuring the impact? How do we start measuring what is happening to be able to take actions on it? So I want to start with, I think, one of the stark and the only kind of bad remark of today's conversation, which is we dove into our data and we started to look at what happens with actually university graduates in the US. And we analyzed about 30 million graduates and found that close to 50% of them actually end up either out of a job or underemployed just a year after graduation. And this is, if we compare it, it will be roughly the same size as the labor force of the state of Texas. So it's a very significant amount. And this is one of the things we need to start changing. It's not just higher education, but overall our workforce pipeline. So very quickly, what you're going to see today is you're going to see data across 800 million job postings, 340 million alumni career profiles, close to 500,000 student surveys, and about 250,000 university curriculum. And I think that the interesting thing is these data is going to be compared across different nations. So you can actually see what's being done elsewhere and what is it that we could do over here. So to start, let's start by comparing and understanding what does the workforce look like across 9 different economies. And I think this is the critical starting point. The decisions that we make as a state, for example, an AI state decision in California versus India, bringing in a national initiative on AI is going to be very, very different because the starting points are very different. Just a very quick comparison, if we see there, the US, we're looking at about 170 million jobs specifically, and our labor force looks very different from, for example, the UK, which has a bit of a bigger health sector. But then if we dive and compare it to India, as we said, it's drastically different. They're starting with roughly 40% or more of their workforce working in agriculture. So here's where we're going to start making decisions of really what's the impact of AI? How are we going to change our programs in it? So let's start diving a bit more into the US. And I think the critical point that comes today to mind is that most of the AI impact that we're discussing, it's not really just going to impact tech. And actually, the biggest impact on the workforce, as you're going to see, is not in tech. But it's actually how is AI going to be plugged into the business, the consumer sector? What about healthcare and education? And here's where we can actually impact a lot more of our population and where we can start actually placing our strategic bets, and I think more importantly, operating these. And how do we actually keep track of the impact that is coming from it? But now, let's compare it, as we said, to a different starting point. For example, Kazakhstan, which we're going to dive in as well. And here, the starting point is very different. Here we have essentially a small state in the US that wants to become an AI-first economy by 2030. But again, their starting point, the leverage that they can plug into different sectors, looks very, very different. And as we've been having this conversation today, something that I've been lacking to hear is actually, well, what is it that we're working with right now? If we're in a company, for example, well, what are our data systems right now? And why is it so difficult for us to get AI to actually be used, to actually show the productivity? Because we haven't taken really a good look internally to see what is our starting point in documenting it. So now, let me bring you something a bit closer to home for me. I'm visiting from London right now. And in June last year, the UK published their industrial strategy. Essentially, their starting point was, you know what, we clearly cannot win in everything, so we need to focus on what we think we can do right and what we can track, actually, to bring us to 2030 and make a change. And they have set out 8 key industries to focus on. For example, digital technology, clean energy, creative industries, defense, advanced manufacturing, financial services, life sciences, and professional business services. And I think this is, as we mentioned, the starting point. We should all take a look and start defining what is our clear strategy. Then what we did is we started modeling our data and working with a university, the University of York, and then a public policy partner called Public First, to understand, well, what's the impact that AI can happen in the UK economy across these 8 industries. And what we found is that by 2030, we could more than triple the GDP growth of the UK if we play it right. This is a 490 billion growth in pounds in the UK economy, about 620 billion American dollars. But there's a condition on these, and these can only happen if the UK plays their talent pipelines right. If we reskill the right workers for the right jobs, if we upskill the right young talent to supply the right jobs. And again, I think that is the key of the discussion today. Kazakhstan, on the other hand, as we mentioned, they are establishing 11 key industries to transform their country into an AI-first economy. There are some similarities, which is very interesting to see. Very different countries again, a lot of them overlap. But there's also some big differences, and as we said, their starting point looks dramatically different. But I think the action plan is the same. Pick and make specific bets onto your strategies, your sectors, start measuring them, and then create the right talent pipelines for it. And I think that is the critical point of the US and actually the States in here as well. Can we actually define what are our key starting points from Florida to different states and start plugging the right levers? So now let's start diving into specific occupations. So now that we have defined, for example, the sectors, one of the interesting things is we usually get a bit frustrated thinking that we have to now change the whole labor force. And what we started doing was actually mapping to each one of these sectors, what are the key occupations that we need to start transforming first? Then what's the key talent that we need to upskill? And what we found was actually very interesting. It's not that big of a starting point. You see across the 8 sectors in bright blue, across high and very high, it's not a significant number of occupations that these sectors rely on in the most critical sense. But actually in defense, for example, we're looking at just around 101 occupations. But I think even more importantly, when we start looking at comparing all of these sectors, is that we find there's a lot of occupations that impact more than one sector. And these become our critical talent potential bottlenecks for our economies. A lot of times we've been looking at sectors and we really work with them independently. There are initiatives for technology, for example, healthcare or clean energy, but actually the data scientists, for example, working across all of these, are coming from our same talent pipelines, or we could actually upskill the same potential workforce to supply them. So this is the first time that we're actually seeing nations starting to look comprehensively at how sectors interact with each other, how occupations actually connect across these different areas. To put it in perspective, in the UK, if you focus on the middle bars, there's 635 occupations that are going to be shared across more than one sector. And these became the starting point, our focus of really understanding what are these potential bottlenecks, what's the current supply of talent from them, and how can we start changing, but also making sure that the skills they are developing are the right ones that industry is looking for, so we don't end up with the problem that we saw at the beginning of almost half of graduates not getting jobs. And I know this might be a bit controversial, but what we found was that 80% of these key roles actually needed a bachelor's degree as the starting point. We all know in the room that degrees are losing a bit of credibility. But I think that is a fixable thing. I think we have a lot of universities in the room that we can actually work with to change that. But also, I think it opens up the opportunity of how is it that we start working outside of it and create other pathways into these roles that probably are going to look at alternative credentials. But I think if we focus on the yellow part, clearly there is a big opportunity and we need to work closer together. This is a system. Our education pipelines need to be plugged into what industry looks like and to our national or state strategies for us to be able to act on it. And now AI come into the picture. So I'm going to show you 2 key slides on the impact of AI across these occupations and across different degree levels. What we're going to be seeing is, on the left, we're going to be measuring the augmentation of AI across these occupations. And this is really looking at how can AI enhance what a human can do. On the x-axis, on the bottom, we're going to be seeing the automation exposure of these occupations, which is really what can be automated or be done essentially by technology better than a human. Where we want to be is in the best scenario on the top right. We want to be augmented in the most possible way and automate the skills that should just be done and freed by technology. What we want to avoid and what we want to actually tackle also from a workforce standpoint is anybody that would be on the bottom left quadrant. But actually, I think the opportunity here that we found is that in the US, in the UK, about 50% of the workforce will be at risk of being augmented by AI and 75% of being automated by AI. But I think the bigger opportunity is 75% of it can be augmented. So I think we're going to be changing the narrative that AI is going to be taking jobs into AI can actually empower us to do our jobs much better. And that's actually what the data is showing. So for example, when we started comparing all the different degrees and qualifications across it, we can start placing those same 9 squares and figuring out, well, where do most of these jobs land? As you can see, for example, if we focus on the bottom part, bachelor's, master's, and doctorates, they're really following the opportunity to be augmented by AI significantly. This is going to put greater pressure on our education systems to make sure that they're delivering these right skills. When we look at no degree or kind of the high school diploma side, what we're seeing is actually the need to push these roles to start getting benefits from AI. Right now, not all of them are going to be automated. Not all of them are going to be augmented. So the risk that we have is for a greater gap between roles that require AI and those that not. And that's where, again, we need to start plugging and working together to fix it. But as we start diving down into specific occupations and programs specifically in education, I want to bring you back to the UK example. We're going to be focusing just on the digital and technology sector. And what we started doing was looking at, well, what are the biggest opportunities here? What's the greatest volume of workers, and what are the fastest growing occupations? And we really narrowed in specifically looking into AI. So one example of what data shows is when we're looking at the AI transformation, the great majority of current volume of jobs is falling in data scientist roles, machine learning engineer. It's not really just the AI strategist roles or prompt engineers, as it was very common about 2 years ago. And then when we start looking at the growing opportunities, not yet capturing a huge opportunity for graduates, for example, to go into, but here's where we start seeing AI strategists, but also, for example, MLOps coming in. What this is giving us is, for the first time, data to be able to understand granularly what are the jobs that we need to start supplying. How can we create demand and supply immediately that can be placed right now, and what's going to be happening a few years from now. So as we work with different education providers, higher education, TVET, and so forth, we follow the same approach, which is how do we operationalize these data? And it's not a philosophical or an academic approach, but it's really understanding what industry is looking for. And the first step, I know it's probably a bit small because I can't even read it, but we start with the job market analysis, really understanding what are the occupations that have great demand right now, and what are the ones that are coming. The next thing is we can actually start defining very clear programs and what are the occupation outcomes that these should achieve. With the data that we have, we can then break the skills that each one of these jobs are looking for. And lastly, we can combine these into what our academic side typically works with, which are learning outcomes, learning objectives. But this is all starting from what industry is looking for and where our initiatives are pushing us to come, and creating a systematic way to bring data into our decisions. And I want to show you why this is extremely important. We took, as I said, about 283,000 syllabus in the US business schools. And we compared that against industry needs. Specifically, for example, in business analytics, which is one of the fastest growing programs, we started looking at, well, what are the tools, the skills being taught to students across business analytics? And what we found is that about 40% of university programs were teaching Excel. That's the main tool for it. But there were these very few programs, 94, 100 of them, that were teaching SQL, Python, and Power BI. And our initial guess was, well, are they crazy? Or what do they know that we all don't? And actually, it seems like they are doing a fantastic job, because when we started looking at then what companies are requiring, then you see the picture of what their ideal training scenario would look like. And we see that these very few programs are actually plugging in a systemic way. They're being able to actually bring these data to change quickly. So again, what we're going to be looking for is how can we work together to use the same data sets to create a systematic loop that reinforces each other to make better decisions. Because right now, we're not satisfying these, and this is where we're failing our current talent pipelines. But these cannot just stop at the decision makers. I think the next step that we're seeing Kazakhstan and all of these governments bring in is giving these data to the individual as well, and allowing them to have a personalized loop. And this is essentially how it looks like is, how can you then allow an individual to understand how the job market is changing? How is it relevant for them? I think one of the key struggles that we've seen with AI in particular is we're making it available to our, let's say, 5,000 employees. But we see that only 5% of them are really using it. This is probably because only those 5% understood how it applies to them. How can they leverage it for their everyday jobs? So here's where the data comes in. How can we help them explore the pathways, understand the skills, and how is it relevant for them? How is AI going to be helping you either achieve the job that you want or use it to upskill and retain the one that you currently have? And then how can we connect them to the right upskilling opportunity, program, course, certification, whatever it is. And for this feedback loop to be continuous, because time and time again, what we're seeing is that these data is evolving so fast that we need to allow each individual to be able to make their own decisions at their own time. And I want to show you what happens when this gets done and what's the impact that we've seen. On the one side, very quickly, a case study with a university, University of Waterloo in Canada, one of the most famous kind of STEM institutions there. When we were able to give the data to the students, what we found is that they were able to increase by more than twofold, or 110%, the opportunities in terms of jobs that they were looking at. So for the first time, they were able to double what opportunities they see that align to their program. They were using data to make decisions of what's the next job that I could take, not just relying on what career advisors or their parents had told them, because actually the data shows that there's much more opportunity over there. At the same time, they were for the first time understanding what are employers looking for, and what's the language they're using for these. How can I show what I've learned or what I've applied in an internship to show them the value? And that's where we see actually that 91% of students finding skills that employers are looking for. But I think what was even more interesting was an increase in their understanding and the identification of human skills, which I know a lot of times are coming back into the picture as we're trying to survive technology taking our jobs. But it shows that actually with technology we can empower humans, students, to identify the value of the human skills themselves, because every job is going to require them. But now let's take a look at more of a workforce scenario. We're working with the city of Bogota in Colombia, and very interestingly, they've realized that for them to continue growing, they need to empower their younger population. And these came up into a free program that they developed. They used One Mentor, one of our tools, to be able to give the data to individuals. In the first 2 weeks, their objective was to get about 4,000 young people between the ages of 18 to 25 to come in, create their profile, start understanding their data, and then connect themselves to courses for upskilling. But what we found is that in those same 2 weeks, we got about 12,000 students coming in. So we more than tripled their objective. And this is because the demand is there. I think we're all feeling the pressure of things are changing very fast, but we don't know what to do and how to do it. And we found that 77% of the people that came in were of that target audience. But there was also significant people using this tool that were older. So it shows that actually if we give this data to our workforce, they're going to be making decisions and their behavior is going to change. So this finally brings us to the loop that we're pushing for in this new AI reality. And the first thing that we need to do is to use data to understand and analyze the labor market. From these, we need to be able to make strategic decisions of what are the sector bets that we're going to place. And we need to be very honest about them, and we need to commit to them. Then we're going to be looking at how do we design the right programs for upskilling or reskilling. And we need to make sure that then we're going to be able to connect these to the individuals, to create the right pipeline and the right loops. And lastly, to allow them to be able to deliver that skills-ready talent and plug into the labor force. And this needs to be continuously happening. I remember when we first started working with Purdue University and they brought in the first semiconductor program in the US, no students signed up for it. None of them. Companies were expecting it to be overfilled. But students never understood, actually, what does semiconductor look like? What does a career there look like? So again, how do we start plugging these data across our systems to be able to actually drive change and to measure it continuously? And with that, I will be more than happy to connect with any of you to keep talking. And thank you so much for having me on stage today.
Enjoy a lunch break on Digital Main Street next door in the briefing center. We look forward to seeing you back in the Great Hall soon. Please take your seats. The programming will resume momentarily.
And this is Joseph Davis back on our digital Main Street, now joined by Peter Beard, Stacy Ng. Thank you both for joining us for a few minutes. In the spirit of innovation, so Peter, I want to talk a little bit about an innovation we've been working on here at the Chamber Foundation, skill savings accounts. So if you could, maybe tell us a little bit about the what, and then I kind of want to get into the why.
Okay, so if you think about the skill savings account as an account similar to an FSA or HSA, but to help finance skills. So it's designed to ensure that an employer can provide a contribution tax-free, so it doesn't show up as income for the employee, but an employee could contribute to the account as well, tax-free. And the idea would be, once there's funding in the account, the employee could then choose what kind of skills program would be helpful for them to get to that next level, either in the company or potentially reskill into a different role. And then really, how do they share their learnings and new skills with themselves in a skills wallet, but also with the employer. So the idea really is to have a different way of financing skills training.
So thinking about that, I guess it's simple, but I guess it's a complex question. What's the big challenge we're trying to address?
Well, I think one of the challenges is education assistance is generally provided by large corporations. It's not really accessible by small and mid-sized businesses. So this is intended to be a turnkey education benefit that an employer that has 10, 20, 50 employees could offer to their employees, and it is a shared commitment between them. But at the same point, when you think about the challenge we confront in today's economy, we have 170 million workers in the U.S. workforce. A significant portion of them have to be upskilling and reskilling at a very different pace than we've ever experienced before. And the question is, how do we do it at scale with financing that supports them?
Now, Stacy, from a corporate learning perspective, thinking about SSAs, is this the next thing? Like, could this be the next big step in terms of skills and workforce development?
I definitely think that this is a very innovative idea, kind of like what Peter was saying. Historically, we always have educational assistance program, and as large enterprises, that's limited to degree program for 2 to 4 years of university. It's also only a small number of our workforce take advantage of that because there's a lot of administration approval process. As you think about the current economy and how we need to upskill our workforce in this very fast pace, careers are also changing as well. So we need a way to be able to upskill our employees very fast, looking at non-degree programs, certifications, smaller training programs, partnering with different vendors in terms of providing those resources available to our employees in these short content that will last probably 2 to 6 weeks of certifications. That's very different from our traditional way of offering learning. So I think this is a way for us to be able to democratize that, make it available to more of our workforce to take advantage of skill building, and also for us to be able to respond much quickly, to be able to provide training and upskilling efforts to our workforce at a very fast pace.
Okay, now here's the tough question. What excites you about SSAs, the concept of SSAs, and also thinking long term?
Yeah, I think what excites me about this is that this gives us another tool from an employer's perspective to continue to invest in our workforce and to respond very quickly to the changing needs of how we upskill, reskill, and redeploy our workforce in a fast pace. So I think it provides much flexible opportunity for us to invest in our development of our workforce. Also, from an employee's perspective, if this is similar to the FSA or HSA, it actually is something that they can carry with them so that they are not limited to one employer. They can carry the amount to be able to upskill in other career pathways as they transfer from career to career or employer to employer. So it provides much more flexibility from a large enterprise perspective, but also for employees, for them to be able to own and have agency in their own development.
Stacy, thank you so much. Peter? Thank you also. And I want to make a quick note. So our president, Mike Carney, teased it a little bit at the onset that we'd have a special guest joining us. So this guest that'll be joining us a little bit later, it's a very thoughtful public servant and announced late last year that he had terminal cancer. Now, he's spoken pointedly about humanity in the age of AI. So Senator Ben Sasse will join us a little bit later today, so you'll want to stick around to hear what he has to say.
Welcome to the stage Chris Ott from AWS Academy, Cynthia Perera from National Applied AI Consortium, and George Tang from Viacela, in conversation with Jaimie Francis from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation.
Good afternoon. Okay, we're going to do it one more time. I'm that old teacher. Good afternoon. Oh, so much better. See, we're that post-lunch vibe that I want to try to get us over that hump, and we've got a fantastic group of folks to help us do that. I'm Jaimie Francis, Vice President here at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation, and I am thrilled to speak with my colleagues on stage for our next session on opportunity mapping, thinking about new skills requirements and job roles. Something that we're really excited to dive into as part of this conversation that keeps coming up again and again at an AI conference is we keep focusing in on that human element. And I find that really encouraging in terms of the direction that the field is going on. Because if we think about attention that we often deal with when we're talking about skills, is we sometimes lose that human element. But this group of folks has a great connectivity of thinking, how do we ensure that people are still at the center of this shift and making sure that they can be equipped with the skills and the experiences that are going to help them be successful. So one of those things that really continues to be a tension around skills is we're trying to focus in on what can a person actually do as opposed to the credential that they carry or where they received that credential from. And these folks have been able to tap into how do we really make sure skills are allowing for people to be successful, to be able to achieve economic mobility and be informed by industry in ways that will help them get employed and advance in their careers. So I'm super excited to dive into conversation with my colleagues, Chris Ott from AWS Academy, Cynthia Perera from National Applied AI Consortium, and George Tang from Viacela. These folks have fantastic experiences, and we're going to make sure that you all walk away with some actionable next steps and some lessons learned based on the experiences that they've had as we focus on this concept of skills while also connecting to humans. So the first question that I have for these folks is really just to introduce themselves, talk a little bit about their organizations and the work that they do at those organizations. And one thing that I want them to include is what is a shift that they or their organizations have had to make when they think about their approach to training and skills. So Chris, we're going to start with you.
All right, thank you very much. So Chris Ott, I'm the head of AWS Academy. We are a program within AWS that creates content and curriculum for colleges and universities around the world. We have about 7,000 higher ed institutions we partner with currently. Last year we taught 1.3 million classes, and we have about 10,000, 11,000 educators we work with. So the goal of our program is to partner with higher ed to kind of close the skills gap. And I think to your question on what changed for us was I've been in this role, I've been with Amazon about 12 years, I've been in this role about a year and a half. It was the skills gap that we saw coming out of college students, and the unemployment rate for college students I think really fundamentally changed how we perceived our program, because we've always existed, we've been around 9 years, and it's always existed as this way to work with industry to work with higher ed to prepare students, but that gap was just getting faster and faster. And so I think that's kind of changed how we're thinking about the speed at which we do everything.
That's great, thanks Chris. Cynthia, please.
Great. So with the consortium, when it came together, it was founded by 3 of the leading colleges in the nation when the AI program started developing, and that is Miami-Dade College, Maricopa Community College, and Houston City College. One thing that they observed when their AI program started to come out was that everyone was asking, how did you get started? Where do you get started? And then they realized that they needed to become a national model, is to come together to build an opportunity for colleges across the entire nation to collaborate, to not isolate themselves and become competitors, but instead build something that others can grow from, and those lessons learned that they went through. And with that, my partner over here, AWS, actually, our main focus is to be involved with industry. So right now, if you get onto our website, you will see that we have an info session free for all faculty across the nation with AWS. And it is to get them connected with industry-aligned curriculum, professional development, and all free of charge. We also offer a mentorship program that we make sure that we're aligning their AI program with their local industry. So looking at their region, what it is that the demand in that area is, so that the students, once they come out of their institutions, they're actually AI workforce ready. So, oh, and then what made us shift gears? Yeah. So that's an easy one. AI is constantly changing. We've only been around for 18 months, and in that short period of time, we've realized that we have to be very fluid. We're constantly having to change what it is that we're presenting to faculty. We're trying to make sure that we're innovative, reaching industry and saying, what is new? And part of our consortium is the business industry leadership team, and they're really the ones driving our curriculum. So we released our knowledge, skills, and abilities back September 2025, and we've already updated that, and it's going to be released next month. So, yes.
I'm going to want to come back around to that idea of just how quickly things are moving for the perspective of how educators can adapt fast. So thank you for bringing that up. George, please.
Thanks, Jaimie, and glad to be in the coveted post-lunch panel spot. Viacela is a learner-centered, career-connected platform that was built during the time of the AI boom, and so we're an AI-native platform. So for us, we realized that the only constant for our individuals is change, but the constant for them is who they are, what they care about. And so Viacela helps individuals first understand who they are, what they care about, and what their passions are. And then based on those insights, we then enable them to explore their curiosities, build relationships and social capital, and gain momentum to be able to pursue the path that they feel is best aligned to who they are and what they care about. And so from the get-go, we knew that we had to find a solution from an individual's perspective because all of the environment around them was changing at such a rapid and quick pace. And so the way that we do that is by asking individuals to share their honest and authentic reflections to questions about what motivates them, what inspires them, what are the things that they perceive themselves to be. And based on their self-reflections, we're able to build a mind's profile, an understanding of an individual's motivations, their interests, their needs, and their durable skills. Using that same set of insights, we help an individual gain clarity about the direction of where they want to go. We help them build confidence to be able to engage and connect with humans, and then provide resources that allow them to build that momentum that we think is really important as they're thinking about which path to pursue, so that they can dip their toes in the water and know if it's too hot, too cold, or just right. And when it's just right, we want them to launch and get to the destination that they want to reach.
I love that, and it definitely reminds me of some of the work that the Gates Commission on Purposeful Pathways has been doing, trying to make sure that the business community and other stakeholders are equipped with the tools and understanding the enabling conditions and best practices to make sure that we're setting young people up for success so that they can find that economic mobility that we want them to, but that they are also being true to themselves, which should give them a little bit more agility since things are happening so quickly and changing so quickly on the workforce side. But I kind of pulling on that thread that you started to go down that path, Cynthia, when we're thinking about the work that you're doing to try to equip educators with the curriculum and the resources so that they can integrate AI into what they present to students, what has their receptivity been like to that need to be agile and constantly kind of shifting?
So I think that we've shifted from resistance to acceptance. I definitely see that they're much more receptive to now being AI ready themselves. Mm-hmm. So one thing that we can't expect institutions and educators to have our students be AI workforce ready when they are not themselves. Mm-hmm. So we have been making sure that with feedback from them, and one of the shifts that we've definitely been making now is moving into more AI fluency. So it's not just about knowing AI. Yes, this is AI. Yeah, if I put in a prompt into ChatGPT, this is it. No, it's actually knowing how to use the tools, embed the tools into your current systems, how to make good workflows, how to interpret the data that everything is providing you. So far, and one thing that I will tell you, we have so much demand that at this moment, we don't have the capacity to continue or to grow at the rate that they need. Mm-hmm. We easily put out one training that can maybe have capacity to 100 to 200 faculty, where easily we're getting 500 applications. Mm-hmm. So that only goes to speak for itself on the need that's out there and the want.
So Chris, how could we tap into some of the experiences of AWS Academy to reach the scale that's necessary to reach this moment?
Yeah, and I think what Cynthia said about the resistance to acceptance is, we see that right now too. And I think in educators, AI is changing every field, and it's changing education and how educators teach and work with students. And I think this, understanding how educators are now need to be hands-on. They need to be users and deployers of AI themselves. And I think what AWS Academy does is we have the benefit of not just responding to the market. We help create it and define it, and so that's an advantage. And I think there's other programs like AWS Academy out there with industry and education, and I think these are becoming really critical where we are now because of how fast the curriculum needs to move now and how quickly our educators need to be onboarded into that training. So I think for me the lesson is working, the partnerships with education, higher ed, and industry is the way we're going to kind of get faster at this. That's the way we will accelerate the AI movement by closing that closed loop circle of educators to industry to businesses and kind of listening to all that feedback.
Sorry, and one more thing. I think another shift is that we're taking away that AI is only for computer science majors. Right. This is going across the board. This is touching every industry, and we need to make sure that we're preparing faculty from all discipline areas.
I think that's such an important, we've changed how we talk about this. This kind of goes to your first question. We used to say tech, right? We used to say tech students, and then it was tech adjacent. But now it's just everybody. There isn't a career field that's immune to this, so everyone needs to be ready.
Yeah, it's definitely pervasive, and I'm so glad that you all are touching on this idea, this concept of coordination, collaboration, getting folks around the table and making sure that industry has not just a voice, but a leading voice to help direct the direction that we need to go in, to ensure that we're actually preparing students for the jobs of today and tomorrow versus the jobs of yesterday. So I'd love to tap into that a little bit more in terms of what your experiences have been. And George, I know that there's several school districts that you've been working with through Viacela to make sure that they have access to the tools and bring students the Minds profile into making sure that they're prepared for the work of today and tomorrow. Would love to know from you all if folks in the room are wrestling, or their communities maybe have not gotten as far as they would like in achieving that coordination, that collaboration between education and industry. What advice do you have for them to make for successful partnerships?
I think a lot about the vested interests of communities. and having worked together with regions both in Texas and across the country with the Strive Together community of entities, the U.S. Chamber and its local affiliates, the United Way and their groups, the ability to be able to find the common North Star of how do we help to ensure that every individual in our community can live a fulfilling and prosperous life is the starting point. And I think once you can end up building that table of partners from the education side to the community-based organizations that are supporting individuals to the workforce providers and employers that are in the community, finding that common table is one of the most critical aspects. And I know you all do a fantastic job with the talent pipeline management work. And things like that are such good grounding elements to be able to ensure that there is a common vision in which we're marching towards. And to me, that's one of the most critical aspects of this work that we talk about nationally, but so often this work happens in a region, in a community, with the vested partners that are in that area.
I did not pay him to say anything about talent pipeline management, but I do appreciate the just the acknowledgement that we always want folks to know you don't have to start from scratch. There are so many different great examples, and implementation of one framework for employer engagement might look very, very different from another version, but you never have to start from scratch. And folks like those that are on this stage are excellent people to turn to say, okay, well, what can partnership look like, and what can we learn from you? So any other thoughts from you, Chris or Cynthia, on elements for a successful partnership?
I think it's the listening to the customers for us, listening to your customers. And we look at higher ed institutions, educators as our customers. And I think for them, the learners are their customers, right? And so there's this work stream that goes all the way down to these learners. And I think as long as all these pieces are communicating and working in collaboration, that's that partnership. It's not just one singular partner. It's kind of a whole ecosystem that needs to work together.
And I didn't pay Chris to say that. We fundamentally believe that at the end of the day, it gets back to the individual. And the more that you understand and listen to the needs and the interests of your learners, the more you can design and build solutions, not for them, but with them. And so for us, having a student advisory board that helps to shape the development and the solution, development of the solution is such a core component. So thanks, Chris, for that.
Oh, well, just give me the $20 later, please.
Exactly. Well, again, we keep coming back. This is a conversation about skills, but we keep coming back to the people aspect. And as things are happening so fast, like trust is that 5-letter word that keeps coming up again and again, in addition to the people aspect. So coming back to as things are happening so quickly in terms of the need for shifts in how we go about with skills training, coming back to those relationships, to the people element to really drive the work forward, I think is really critical, and you guys are excellent examples of that. But getting us back on the kind of the skills training element, what's one challenge or assumption that's out there about skills training right now that needs to shift, that needs to change? Anybody can go first.
I think for me, it's this idea that's like it's a supply problem, right? There's millions of people being trained in roles, but those roles are becoming irrelevant when they graduate. So it's not a supply problem. It's not that we're not training enough people. It's that we're not training them in the tools of today and tomorrow. And so I think it's closing that gap, and that's where that partnership with industries and education and enterprise, that we need to just be focusing on the tools of tomorrow and not yesterday, and ensuring that curriculum moves at the speed of technology, and which is speeding up so quickly now. But yeah, there's enough people being trained, they're just not being trained in skills that are relevant tomorrow.
Yeah.
And to kind of touch on that, so I think that where education is going to have to make a shift is that we cannot continue to move in the traditional higher education timeline. By the time that we've developed and approved a program, it's outdated.
Yeah.
So we need to make sure that we're having the collaborations, we're having the partnerships with industry and local industry, and they're the ones really driving the curriculum, what it is that the students need to be prepared for when they go out into the workforce and have a clear path or pipeline to employment. So I think that where we need to start shifting gears is recognizing that industry has to have a bigger role in the conversations. They need to co-build these with education, the curriculum, not expect education to have to figure it out or know what they need to do when AI is already in the workforce. They're the ones that are going to know what we need to do.
Yeah, and George, I definitely want to pull you into this, but Cynthia, just to stick with you for 1 minute, like especially thinking about traditional higher education and accreditation and so many of the steps that have to be taken for like real systems change to occur, how do we start to plant that seed so that we can try to achieve more acceleration?
So one of the things that we were able to create is a National Applied AI Associates Knowledge, Skills, and Abilities. And we can use that as one foundation to help guide these institutions on what industry is letting us know that they need within this curriculum. So one is that. Secondly is be a little more agile, making sure that we're implementing use cases into our classrooms, since we know that it is going to be changing and technology will be evolving. So things like that, as well as bringing in the key stakeholders. One of the things that we make sure that our key focus in our mentorship is that when we bring in an institution, we're not just bringing in that institution, we're bringing in the entire region. Who are they bringing in? And it's not to say that they're just building an advisory committee. No, no, no. We want the key stakeholders that are going to train, that the educators are training the students to then place in the workforce. So working with their local industry. So those are some of the things that at the consortium we're trying to, power through.
Yeah.
And I go back to the individual and I go back to the learner. And I think so often we bring these incredible resources and assets that have been assembled and think that learners will know where and when and how to access them. And the challenge that I see in this space of trying to keep our talent up to date with technology and the workforce is that we are over-indexing on content and we're under-indexing on context. And to me, the idea of understanding the learner context profile is so critical to be able to dovetail the different types of utilities, assets, resources, training, skill building opportunities that are available to them. But without an understanding of who that learner is, we're trying to apply a single solution to the middle when we know there's so much variability.
Yeah, I'll tie off on that too. I think there's content isn't a problem. It's easy to make content now, and I think for AWS Academy and where this enterprise and higher ed partnerships work is the access to the tools as well, right? And if it's easy to go into an AI system and say, teach me about AI, but if I don't get the access to the tools, it's not going to do any good. And the advantage of AI too is in education is being able to tailor it to the learner and the labs that we're able to create and the environments we're able to create with AI can tailor to a specific instance of what a learner is going to be doing and say, hey, I'm in healthcare and I need to do this, and then you can create that environment. So if you're not, just content right now doesn't solve it. It's content, it's access, and it's adapting to the learner.
I love that, and seeing that as an opportunity to then use AI to really assess where is the learner right now, and then where are those gaps.
Absolutely, and I think it gives educators an ability to really understand their lesson plans to their learners and say, you can adapt, you can identify where they're struggling, where they're weak, and intervene there, rather than just waiting at the end of the semester and seeing a grade or seeing someone struggling. It's allowing educators to move faster and adapt.
Yeah.
And then Jaimie, just to build on the question that Cynthia was answering, I think the other challenge that we need to be thinking about is modularity of content, and where and how do employers signal that a semester's worth of course credits are not necessarily the outcome that needs to be achieved in order to be skilled up and employable on day one. And to me, I think part of that evolution is something that also has to be driven by employers, because if they can start to signal that we can accept a different duration of courses or a different demonstration of competency in a specific skill that's needed today for what's going to be on the horizon tomorrow, the better off individuals will be in being able to get access to those resources, earn those credentials or skills to then get placed where they need to be.
I'm so glad you're touching on that skills demonstration piece, right? It's not just about the content that you've consumed, it's your ability to show that you now actually do have that skill set under your belt that I think is so important. I'm excited for everybody to hear more from our colleagues who are going to be talking about our employer-provided innovation challenges work, which is really focused on project-based learning and demonstrating real, durable skills, but really driven by true problems that the business community is having and allowing students to have some fun coming up with solutions. So excited for, stay tuned. But one thing that I want to kind of dive into in terms of what you all are hearing from the employers that you're working with, from the students that you work with, like George, I guess in your case, what's a skill that students are hungry for? And for you, Cynthia and Chris, what's a consistent skill that you hear employers are eager to find?
So I think I touched on it earlier, and it's about the AI fluency. So not just knowing that AI exists. And then, so we recently had a summit, and we had an amazing motto. We printed on all our shirts. It's AI is not going to take your job. Someone who knows AI will. So it's really being able to have the knowledge to understand how to use it in your everyday work. So, for example, healthcare. AI is in healthcare. Now, how do you implement it? What does that look like for that employer, for that employee? So it's not just thinking about the coding or that, it's really the use of the AI. Oh.
Yeah, I'll completely second that. I think it's, for us, I'd say, AI fluent cloud architects, that there's a big difference between using AI and building AI. We all use AI. If you search anything on the internet, you're using AI. If you're using predictive text on your phone, you're using AI. So anyone can go on ChatGPT or Claude and ask AI questions and do things with it, but building with AI, being able to deploy it and connect it to enterprise systems, that's that middle layer that we're missing right now. That's really important. And so I think that's, for me, that is the skill that people are not seeing. And a lot of higher ed, I think, is still building awareness in AI and general AI, but not in that middle layer and the deployment and scalability and responsibility of AI there.
And then from a learner's perspective, often we hear from our participants in our platform, they love the guidance that they're generating from our platform that is AI generated, but ultimately they want human connectivity. They want to be able to know from Cynthia, what's it like to work in Miami-Dade? Chris, what's it like to be at AWS? They know that they can get a persona that speaks to them about what each of them do, but ultimately they want to be able to foster, cultivate a relationship, start to have an understanding of what it is that they do on a day-to-day basis, and then ultimately have some access to hopefully have them open doors to social capital resources that many of them don't have. And so it goes back to this thread that we've been talking about, that this is about human connectivity. And while we want everybody to be skilled and trained and access these different resources to be able to be a part of this next wave of the economy, we also recognize that to be able to ensure that more of our individuals participate in that, we have to have connectivity to the people that are 1 step, 2 step, 3 steps ahead.
Yeah, I love that. All right, with our remaining minutes, I want us to start to get into action-oriented conversation in the sense of what is our call to action for the business community? And then I'm hoping that each of you can share a concrete example in which we're demonstrating here's the ROI, here's why we're in the work, what we're doing, why we're doing what we're doing. So would love to start with what is your call to action for the private sector to really try to move the needle on AI workforce readiness? You've got a captive, intelligent, very eager to get to work audience. So what would you ask the private sector to do?
I would say look at training as an investment, right? This isn't a nice to have. Think about it as the same as you think about your technology stack, right? This is an infrastructure investment, and prioritize it that way. And I'd also say to engage your local higher ed institutions, your community colleges, your universities near you. Invite educators to your business to see what do they need to be training on, right? This is for a program like ours that has a lot of scale and reach. There's still a ton of opportunities out there to involve educators with businesses, and I'd say invest in your universities too, and your higher ed. Sponsor a hackathon or a lab at a community college, and really get into the community and in the training environment there.
So you kind of stole my idea, but so I'm going to tap into more on the community colleges. So community colleges they will be at the forefront of filling in this gap. They are able to train, skill up our local communities at an affordable, accessible rate. So I would say for local businesses, for local industry and larger industry, is to come together with your local community colleges so that one, not just sponsor, but co-build. Come together to really be the ones moving that curriculum forward and talking about what it is that you're looking for, and be actively engaged. So it's not like a one-time, okay, we're done, we'll talk in 4 years. No, keep that relationship growing. So that would be my ask. Reach out to your local community colleges.
It's a great answer.
And then from our side, I think what we're seeing at a regional level is when the work that we do as an organization to help understand what the interests and passions are of the supply side of talent look like relative to the demand side that is in the region, we totally hear the same story that has been played out time and time again. We keep looking for talent that we want to hire, but we can't find local talent. From an individual's perspective, we keep looking for jobs, we can't find jobs. What we're starting to recognize is that there's just a fundamental mismatch between where and how individuals are wanting to enter the workforce, their recognition and awareness of what's available, to what are the real opportunities and how to best access them. And so finding ways to plug into these community networks that your corporations or headquarters are based in, finding ways to plug into that backbone entity and build a system that enables us to better understand what's happening on the supply side, to be able to better then inform the programming, supports, strategies, investments that employers can put together, is one ask. The second ask is a simpler one. This whole point of students and individuals wanting guidance from people that are in the shoes that they want to walk in. If your companies and your employee base have not participated in some level of mentorship or work-based learning support, I think those are two of the most required and asked for resources from our students. And so the more and more that employers can plug in on a tactical level from that side, the better off our supply side will be to be able to understand where to go next.
Yeah, that's excellent. Again, another plug for project-based learning through employers really providing true challenges that they're struggling through. This is a great opportunity to both get some creative solutions as well as expose the next generation to what the world of work looks like. But I also want to emphasize for everything that you all just shared, I don't want anybody to get the wrong impression that we're just talking about like first-time entry-level talent. Like each of those solutions could also be applied to upskilling or reskilling our existing workforce, and we want to make sure that we don't miss out on those folks. Like Jewell was talking about our hackathon here at the U.S. Chamber. I think there are great opportunities for us to make sure we're thinking about those that are currently within our organization. So that's excellent. So with remaining minutes, would love to, think that you, all three of you, you have shared so many great experiences and perspectives, but one thing that I think the audience often takes away is when like a concrete example or story is shared, and would love to offer you all the opportunity. Is there a story that really encapsulates why you do the work that you do and why it's so meaningful and important in this moment as we think about opportunity mapping and trying to ensure that skills are at the center of that?
So one of the most recent success stories, which I'm going to be actually featuring in our next month's newsletter, is in our mentorship program. So right now we have 13 colleges that we're mentoring, and they're all matched and paired up with faculty that have either already been through the, recently developed their AI program, or are veterans already in having their AI program, and it's helping them to develop theirs. And so recently we just started in July. We'll end this second year of the mentorship program. And one of the colleges that we have is Florida State College at Jacksonville. And due to the mentorship, they're in the fall of 2025, so just a few months from now, they're going to be launching their AI program, and with 18 credits. So it's very exciting to see that, because that is a very short period of time if you really look at it. Right? So, and it was due to the fact that we have all this abundance of resources, like, we were sharing, but sometimes they don't know where to tap into it, right? So then with this program, you have this all here at your hands. You have AWS, you have Microsoft, you have Google, you have Intel. So we partner you with all of these industry to be able to get you the curriculum that you need. So they're going to be launching that in the fall, and they were able to also pilot with Intel their agentic AI curriculum, which successfully was implemented this last semester, and they were able to build student-based projects thanks to that.
That's awesome.
I'll lean into the community college example here too, since they're such great partners. I grew up just north of Dallas in Plano, Texas, and I try to visit as many higher ed institutions as I can. So I got to go back to the community college from where I grew up, Collins College, and it used to be called Collin County Community College, but now it's just Collins College, and met some of the educators, some of the students, and we had a panel with some students, and I got to hear a student who she was a mother, had been out of the workforce for a few years, had taken AWS Academy courses through a community college, hadn't graduated yet, hadn't finished her program yet, and already had job offers. And she was just ecstatic to say, look, I'm going to make more than I thought I'd make going back into work. And so for me to connect the program that I'm supporting right now to seeing a student who's feeling this impact in the community I grew up in was awesome. And I think, so now I think about those learning engagements and trainings we do, I think of that student, and that could be any of these students, any of these learners out there through these programs is that person who, this is a pivotal moment for them, and their life is now changing because of it. So that's how I stay connected to it.
How gratifying, that's great.
And then Jaimie, I've found my ikigai, which is a Japanese term for, doing what you're good at, doing something that you love, doing something that makes a difference in this world, and do something that allows you to make a living. And so every day I wake up feeling this incredibly profound level of fulfillment and gratitude for doing the work that I do. I will start with an institution just because it is really important to be able to see systems change. So having Texas A&M take the work that we've done, look at the ways in which they are supporting individuals as they're matriculating from high school into college has been one of the parts that we've served. They ended up being able to think about the programming that they've put together, the kinds of resources and investments that they have made to help ensure that their students are progressing through that pipeline into employment. After the first year of doing the work, they ended up recognizing opportunities for incredible ways to improve and refine and enhance the programming that they've done. So from an institution's perspective, systems change is possible when you have the right inputs and right insights to be able to draw from. But more importantly, back to the individual, we had a student who had been moving quite a bit through their high school time, and they landed at one of the high schools that we were serving. And the advisor met him mid-year, really had to figure out how best to get to know him, understand what supports he needed. And so she used our platform to build the Minds profile. And instead of having to go through a couple of months or several sessions to get to know who he was and what he needed, she was able to have him utilize our resource, build his Minds profile, get a lot of great content that she could then turn to, and then have a really productive and engaging conversation that enabled him to graduate, go to college, and all in the span of 6 months. Yeah. And so to me, like, this is the work that we are doing, is trying to help equip and prepare every single individual to be able to have access to great resources that equip them for the future. And so whatever, we are all doing in this collective space is awesome. And this is why, I get so inspired and juiced and jazzed to be up here.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Well, I definitely feel energized through the post-lunch slump by all that you all have shared. And I love that each of your examples are things that are demonstrating like things actually are happening faster in the sense of solutions that are working than they traditionally have. So I'm very encouraged by the fact that that was able to take place in 6 months and that you all have been able to launch this program in a relatively short period of time that really is led and informed by industry in a meaningful way that's going to lead to students like yours being connected to employment opportunities. So thank you all so much for, first of all, the great work that you're doing, but also your willingness to share with our audience today. So please join me in thanking our panelists for the conversation. Thank you all so much. If you want to take your mugs, you can follow me off stage.
Welcome to the stage Chris Donahoe, head of the U.S. AI practice at Stillpoint Global Advisors.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm excited to be with you today. My name is Chris Donahoe. I lead AI at an AI-native global communications advisory firm called Stillpoint. And I'm here to be a little provocative and tell you why I won't hire you today, but give you some tips and some suggestions for how you can change my mind. And I also want to suggest that even if you are not in the market for a job or a role, I think there's a lot of implications for many individuals who are charged with managing workforces and talent strategy today. So the reason I won't hire you today is because the market for talent, as I see it, is changing much more rapidly than many candidates are adapting. Too many people, whether they be mid-career or recent college graduates, are still pitching themselves on the effort that they can apply to their job, on their credentials, their ability to execute a task. And increasingly, employers like myself are not buying those things. The model for knowledge work is shifting extremely quickly. And this isn't just theory, we're also seeing this show up in the data. Employment for individuals in their first 4 years out of college has dropped nearly 15% just in the past 2 years. Big tech hiring of recent college graduates has been cut in half over the course of nearly half a decade. And at the same time, business leaders, nearly 3 out of 4, say that they would hire a less experienced candidate who brought to the table AI literacy and AI fluency over a more experienced senior worker who did not know how to use these tools. So AI is reshaping work and how each of us demonstrate and create value in our sectors and in our roles. The old question in a hiring conversation was, can you do the job? Can you do the work? The new question that I'm asking, the new question that many of the employers and Fortune 100 and 500 companies that I work with are asking is, can you create more value with the tool than I can generate with the tool on its own? That's how the value proposition for talent is shifting in real time. So a few tips for how to convince me to hire you, what I'm looking for and what I think many employers are looking for in this era of post-AI talent. The first recommendation is to think really deeply and focus and position yourself in AI-augmented roles and sectors. None of us can control the fact that AI is here, it is affecting how we work and do our jobs. But we can choose which side of the line we are on, whether we build a career in a sector or in a field or in a specialty that is being replaced and commoditized by AI, or one that is being enhanced and augmented by it. Second, don't tell me that you are good with AI. Increasingly, you have to show me. You have to demonstrate what that means so that I know that you know how to apply these skills in the actual day-to-day work that we'll be conducting together. Over the course of the past 2 years, references to AI skills in resumes have more than quadrupled. But at the same time, business hiring managers, 61%, have said that they feel that AI skills on resumes are inflated. And roughly the same number have also actually let people go because they found that their claimed AI skills did not match up and were not demonstrated in practice. So how can you show me that you are good with AI in a very practical way? 4 suggestions, 4 things that I would love to see sitting across the table from a prospective colleague. First, show me a workflow that you built, end to end. Explain to me how it works. Document the productivity gained and how you evaluated that it was successful. Second, show me a before and after. Show me how you used to do the work or how you would have done it before AI and these emerging tools, and then show me how you do it today. Document and demonstrate the efficiency and productivity gains, but also show me the gains to product and output quality, the gains to your level of thinking and your intellectual capacity. Third, show me a deployed prototype for maybe an app that you built to assist you with a tool, a system you use to distribute information across a team. It is increasingly easy for all of us to build things. And then fourth, demonstrate a multi-step, orchestrated, agentic workflow. Before I get to the last 2 tips, I want to suggest that what I'm seeing from a new hire talent marketplace perspective is also a very active conversation in internal resource allocation. This quote from Toby Lutke at Shopify demonstrates something I'm seeing in companies across the spectrum. They are forcing teams to demonstrate before they get talent or additional resources that they can't do what they need to with AI. The third tip I would suggest is to build your own apprenticeship. The bottom rung of the career ladder, at least for the foreseeable future, is dissolving in many fields. The apprenticeship, as we know, is gone. The career ladder won't train you. It's incumbent on each of us to train ourselves. We need to manufacture our own reps, our own experience, and experiments with these tools in order to increase and sharpen our skills. Try your hand at harder problems than your talent or than your title or experience or age would warrant. Share what you're finding publicly. Treat this like deliberate practice. The fourth tip is I want you to understand and really grasp that the frontier of what AI-enabled talent looks like is moving extremely rapidly, and it is more open to all of us, to the larger workforce, than it ever has been before. The half-life of a job skill today has fallen from nearly 15 years to 2.5 years now. The World Economic Forum suggests that 70% of job skills will change over the next 4 years. And at the same time, we're seeing that the biggest gains from AI can accrue to the least experienced among us. You don't have to come from a perfect pedigree. You don't have to have a perfect resume. What you need for me to hire you today, and what I think a lot of prospective employers should and are looking for, is curiosity and judgment and the discipline for continuous learning and experimentation. So here's how you can change my mind, the sum up, the cheat sheet, to be valuable in a post-AI economy. Embrace that augmentation native approach to AI. Truly think about how you can become more of a hybrid, leveraging your human ingenuity and skill with the efficiency and power of these technological tools. Build visible proof of the value you're creating through that. Enhance and develop your own judgment, and don't hang your hat on just the output and the volume of work that you can generate. Strengthen the human skills that AI does not replace, the primacy of the human relationships. And fifth, keep yourself on that frontier as it moves. To sum it up, I won't hire you today for what AI gives me for free. I will hire you if you can use AI well, if you can think better by virtue of using these tools, and if you can demonstrate that you can make yourself undeniably useful in an economy and in a workplace that is shifting faster than many of us have ever seen before. Thank you very much. And I would now like to invite my fellow panelists out for a conversation to dig further into many of these questions. Thanks.
Joining Chris in conversation, welcome to the stage Caitlin O'Neill from LinkedIn, Michael Webster from Houston City College Southwest, and joining us on the screen, Bridget Coleman from San Diego Regional Economic Development Corporation.
All right, the lights are something.
Welcome, Michael and Caitlin and Bridget, joining us virtually. To get us started, just very quickly, can you introduce yourself and give us a sense of where you sit in the ecosystem? Michael, start with you.
Good afternoon. I'm Mike Webster. I'm the president of HCC Southwest. It is in Houston, Texas. We don't have just cowboys and rifles. The college covers 625 square miles. We have 7 colleges, 100,000 students. My neck of the woods has 4 campuses, and we house our IT programs, including our AI and robotics bachelor's degree and advanced manufacturing as well.
Fantastic. Caitlin?
Hi, Caitlin O'Neill. I lead public policy for the Americas at LinkedIn. I'm based here in Washington, D.C. He was referring to a conversation that we had about Texas and the first time I went there, seeing cowboy boots and rifles in the back of the car. We work, obviously, in the workforce and economic opportunity space, and we have a lot of real-time data that we share with stakeholders, government partners, multilateral organizations. I think we'll probably get into that in a minute, and I'm delighted to be here. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Bridget.
Thank you for having me virtually join. I'm with the San Diego Regional EDC, and my role is specifically ingrained in talent and looking at talent pipelines. So I'm really trying to bridge the gap between our employer partners and investors in the region and our education systems to make sure that we're aligning pathways with the critical needs that they have now and for the future.
Fantastic. Caitlin, let's begin with you. I just laid out a pretty pointed diagnosis from an employer's point of view. You at LinkedIn sit on top of one of the largest data sets of skills available today. Does what I describe track with what you all are seeing across employers, across the job market? What would you add, or even where would you push back?
In a word, yes. Let me just sort of build a little context first. We have supply and demand on the platform. We have job seekers looking for jobs, putting their skills, their resumes on the platform, and we have employers looking for talent, and they are putting out job descriptions that articulate what it is that they are looking for. And we're able to look at that aggregated data in real time to see what is happening. We run that through a department called the Economic Graph Research Institute, which is led by our chief economist. But yes, we are seeing, the thing that you said that I think was most pointed to me is the speed at which things are happening. 85% of professionals are going to see a quarter of their job change as a result of AI. And that is sort of an interesting policy dynamic because people tend to sound on the alarm on loss of jobs, not on the sort of the work that you're doing actually evolving over time. So that is a seismic shift, I would say, and that we need to keep our eyes on that. The other thing I would say is that 20% of titles today did not exist in the year 2000. And if you will spare me an anecdote, how many of you have seen Charlie Wilson's War, the movie? Not as many as I would have thought, but good. The opening scene in that movie, Charlie Wilson is a former representative. He's on the House floor, and he's looking at a teletypewriter. And it is feeding him a constant feed of AP news of what's happening across the world. That was the way members of Congress got information. In 1996, that was not that long ago. We're talking 30 years, and in that time, Congress members have communication staff, they have digital directors, they have social media managers, to say nothing of solar panel installers and data scientists, which is all to say that this AI transition, that wasn't very long. That was 20, 30 years transition. This is going to happen at breakneck speed, and we need to be prepared for the speed. That was what resonated the most.
Quick follow-up question.
Sure.
You talked about just the sizable share of an individual's role that is changing, right? And the need for AI literacy and the search for AI literacy in the hiring equation has become very hot. Do you think there is a shared understanding and definition of what AI literacy means, or is there a disconnect between what different employers are looking for and what talent understands?
Such a good question. So just setting table here, AI literacy has grown on the platform 70% year over year. That means that people are putting AI literacy skills on their profiles at a large speed. But to your point, there is not a shared lexicon. We're sort of, skills is our shared language, but we're all speaking different dialects. Does AI literacy mean that I know how to write a prompt on ChatGPT, or does it mean that I know how to operate autonomous agents? Like, there is no shared lexicon. When you say communication, you can say oral, verbal, copy editing. We all sort of know what that is. This, to me, I think is a really critical moment in determining how to help job seekers signal what they know and have employers signal what they need. And right now, we do not have that. It is a real challenge.
Now, Michael, you're sitting in the post-secondary landscape, right? We're seeing, I think I had a slide that showed that job recs for new college graduates have fallen north of 30% over the past 4 quarters. Meanwhile, senior hires continue to grow and increase. As we're seeing more AI exposed and junior roles collapse, how is Houston City College actually training students for that evolving job market? And the students that you're seeing be really successful, what are they doing, or how are you enabling them?
Yeah, so our AI program started in 2020. It was an associate degree. In 2023, we launched our bachelor's degree in AI and robotics. So they not only get AI, but they get hands-on robotics also. The students that are going through those programs, I mean, they're doing every industry, law enforcement, healthcare, manufacturing, tech, of course, and then even robotics. I've actually had a student that just finished his second year, and he is working at a local AI, or a local robotics company called Persona AI, and he's helping to build a humanoid robot that will weld Hyundai vehicles. Hasn't even finished his second, well, basically just finished his second year. We had a student that this past semester created a AI tool that would read blood samples, read brain scans for diagnosing brain tumors. And the accuracy at which this tool did it in comparison to humans was 92%. The students are just doing amazing things. We have one group of students that are working with HPD, Houston Police Department, to find and source out human traffickers from social media. What would have taken somebody, which they have two data analysts at HPD, what would have taken them weeks to peel through different social media accounts, they've created tools that'll do it in less than 30 seconds. So, you know, the students are doing things that are just amazing. And by the way, some of those examples I just gave are pretty altruistic aims. So I'm just impressed by what the student output is. I think the goal for us has always been that students are applying the skills they're learning before they leave the college. And it gets to what you said in your talk earlier, that you want to see those things, not just on the resume, but demonstrate them. And our students are able to do that because they've done that in the college first. The other piece I would add is industry. You know, we've got folks that they'll come to us and they'll say, I don't know anything about AI, but I know it can help me, so fix it for me. And so we'll assign students to projects. We just recently had one, a gentleman that owns a machine shop. He basically has already automated his whole machine shop for, it's a company that builds drills for oil drill machines. And, well, actually, it builds the charge for fracking, but I won't go into that. So the machine that he's got a robotic arm that goes in, picks up a piece of raw material, and then puts it into the CNC machine, and then pulls it back out, and then puts it back into a pile. He said, there's some way that I've got all this data about what that's doing, but I don't know what to do with that data. Can your students help me solve that and make it more efficient? And of course, the students said, yeah, we'll do that. And they're working on that project now. So, you know, it's really about an applied skill and then making things happen based on that.
I mean, really what I hear you saying, Michael, is it is not enough for students to be able to pass an AI literacy test at the end of the semester, right? Like what you are focused on are these real-world applications of technology and understanding.
Yep.
And I think what's really interesting about that is, I don't think that's something that academia can do on its own, right? That equipping of the next generation of talent requires that close collaboration between academia and industry at the same time. Would that be fair?
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, we even had a student that just recently, he had a baby crib, and he was using somehow he's connecting, created the tool to make it where this camera would read the thermal. It had a thermal sensor attached to it, so it would instantly, if the baby was sick or something like that, or turned over or stopped breathing, this thing would recognize it and send it back to the parents and send a signal. I mean, these are, as you said, real-world problems that the students are solving fairly quickly.
Now, Bridget, you're working in a different space. You're working more with the K through 12 population, right? And so I'm curious, you know, for those individuals who are still many, many years away from potentially entering the workforce, how do you work with kids to produce that applied AI readiness and equip them for what industry will need in 5 or 10 or even 15 years? Oh, we're having a little trouble hearing you. That's
you and having this conversation.
Oh, we got you back.
Okay, great. It's the early entry point where we really need to expose students more to the potential career pathways and potential applications of technology that they're thinking about. And for us, it's equitable exposure to the tools. So learning about what's out there, learning how to utilize tools and evaluate tools and think critically about problems, but also having a deeper awareness of what industry looks like and how to show up in that space with these tools and think critically about problems and drive solutions that are going to benefit the business. To your point, it opens the door for people to demonstrate skills earlier in their career when we're thinking about this shift in what the entry-level workforce looks like. And so allowing students to have access to that and education about what industry is looking for and to start solving those problems early is going to just deepen that expertise and really help them come to the table equipped to solve the problems that businesses are looking for. And we don't know what the future is going to hold for entry-level workers. Maybe four-year universities will shift. Maybe where people enter the workforce, when they enter the workforce will change. And so just continuing to work towards exposure and keep an eye on what those opportunities look like, but equipping students at an earlier point is really critical.
I love that. And I think exposure is really critical. Just speaking from my own personal experience, I have a 6-year-old son. He loves technology. He also loves video games. We don't love how much he likes to play video games, but we recently worked out a deal, and we said you can play as many video games as you would like if you create them yourself with AI. And so now he's doing that. He's coming up with the concepts and the storylines, and he's learning a hell of a lot about debugging. But I think that's good exposure and is, an at-home example of how you can instill some of these skills. But now, Bridget, I think this challenge is it's not really a school-by-school challenge. It's a system challenge. And so I'm curious with advancing San Diego, what does it look like when employers and K-12 institutions and higher ed come together to work as one talent ecosystem? What does that feel like in San Diego right now?
Yeah, I think to the point that all of you have made, nobody can solve this problem or prepare for the changing workforce in isolation. No single institution is going to do it alone. And so really bringing the ecosystem together is critical. And we've been doing this for years with Advancing San Diego. We have partners across education, across industry, and our workforce partners in the region. And we all come together to share a shared vision, shared goal for what we want San Diego to be and look like, and how we partner to make the workforce meet the needs of our industry partners. And that's been really critical in creating solutions that drive more value for the region. And that's all done through the EDC really leading with the employer voice. So we're bringing employers to the table first to say, you're the end user of the talent. What does it look like for us to create successful pathways and for us to create future employees who are ready for the workforce? And then we go from there back to those education and workforce partners and say, here's what the end goal looks like. How do we come together to make this a reality? And that shows up in many different ways through many different partners. Four-year universities, community colleges have been really essential and adaptable in creating solutions. Our local workforce board, the County Office of Education, we have just a wonderful partnership that drives solutions together. And that's what we're hoping to do with our AI Pathways project that's focused on the K-12 space as well. We've been very heavily active in the post-secondary space, and we're excited to be more deeply ingrained in K-12 and looking at these early exposure opportunities for youth to be thinking about those career pathways, and to your point, creating video games or creating scheduling apps that are going to help equip them to be better for the workforce of the future.
I love it. I think it's a great illustration that the frontier really is open to all of us, whether we are looking for our first job or whether we are entering first grade. So I'm also convinced that one of the beautiful things about the AI revolution is that it is going to ultimately allow us to revalue human ingenuity and the primacy of human relationships and the things that make us human, as many of the toil and drudgery of our jobs is kind of commoditized and automated in that future. And so while we've been talking about exposing talent and students to many of those technical skills, I would love each of your perspectives on those durable human skills that are going to matter increasingly in this post-AI world, the judgment, the social emotional skills, the ability to build and strengthen networks of relationships. Michael and Bridget, how are you and your employer partners kind of intentionally building those durable human skills as part of the kind of full talent package? Or also, what do you see in the data?
Well, I mentioned that it's an applied degree, and so the last year, either the associates or the bachelors, the students are, and by the way, it paths up, so if they wanted to continue on, but the students are grouped into teams, and they create their project, and it's either based on an industry problem or something that the team's brought for. And I think, right there, obviously, you're getting teamwork and communication, but they also have to present this project, whatever it is, to the faculty and then to the industry reps. And the resilience that's required just to do that and then bounce back and redo the project if needed, that's building in, it's kind of baking in those durable skills automatically. One project in particular, I know I keep talking about student projects, but this was a rather interesting one. So we had a board member that said, you know what I want you to do? I want your students to go out and find all of the minutes and agendas and videos of other boards during their meetings and suss them out for innovations. And then we're going to steal all those innovations. So the students basically created a tool that would do that, and they presented it to him. He said, yeah, but I really want to see this, I want to see that, I want to see this. And instead of caving and just saying, oh, I can't do this anymore, the students did 3 more iterations and presented to him 3 more times. So just this week in particular. So I think, they're in teams, they're talking to each other, they're presenting their skills, and then they've got that grit and intensity to come back and do it again. And that's I think, fully baking it in.
Bridget, what are you seeing? Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. We have a very similar approach. So we bring employers to the table often. We've been talking about durable skills or essential skills for years. There's been a gap in the workforce, and we keep hearing that consistently from employers. And we know that the technology is changing so rapidly, and those essential skills continue to have value because they are essential for the workplace. So we think a lot about how do we bring that into the classroom space, and that is, presentations and team projects, bringing industry into the classroom space to work in partnership with students, so they have to think about how they're sharing data and what that analysis and what that critical thinking and project development looks like. And then the other piece of it for us is work-based learning. And that has been something that is challenging to have opportunities at the post-secondary level. We have an internship program as part of Advancing San Diego, and we had 1,400 students apply for 100 positions this year. So there's increasingly more value in having employers provide these work-based learning opportunities, whether it's case studies in classroom spaces or these projects, work-based projects that are happening, internships, mentorship programs. So thinking, how do we bring industry to the table in a more meaningful way and continue to provide these opportunities for students, and especially for us at that K-12 level, because we want them to be thinking about the broadness of careers. Most of us know, when we were young, we were coming up through school and it was like, I'm gonna be a doctor or a lawyer or an engineer or a nurse. And we weren't really thinking critically about how many roles exist within each of these industries. So giving students more exposure to that, I think, is gonna be critical, and making sure that we're building these essential skills that have been lacking for years and equipping with that as they go in. the technology is going to change. We're going to need them to be able to adapt to that as well, but making sure we complement that with the essential skills is really critical.
Catlin, are you all at LinkedIn able to derive any insights related to these durable human skills, these essential skills, as Bridget noted?
Yeah, well, backstage they were talking about how much you all have heard about judgment today, and there's a reason for that, because it is actually, we're seeing it in the data. 75% of global companies think that human durable skills are more important now than they were even 3 years ago. So what is judgment? It is the ability to communicate. It is ethics. It's operating in ambiguity. And we're seeing a lot of that. Most recently, we had a skills in demand report came out about a month ago, and human skills were basically at the top, the first 9 out of the 10 most sought after skills. It's not humans versus machines, right? We're going to see the innovation and the efficiency if it's humans working with machines. We talk about the 5 C's. It's the curiosity to ask questions, the creativity to come up with the ideas, the collaboration and communication to align stakeholders and drive them forward, and ultimately courage, like the courage to make decisions in ambiguity. That is a uniquely human skill.
I love those 5 C's. I think I'm going to steal them. Okay, to wrap us up here, so the people in this room, they run foundations, they run HR teams, they run nonprofits. Yes, you all are the ones that build and run and fund these programs. So for each of you, what's one thing in one sentence that you think they should do differently when they walk out the doors this afternoon? Who wants to take it first?
I can go. I'll go. AI skills training, once we have a shared lexicon, but even before we have a shared lexicon, is table stakes. We need to treat AI skills training instead of a adoption of technology like a technology strategy, but we need to adapt it as, look at it as a workforce strategy, because that is what it's going to need to be.
I would say, essentially adoption. So we have a 8-week, just a certificate that's kind of a fundamentals program, and as soon as we put it on the schedule, it fills up with mainly industry. So, they're eager, they want to figure out how to use it. It's all about adoption. And then one other piece I'll highlight on this is being flexible to change once you've adopted. So I gave a talk last Wednesday in the morning, and somebody asked about data centers and the environment and how they were sucking up all the water and energy. That evening, I didn't have a very good answer to that, by the way. That evening, I went to an event at the Johnson Space Center, and somebody was talking about a chip that he created, some kind of quantum vacuum, I don't even know what that is, that would make it where you don't have to recharge your battery on your phone, your car, or your house. So we're on the precipice of getting to somewhere where that's not going to be a problem, and I think you're going to see that even from a minute skill to all the way down the pipeline. Just got to be able to be flexible.
Be flexible, all right. Bridget.
For me, it's collaboration, right? I strongly believe that we have to equip the workforce at the K-12 level and beyond, and think about not just preparing students and adults and workers for a job, but really equipping them to adapt to this changing career landscape that we have.
Wonderful. I want to thank you guys for a fantastic conversation, for helping us understand just how quickly the frontier and the market for talent is shifting, how important those durable human skills are, those 5 C's that you shared, Catlin, and how we can all work together to create kind of a brighter future for everyone involved. Thank you very much as we head into break.
It's time for a break. Enjoy the digital Main Street next door in the briefing center. And don't forget to sign into our promptathon to join the conversation. Please take your seats. The programming will resume momentarily. Welcome to the stage Sean Lucas from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and Jason Tishko from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation.
Hello, everyone. So thank you. It's a pleasure to be before you today, and myself and my colleague Sean wanted to take just a few minutes of your time this afternoon to share with you a little experiment that we had run earlier, just a couple months ago actually, where we got started, and we thought we liked it so much we wanted to bring it to your attention to see if this is something that could be useful to you and your community going forward, but we'll come back to that. First, we wanted to talk about what is this experiment that we ran. And if you recall from earlier today, there's been kind of this message of like, we don't know what the future holds, but it doesn't mean we do nothing about it. And what Sean and I had discussed was, wouldn't it be interesting if we were able to create a dashboard of sorts that would allow somebody to model a variety of scenarios, to project these scenarios about how does AI show up, but with context, because we're not talking about AI in a vacuum. And one of the things that I was thinking about is, well, what does it mean if you're in an area of the country where there's a declining workforce, meaning the median working age population is going down, so you're going to have to do more with less? What does it mean if you have low participation rate versus high participation rate in the labor market? What if you are able to increase education attainment or close the skills gap, or maybe not make progress on that? How does AI show up differently? So we were trying to look at a variety of different contexts, how AI might show up, and where you live matters, because that kind of establishes the baseline, and then you could kind of adjust what your future potentially looks like. We think we're going to have higher labor force participation rate. We think we're going to close the skills gap. We think we're actually going to reverse the demographic trend, and we're going to have a population increase, not a decrease. And then how does AI need to show up in order to hit our goals, whatever they may be, including our growth goals? And I think what you're going to find is, depending on how you choose to toggle these various levers to model potential futures 10 years out, 20 years out, 50 years out, you're going to get a sense of how you need to establish a goal to get where you want to be relative to AI. That can include very aggressive adoption. That could include maybe less pressure on that adoption. But what we're trying to give people is something to start and react to, because when you think down to the county level, how is it showing up here and what's it going to look like in 25 years? Where do you start? So we thought it would be interesting to develop this interactive dashboard that would allow you to model one or more scenarios and to have AI do the work for you to actually give you some key takeaways, so you can not only project, but through those projections, you can prioritize what you need to focus on, and you can make a plan for how to get there. So without further ado, I'm going to turn things over to my colleague Sean, who's going to walk through an example of what it looks like when you actually build a dashboard like this and use it on a county in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and thanks, Jason, for teeing that up. And so when we started this whole initiative, this whole endeavor here, we kind of came with the question of what happens if AI develops and adopts at different rates? And what does that do for different counties from the jobs, wages, and economic output perspective? And so the county that we ended up falling on was Dauphin County, Pennsylvania. And the funny thing about this whole scenario is that in order to get to the point of how does AI help us understand what the future looks like, we actually had to use AI to get there. And so we actually went to AI and Claude specifically, excuse me, we went to Claude specifically and asked, what is the most average county in America? And apologies, I did wake up a little sick today, so muscling through it. But Claude did give us Dauphin County, Pennsylvania is the most average county in America. And so if any of you are from Dauphin County, PA, we're just messengers. But what we ended up building was something we're calling Help ID. And so it's a scenario planning tool that takes local labor force data, injects it with a little bit of economic modeling, and so this way we can project out and see how different counties' economies and workforces change over time, especially from the lens of moderate AI adoption, no AI adoption at all, and very aggressive AI adoption. And so the methodology is broken down to 3 different things. So there's like the baseline economy. So we have to look at Dauphin County and see where are they currently with GDP, employment, population, data points like that. But then also looking at how does it project out from a labor force perspective. So there's two aspects to the labor force side. So there's going to be the supply, and there's also going to be the skills. And so from a supply side, we want to see at different rates and different aging trends. And we see this across the United States right now, where we see the aging population is continuing to get older. We see people retiring and not necessarily being replaced in the workforce. And so how is that going to change the supply going forward? But then also, how does that affect the skills? And so with skills, we can have people be in a certain area or do a certain thing, but then how do they adapt and fit to the future of the work? So we modeled that out from the labor force side, but then also from the AI side. How does adoption change? So we know that's for sure going to boost worker productivity. But then how many jobs is it going to displace? But conversely, how many jobs is it going to create as a result as well? And so like what Jason mentioned, so the dashboard that we have has 4 different sliders. So we have job growth rate per year, we have labor force participation rate change per year, skills alignment, and AI augmentation. And so just so we're not boring you with a whole bunch of slides here, we'll just jump right into here. So this is what the dashboard looks like. And so you can see, and like I mentioned before, this is all built on Claude, all built on AI. And so when you're looking at this, we have different rates. And so this is a model that we had built out with a different scenario. So the baseline scenario that we had was model assumptions said that job growth rate for Dauphin County was 0.3% per year. Labor force participation rate was negative 0.25%. Skills was 75. Skills stayed at 75, and then AI augmentation was 100. Those are the baselines. We had modeled this differently so we can show what does it look like with an aggressive job growth rate of 1%. And then labor force participation is an interesting one because as we've seen over the last couple of years in the US economy, so in February 2020, the labor force participation was 63.3%. As of April, it's now 61.8%. So just over the course of 6 years, we've seen labor force participation across the US decline by 1.5%. So for us, when we modeled out the scenario, just to have it at 0%, that's actually a very bold, aggressive kind of take because that's not necessarily indicative of what's going to happen. But for the purposes of this demo, we want to show what it's going to look like. And then the other slider here was AI augmentation. So 200%, meaning that if the county were to adopt AI and adopt it very aggressively, what is that going to look like to not only, what is that going to result in for not only GDP, but then also, even more importantly, the next slide here, the labor market. So this shows us a supply-demand curve on workforce supply, skills aligned supply, and then the employment demand. So when you look at this modeled out scenario, and again, this is with labor force not being changed at all, so whatever it is right now for Dauphin County, that's staying the same all the way to 2075. What does that mean? And why is it important? So this is important because you want to see where the supply and the demand are going to intersect. And so we can see, according to this chart, and I know it's a little small, and if you want to actually see the demo, see the product or demo later, feel free to find Jason or I later, and we can walk you through it. But the important thing here to know is if I'm a Dauphin County official and we know that in 2050, that's where that intersects, that means post-2050 is when we're going to see a labor shortage in that county. So what do we want to do with that information? We want to be able to figure out ways we can upskill our workforce. We need to figure out ways to either keep the labor force participation rate the same or figure out how we can get additional people into the workforce. But this is a good tool to help us start thinking about ways to plan for the future. And that's the whole impetus of Help ID here.
Yeah, and if I could just add to that, Sean, this is a great way to establish a target. To say now data based on a scenario that feels realistic to us is showing us when we're going to have a key milestone met. But now we also know between now and that date, how do we know if we're on track or not, or if we're trending in the wrong direction? this gives you data to make informed decisions and to monitor progress. And you could also change the scenario, as things will change over time. It's meant to be something that could be adapted. But now you actually have real information you can react to and plan for, and you can track progress against.
And since this is in the live demo, so we can't show you the slider here, but if we were to keep labor force participation rate at negative 0.25%, which is where it's at right now, we would see that worker shortage hit a lot sooner. So I think I was playing around with it. I think it hit in 2032 instead of 2050. So these are the different types of ways you can model out scenarios and see how, as a local county official or just local state employee, what are the ways we can start planning for the future. And so on top of all of this, we also have this is just the key takeaways. So we don't need to spend too much time on the key takeaways here. But in the dashboard itself, there's an option to generate a PDF, gives you a whole report on the actual numbers. But then here's the key takeaway section. So just on our scenario here, so at 200% augmentation, you can just see the first sentence. They're going to see a 350% increase in GDP by 2075 with those certain parameters. But obviously, this will update and change as you change the parameters. And then on top of that, even bigger is the industry by industry. So obviously, every county is going to be different. Dauphin County is interesting because it's central PA. It incorporates Harrisburg and Hershey, Pennsylvania. So they have high concentrations of healthcare and also manufacturing. And then the Penn State Medical Center, I believe. I can't remember if it was UPMC or Penn State, but they have a big healthcare presence as well. So, and you'll see this in the next slide, but the four key points on the industry side are the compound annual growth rate, which is a metric that BLS has. So that's just showing for this specific industry how fast or how slow are they growing, or if they're shrinking. Displacement is how many jobs are going to be replaced by AI, and then how many jobs are going to be eliminated because of AI. And the AI replacement / creation is how many jobs are going to be transformed or created because of AI. And so the key thing you want to see on the next slide is the net AI score. So the net AI score is just taking your displacement percentage minus subtracting from the replacement percentage and giving you a net AI score. So green means good, red means bad. So according to this model, retail, trade, and transportation and warehousing are going to be the most impacted in Dauphin County by 2075. And then in terms of so outside of the industry, we'll see one more thing. So I know we have about 4 minutes left here. But with scenario comparisons, you'll see this on the next slide as well. So if you were to break down different scenarios, so this is showing baseline, conservative, moderate, and then if you want to go full AI disruption, if you want to go high growth potential, if you want to go population decline, which is also a potential area here, it'll show you what the potential impacts on. This is specifically on GDP, but we can change up the dashboard to show different areas as well. But you can see according to the baseline, so that baseline no AI, by 2035, there's going to be $37 billion in GDP in Dauphin County. With the scenario that we modeled out, it's at $57 billion. And you can see how the varying different degrees of AI adoption versus population metrics versus growth potential versus skills changes the outlook.
Yeah, and a couple of things I just want to emphasize is that key takeaway piece of a report. So you could generate as many of these reports as you like based upon the scenarios you've chosen and the economic model you want to use. But that key takeaway is meant for folks like me, where if I need to kind of take this and present it at a meeting and kind of just say, I don't need to show you kind of how the sausage was made, but I kind of need you I need to summarize what are the major implications of this model. That's what that's really designed to do. So we're using AI to kind of process all of this to really kind of distill it down to something a regular person could use to have a functional conversation at their company or in their community. So it could do many things for different people. It could get really wonky if you want to approach it as an economist or someone who's an expert in labor market information. But if you're just trying to say, I need to know under these, with this model and with these three variables, what does it mean for my community 10, 20, 30 years out? This is going to enable them to get really quick, easy to process information summarized through AI for your use however you see fit. So go ahead.
And one thing to add to that as well. So this is still just a novel project. So we picked this up very recently and kind of put it all together, built it out. And so this is only incorporating the data that we found for Dauphin County. The one thing that this doesn't include is like the foreign-born workforce, immigration numbers. And so this, once we incorporate that, is going to create a much more robust and clear picture of not only Dauphin County, but all the other counties in America as well.
Yeah, so this was really just that, we said, hey, let's see if we could just do this. Is it feasible? Is it possible? We were really excited to see just how far we were able to get with just the immediate technology that was available to us. We thought it was kind of fun that it shows us the possibility of using AI to talk about AI. But what we took from this is a couple questions we had for you. So maybe by a show of hands, is this a tool that would be useful to you and your community? Would something like this be interesting if it was available to you? Yep. Great. And following up on that, we were wondering if we should develop an MVP. So this could be more than just a presentation and something we just kind of ran on the side, but this could be something that we can make available to you as a product or service. We'd be happy to kind of put the time and energy into that. What we're trying to see is would a projection tool like this be helpful? And if so, we would love to not only produce it for you, but we'd like to produce it with you. And we would welcome anybody's input and participation as we figure this out. We had to make some key trade-off decisions on where are we going to focus the tool? Are we doing the county level? Should it be a larger region? How many projections should it support? Should migration be a variable or not? So we don't have all those answers, but we would, if this is something you want to use, we need to know how the user needs it to show up. So we would welcome your input and participation so we could actually move this from demo to an MVP. And Sean, any other takeaways for the audience today?
Now, I think the biggest takeaway is like, if we can use AI, anyone else in this room can use AI. This was just us sitting down, plugging away, and building out something and seeing where it went, and here we are.
Yeah, and I just impress upon you, AI does not show up in a vacuum. There is a context. A tool like this shows you how to have AI meet context in a practical way that tells you something about where your community is heading. And with that, we wish you a good afternoon.
To kick off our community's content mode, welcome to the stage John Adell from Miami TechWorks, Ilya Shaibanov from Miami-Dade College, and Dr. Michael Menino from Synergy, in conversation with Sarah Castro from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It is great to be here with you today. My name is Sarah Castro. I am an Executive Director of Programs here at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation. And I am so excited to lead this conversation today, where we are going to have an opportunity to highlight one of the Chamber Foundation's initiatives, EPIC, which has been really grown throughout Florida by our partners here. I'm going to introduce our partners in a moment, but before we dive into the conversation and meet our guests, I did want to give you just a brief overview of the EPIC initiative before we get started. So EPIC stands for Employer Provided Innovation Challenges, and it is the Chamber Foundation's solution to scaling work-based learning initiatives for high school students and post-secondary students across the country. So we've heard a lot of speakers and other panelists today talk about work-based learning. So we know that really work-based learning is when you connect traditional classroom learning with real work experience. And these types of opportunities, they give students the opportunity to explore jobs, to prepare for jobs, to work on their job skills, to work on their durable skills, which we've heard a lot about today, and of course to also begin to learn those professional expectations that are so important when students do go on and enter the workplace. Work-based learning, it's highly impactful, it's hands-on, it's employer-led, but one thing we know about work-based learning is that students are really, really eager to participate in these types of opportunities, but there simply aren't enough work-based learning experiences to meet the demand of all the students who are eager to participate in one. So that's why we're really looking at scaling these opportunities at the Chamber Foundation. So through EPIC, we give students the chance to work on an authentic business experience or a business challenge or project. These challenges are typically 4 to 8 weeks in length, and they are employer-led. And the way that we're scaling EPIC at the Chamber Foundation is we are setting up what we call EPIC clearinghouses, or you can think of them as EPIC intermediaries across the country. So these EPIC clearinghouses are tasked with recruiting employer partners in their community to provide those real-world business challenges or business projects. And then the clearinghouses also recruit the education partners in their community to bring on teams of students to work on those challenges. So the Chamber Foundation, we provide the framework, the standardization, the structure, and the support to help folks design those challenges and bring those partnerships together. So it's really great that today we have all components of an EPIC challenge on stage with us today, and we can really showcase how our guests have brought EPIC to life. So today we're joined by Jonathan Adell. John is a grants manager at Miami TechWorks, and Miami TechWorks has been one of our EPIC clearinghouses for the past several years. We also have Ilya Shaibanov. Ilya is a student at Miami-Dade College, and he has recently completed an EPIC challenge. And then finally, we have Dr. Michael Menino. Michael is the founder of the AI-fueled neuroscience firm Synergy. He's also an instructor at Miami-Dade College, and he has been one of our wonderful employer partners for EPIC this spring. So this is a great way to showcase EPIC, bring in the AI component when you hear about Michael's company and the challenge that Ilya worked on. So John, I'm going to start with you. So kind of as our clearinghouse partner, tell us more about Miami TechWorks, your role in South Florida's workforce ecosystem, and then how you became involved with EPIC.
Thank you, Sarah. Well, I'm a grant projects manager for Miami TechWorks, specifically in charge of employer engagement and work-based learning opportunities. I will say at Miami TechWorks, you can sort of think of us as a sort of a convening body and a coalition. We're a $6 million initiative funded by the Good Jobs Challenge grant. And our overall goal in South Florida is helping build sustainable tech talent pipelines. We do that in a number of ways. We're a coalition and a partnership of over 5 different institutions. So if you're familiar with South Florida, you know, we have Miami-Dade College, FIU, FMU, and a slew of boot camps, which is our short-term training institutions, or essentially schools where students could get hands-on experience, really learning what skills and technologies they need over the course of roughly 6 months to hopefully get into a sustainable job. And we also have a wide variety of employer partners that we utilize to help inform curriculum. So we realized that there was a sort of gap in Miami, and of course in the nation. Our students are saying that there aren't any jobs, or there aren't any jobs pertaining to what they're learning in school. And our employers are saying that the incumbent workers, the incumbent talent, you know, they don't have the skills that they're necessarily looking for in order to employ. And so they end up, you know, employing workers from either overseas or in another state. At Miami TechWorks, we're there to really bridge that gap.
Thanks so much, John. Michael, let's bring the employer side in a little bit. So tell us about Synergy and how John recruited you to participate in EPIC.
Yeah, so Synergy is my company. We co-founder and co-CEO of Synergy. It's an AI, we built a platform. It's an AI-driven platform, as you said, that looks to measure and enhance team dynamics and human connection, and especially team performance. So we're using a bunch of AI models, and we've developed our own model that captures all of this biological data from your team to improve how they communicate, how they cooperate, and how they collaborate. We started this a few years ago after the pandemic, when companies started moving remote and or hybrid, and you lose some of that collaboration, that human connection. So it's a really human-centric way to, a human-centric AI platform. And the core concept is the idea of synchrony. So team synchrony. Teams in sync perform better. And this idea of human synchrony is a predictor of psychological safety, trust, human communication, engagement, enjoyment, empathy, all these things that teams need to improve to be high-performing teams and to collaborate and communicate and cooperate. So we developed this platform to improve that at scale, to fix broken team dynamics that teams sort of lost as we moved into this remote world, which is kind of partially here to stay. So there's been a lot of talk about keeping the human and the human connection in this world of AI adoption, and so that's one of the problems we're trying to solve.
And then, how did I approach you?
But that's right, by hounding me,
Yeah,
hounding me incessantly. Yeah. No, I'm also. It's a little bit of an insider connection. I'm also a professor at Miami-Dade College. I was the former executive director of the AI centers there, and I teach AI ethics at the college as well, and help build out the programs, which are really the first of its kind in the state of Florida for a bachelor's of science in applied AI, so really focus on workforce development. And John and the great work that you guys are doing over at Miami TechWorks connected and decided it would be a great win-win situation for some of my students, star of the show Ilya, and others as well.
100%. And for context, he was actually a part of our pilot cohort. Currently, we're on our third cohort with roughly 50 students in 13 companies. But during our sort of pilot phase over the summer last year, we had him and 3 other companies. And the goal was, first, does this model work? So I was really looking to really branch out and talk to a lot of startups. Startups are extremely adaptable. And so I was really looking for a few flexible work environments to really see if we could, deploy this model as effectively as possible. And so when the opportunity arose, meeting Michael and his work as a professor, so he understands the student demographic, and then him having an extremely highly technical project, I just thought it was perfect. Someone who understands how a student thinks, and also giving students an actual challenge, because a lot of what we're doing is we're challenging employers in order for them to see the capability of their talent in their own community. And so I just thought it was a really amazing ability to be able to partner with him during that first challenge.
Great. Well, thank you both. So now that we know a bit more about how the partnership came together and what Synergy does, Ilya, let's bring you in. Tell us a little bit about yourself, what you're studying, what year you are, and how you got involved with Miami TechWorks and with Synergy.
Thank you, Sarah. It's my 3rd year at Miami-Dade College. I'm pursuing Bachelor's of Applied Artificial Intelligence. And last year, I was looking for a summer internship. Trust me, it was hard. And Miami TechWorks was always around. Myself, as a tech student, I knew about them, and I just happened to go on their website, and I saw the new program they launched that was Epic Challenge, and I just applied for it. And in the application itself, I stated that I would love to work on anything AI related, any project that incorporates AI, I would love to be a part of it. And that's how I eventually got paired with Synergy and Michael.
That's great. So Ilya, from your perspective, and then we'll bring Michael in after, but what was the challenge you were brought in to help Synergy solve? What was the project?
So basically, Michael's company creates a lot of valuable data that we require processing, but they haven't approached it yet. And me and Michael talked it out, and essentially it became my task for the next 6 weeks to use LLM and AI to concise their data and provide it for supervisors and senior management that gather all this data from meetings.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, Michael, say a little bit more about that.
Yeah, so the platform that we've built measures and quantifies your team's dynamics. But what gets measured, gets managed, which is good, but then you need to go beyond that and do something with that data. So our idea was to build a recommendation system, an engine, a behavior engine to give teams and individual team members habits and practices and activities that move the needle in all these things that we measure, like psychological safety and trust and synchrony. And so part of the challenge was taking that data that the platform collects and then fine-tuning a model and putting that data into the model and then building a UX UI as well. So there's front end and back end. AI architecture, we're also using AWS, so a lot of cloud infrastructure, and then to be able to deliver those behaviors to the team so that they can talk to the chatbot, talk to the voice agent, and see it and see their behaviors and practice those behaviors and see that those things are changing, as they upload more and more meetings. So it was a very technical thing. But they did a great job, and we're actually using the prototype in a real-world scenario. Now it's being deployed out there in the real world, so it was a great win-win situation.
Yeah, for me, it's the best part, having the project that I've contributed to being part of an actual company.
Yeah. It's incredible.
Yeah, that was going to be my follow-up question.
Yeah,
Are you using the solution that Ilya's team came up with?
Yeah, 100%. So we're using this solution. We've iterated it, and Ilya and the team has been part of that as well upon it after getting feedback and so on. But yeah, the prototype and still the foundational structure of the model and how that model works on the back end is being used now, and it's already deployed. And so, yeah.
That's great. And John, as an organization that has stood up many epic challenges at this point, is there something about this particular partnership and synergy that maybe gave particular wins for the students or really stood out for you?
I think for this particular project, it really represented everything that I wanted EPIC to be for the future of my organization. For context, Miami Tech Works is a department within Miami-Dade College. We had an extremely high-level project. I don't think Ilya is necessarily selling it that much. Very advanced. A lot of the things that he had to do for the challenge, and it was only, at the time, a 5-week challenge. Currently, we run 6- and 8-week EPIC projects. So over the course of the 5 weeks, the first 2 weeks was him and another of his colleagues, Nick. They essentially had to first learn the data set because the technologies that they were utilizing for the actual challenge, it's not something that you would necessarily learn in school. And I think that's the core of what a lot of our employers in the region are saying. The students are great, they may or may not have the soft and durable skills, but they don't know, at the end of the day, they don't know the tech stack. And so to be able to show an employer, Michael, that the students can come in, learn the tech stack, and deliver something feasible, meaningful, and manageable over the course of those 5 weeks at the time, highly impactful. And that was just the very beginning. Because of Ilya's project and his success, I knew the model was sustainable, and I knew that I could deploy it again in the future. So with that first cohort of 4, the next cohort ended up being, I believe, 8 companies, and now we're at 13, and it was all because of those first guiding steps.
Did you want to jump in?
Yeah. So we were sort of laying the track as we go. In that, and just like in AI right now, all AI adoption, we're laying the track as we go and figuring things out. So we were trying to use AI in this unique way, and so it was actually like last year. So it was even in the earlier days, which feels like forever now because of the exponential rate of technology, how it's increasing. So what's come out since has also been iterated upon, and now we're using it. But we were sort of laying the track as we go, and that was one of the most important things, was to be really specific with what our outcomes were.
100%. And at least with EPIC, it's all about helping give, obviously, the talent and the students the ability to understand what they're going to do in the workplace. And Michael, as a professor of AI ethics, he helped inform and create AI curriculum. And even then, at the institutional level, AI wasn't caught up to what employers are actually utilizing. So I just want you to understand that the person who's creating the curriculum, AI wasn't able to catch up. And so it literally took a challenge like this, a project like this, to show students exactly what's needed in the workplace. And that's what it's all about.
And as a student, I could add, I feel like even a year ago, it was way harder to find an opportunity as an internship that incorporated AI, not just like plain software engineering, where you could actually work with those new systems that just came up. And essentially play with them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. So just to zoom out a little bit, I'm going to ask you each the same question. We're going to go down the line. In the world of more remote work and all this AI, why do you think, from each of your perspectives, what makes this kind of experience so valuable, especially now? John, I'll start with you.
Even if you're in person or remote, at the end of the day, if you want to sort of work at a job site or you want to work for a company, you have to know what they're doing day to day. And an institution, sadly, an institution and even a boot camp, they're not going to tell you how to operate in a day-to-day setting as an internship or project-based learning opportunity like this is. And it's not just necessarily about work-based learning either. A traditional internship can also give you those skills. Students need to be able to hop into a setting, and they need to give the ability, they need that ability to learn within a work-based learning setting of some sort, and that's going to really yield those outcomes.
Ilya?
Yeah, I feel like the same way that the fact that we were able to work with an actual company is very important for me. And I can tell that a lot of my peers, my classmates, miss out on projects like this, and it's very hard to find something like this right now in the market, something that will give you actually hands-on experience in working with the team, delivering your project with the deadlines, and getting first-hand experience in the field.
Yep.
Yeah, just piggybacking on that, I think partnerships and matching is the most valuable, was the most valuable. It's as everybody knows, it's very difficult to find the right talent, and the matching process of what needs to be done at a technical level, but then also, having the soft skills and the meta skills to work with people in a team, which is what our platform is trying to solve. Finding and having that matching process. So this was a win-win situation for the company and for the students in terms of being able to find that talent and then learn from each other as well. So it's a real-world solution. It's very hands-on. It's very applied, and it's like entrepreneurial, right? So it's iteration and rapid prototyping and meeting with stand-ups. So that was all very valuable situation to see what that's like, because Synergy is also just now launching. So,
and to sort of piggyback off of what Michael was saying, at least when it comes to AI, students aren't necessarily getting internships in pure AI. Students are barely getting internships. The internship acceptance rate is dropping. Jobs are dropping. And so to have a project like this housed in an institution, and to give the students the opportunity to really get in there with an employer and work on something. And it's an extremely painless process. When I'm working with the employers, I'm fleshing out project scopes, making sure that students can actually do them. And when I'm working with students, I'm really talking to them and letting them know, like, this is possible, and you can succeed at this, but we have to work and we have to try, and we have to show up. Michael?
Yeah, could I just jump in?
Sure.
Yeah. So, and Ilya, we would have stand-ups and we would meet, and a lot of times Ilya would be like, oh, what about doing this? So that's what I mean by like learning from the students. It's applied. So the programs at Miami-Dade College are applied AI. AI itself is a field of research, right? And like the famous paper, Attention is All You Need, which started this whole thing of transformers into large language models, was a research paper, right, at Google. But then companies came and took that and applied it to the real world and created a service and a product, and that we now use. That's exactly what happened with our program, right? We were doing research and about models and things like that, and Ilya would come up with questions, what about doing it this way? So you're taking it out of the classroom and putting it into the real world, which was beneficial for us as a company.
Yep, that's great to see that application. So we only have about 3 minutes left, so I'm going to do a final question for each of you. Ilya, as our student, I'm going to start with you. Having gone through one of these work-based learning experiences with John, with Michael, what would you do differently going forward, and what would you keep?
So definitely, for sure, I would have spent more time fine-tuning the LLM, meaning working on AI is a process of trial and error. So definitely gave myself more time to make a result better because there's always room for an upgrade. And one thing that would definitely kept is the kind of communication me, Michael, and my teammates had. You know, it's so great being able to ask questions freely and get the feedback very fast, and that's what really helped us as interns to have a smooth internship and deliver successful result, essentially.
That's great. And John, what about these partnerships are so powerful? What's Miami TechWorks bringing to the table with all your relationships in Miami?
At least, well, Miami is a very warm, but also, I think, and this is everywhere, transactional sort of environment. And at least with these partnerships, I will say, early on with Miami TechWorks, because I've been there for roughly 3 years, we were really trying to understand. We identified this sort of gap where it comes to tech and talent, and we're really trying to understand, like, what can we do? So we led a bunch of employer-led projects. We led a bunch of coalition meetings, and we had a bunch of sort of group think sessions. And it really came down to helping give the talent the skills they need in order to actually do the jobs. This is clear cut. And so when it comes to those sorts of partnerships, it's really about giving the employers what they want. The employers want talent, and then giving the students the skills that they need. And it's programs like this that helps do that.
That's great. And because EPIC is authentically employer-led, we're going to end with our employer. And Michael, let me ask you, for other employers in the audience who might be interested in tapping into fresh talent in this way or standing up these types of opportunities for students in their community, what advice would you give them?
Define your problems that you're trying to solve very clearly, operationalize them, find the pain points that AI can solve, and then reach out to educational institutions, right? And try to partner with them to help them figure out what your problem is. And again, back to that partnership and that matching process. So clarify your outcomes, reach out and partner with local institutions, because that's where the talent is. And yep.
Okay, well, that's great advice. Well, thank you to our audience for taking the time to learn more about EPIC. If you have questions, please reach out to us. And thank you to our great partners in Miami for standing up this work and bringing it to life. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Sweetheart.
Welcome to the stage Lena Achman from Anthropic, Bharani Rajakumar from Transfer, and Noella Sudberg from Rasa Legal, in conversation with Eileen Kelly Rinaudo from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you again for joining us today. With me, we have a wonderful panel set up to discuss the impact of AI on some of our community workforce initiatives. So thank you all for joining us. As a starting point, and Lena, we'll start with you, would love for each of you to introduce yourselves. So Lena, Bharani, and Noella, if you could tell us about your organizations and how you see AI impacting the work that you're doing today.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name's Lena. I'm the head of SMB at Anthropic, the maker of Claude. So we are building AI, and so it's very integrated in what we do. Really what my job consists of is thinking about how do we bring AI to the 36 million small businesses in the United States safely, effectively, and what we see that what we've already developed is education and tooling for small businesses to be able to adopt AI, which I'm excited to talk about. Personally, I am an immigrant in this country. My parents, my dad owned a small business. My mom's a solopreneur now, so this is kind of in our DNA, and I've grown up really understanding the challenges of small business, and so I'm really excited to see and think and deliver on AI's promise for small businesses today.
All right. Bharani?
Yes. Well, thanks for having me. My name is Bharani Rajakumar. I'm the founder of a company called Transfer Inc. We have a mission of helping everyone get on a pathway to upward mobility, and we use virtual reality as a medium to help people see themselves in pathways that they may have not considered before, and to acquire the skills to find gainful employment. And we focus on opportunities that don't require a 4-year degree. So AI, of course, is, it's like that friend who shows up to the party just like unannounced and, busts the door down and says, hey, I'm here. And it's been really interesting to see all the ways that you can use it. So, because we are a product company, I think the first use case that we thought, we have a digital coach in virtual reality that talks to you and helps you learn about various skills and various pathways. So that was like the most obvious place where we could add value to the product experience. But as a company, workforce development is this wildly complicated issue where every single individual has a different funding package to fund their future learning and development. If you come from a well-to-do family, maybe your parents pay for it. If you come from a situation where no one can afford to pay for you, you probably have to depend on federal assistance. And by the way, if you're in a K-12 classroom, there's like 12 different funding sources that make up your existence there. So trying to figure out the complex puzzle of how all the funding sources fit with certain industries and a certain interest, AI has been very powerful in helping put that together. So excited to talk about that as well.
All right. And Noella?
I'm Noella Sudbury, the founder and CEO of Rasa Legal. Our mission at Rasa Legal is to provide tech-enabled legal services to help individuals struggling with criminal records get those criminal records sealed or expunged, get through that legal process so they can get access to new opportunities in life. Whenever I talk about what I do, I like to share a statistic. A lot of people don't realize that 1 in 3 Americans have some type of misdemeanor or felony record, so it's a lot more common than people realize, and the number one reason why people reach out to us is to get back to work. So how do we use AI? Well, how many lawyers are there in this room? Any lawyers? Very few lawyers. Well, I'm a lawyer. I started my career more than 17 years ago now as a public defender. And really came to this issue because I represented people in courts the slow way and became so passionate about using technology to scale our impact because I could see how life-changing it was for someone to clear their criminal record. But when I started, before we had AI, we could help about 400 people a year. And going 4 years now, we've just passed 30,000. And that's how we use AI. We use AI to scale our impact and change people's lives.
It's amazing. I think when we talk about how we use AI to change people's lives, we sometimes gloss over the fact that it's a process. There are multiple different tools, there are multiple phases that we all have to go through, and we can't be afraid to try different things and to experiment a little bit. Just wondering if there are any surprises with your path to experimentation. Are there any things that really struck you as unusual or lessons that you learned that were perhaps jarring along the way?
Yeah, we have leaned hard into AI from the beginning, and it is always changing, and we are always learning. We use it to scrape information from dockets. We use it to draft legal paperwork as we're representing people through the process. My CTO describes AI as a hungover intern, and I think that's a really good analogy, actually. Very, very confident, overconfident about what you're saying and not going to be around to pick up any mess. And so from the beginning, we've leaned into AI, but you can't remove humans from the loop. It has made mistakes. Luckily, we've caught those mistakes, And it's just so important that you're careful, that you understand data privacy, that you have those guardrails. It's absolutely needed to scale. But you learn along the way, and what's amazing to me is how quickly AI learns. And you see a mistake, and you give it some feedback, and you say, when you see this, don't do this, and it learns. And just to see the evolution in the quality of the drafting from start to finish completely amazes me. But it changes so quickly, and I think that's the hard thing about it, is as soon as you feel like you've got it, there's new technology, and so really curiosity, constant iteration is needed if you're going to be using these tools.
All right, good lesson. Ronnie, how about you? Any unexpected surprises or challenges?
Yeah, this might sound strange to say, but I've been surprised at how slow AI adoption has been. And what I mean by that is when I guess I'll start with ChatGPT here, when it was kind of announced in a few years ago, most people thought it was like, oh whatever, it's like not that good, it's not as good as a human. And then like the next year came and it's like, oh wait a minute, that got better really fast. And then now Claude is like, Anthropic and Claude are like very, very powerful tools that like our developers use them for sure. And yet you still have like a lot of pushback. There are a lot of organizations or individuals and organizations that are like, nope, not using that. So I've been super surprised at how slow the adoption is, and that's even within tech companies, not just outside of tech companies. And the other thing that really surprised me is how there's been kind of the dominant narrative is how AI is going to eliminate jobs and get rid of jobs, and it's very doom and gloom. In fact, I remember one of the first jobs that was kind of talked about as being eliminated was the executive assistant. Everybody was like, you're not going to need your executive assistant. That's the first thing everyone's going to get is a digital executive assistant. So I've had an executive assistant for years. And so the first thing I did when I saw this news is I called her up. And I was like, hey, look, I just want you to know that like there is no plan to eliminate your role. Like I cannot do my job without you. But what I do need to do is I now need to, now that this like kind of thing has been let go out of Pandora's box, now that Pandora's box is open, like I gotta train you on how to use this. Because if you show up not knowing how to do this, then you probably will lose your job. But if you learn how to use it, you're probably gonna become way more productive, way more value add to the company and to me, and you'll probably become more irreplaceable because you'll have this skill that not every executive assistant will have. And so today, I mean, I've used the tools and certainly I'm a big fan of Claude, just saying that because you're here, but I've trained the tools to create an agent to basically coach my executive assistant to respond the way I would. And the reason that's important is because the agent on its own cannot respond the way I would because sometimes it makes mistakes, a la the drunk intern. But with her judgment, because she's worked with me for years, she knows how I think, she knows what I say, she knows what I want, she can use the AI agent to get really close. So all of a sudden, instead of me spending an hour or two reviewing stuff, I spend like a minute. And so that's been hugely powerful. So those are two things that surprised me, how slow people adopt it and the way people talk about it eliminating jobs instead of enhancing jobs.
But I love the aspect of you first having the trust with your assistant and being able to come to them and having the conversations very proactively. I think that's a big part of what we all want to do when we talk about how we support our teams and inspire our teams is to, Julia Dhar in her conversation focused on curiosity is that first human response to change. And if we can have a trusting environment, if we can trust that our colleagues are going to be working with us and helping us, we can trust that our partners are coming to it with that same curiosity and that same forward momentum, we can actually have those disproportionately beneficial outcomes.
Agreed. And by the way, just one last thing I'll say, I got zero pushback from her, zero, right? But like there are other people in the company who for years have been like, oh, this is not good enough, this will never replace me. And I'm like, well, who said anything about replacing you? Like, there are companies that do that, but like, we're not one of them.
Yeah. So Lena, from your vantage point, I know you're hearing a lot more about what's happening in the marketplace, and in particular with the small businesses. What are some of the themes that are coming up in your conversations that are most salient?
Yeah, I think when it comes, but thank you so much for sharing these use cases and your experiences. So essentially what it comes to is that I come from the vantage point of small business owners, small and medium business owners, and so I see kind of 3 themes for where they are in their AI adoption journey. First is the first theme of, I don't have time, I don't know where to start, I'm a little bit nervous about starting, help me. So the second theme is, I have used it a little bit, I've chatted with it, but I feel that there's so much more that I can do, and I hear about agents, and I hear about all of these people that are automating their workflows and getting productivity gains. It's like, how do I do that? And then the third theme is like my my co-panelists, I was going to call you colleagues, my 2 co-panelists, they're ahead of the curve on adopting, and they have integrated it into their business processes. And so for the first theme, what we normally recommend is, hey, let's build your AI fluency. Let's help you learn the concepts for you to be able to harness the AI, and so you can kind of learn how to talk to it and how to get it to do what you want. For the second theme, it's let's make it more consumable for you to figure out what it is within your company that you do want to automate. And where that normally sits is in the back office and operations. And many that are in that camp think that they need to move the whole mountain. And so what we tell them is, hey, find like that small repeatable workflow that you have on your to-do list, or that your employees have, that's kind of like weighing them down from doing the more creative work and the work that they just haven't been able to get to, and refine that and automate that, and then and gain the confidence and the trust in the system. And then with all of our AI native friends, we ask, please share more of your use cases and speak publicly and talk to your peers so they can learn from you as well.
It's really not all that different than I think everybody else is facing too, right? The small and mid-sized businesses maybe just don't have that same breadth of exposure and colleagues. And so it's good that they're having the aspect of being able to call you and have the conversation. So moving on a little bit, because we've touched a bit about the human-centric aspects of AI, and we've heard conversations about that throughout the day. So wanted to revisit that a bit, both from the small and mid-sized businesses as well as your organizations. Can we first define, when we talk about trying to maintain a human-centric approach or a human-focused approach, what does that mean to each of you? And I'm going to start with you, Noella, if that's okay.
Sure. I think human-centered for us means remembering our user. And we really have a unique set of users, right? Individuals who are coming out of incarceration. And so not only have they been shut out of the world, they've been shut out of technology, sometimes have no access even to computers or tablets or smartphones, and then they're coming out, and now AI is a whole new layer. And so they didn't feel like they belonged before, but now they really feel like they don't even know where to start. It can feel very, very overwhelming. And so human-centered to us means remembering that person, remembering that experience, listening to their feedback about what is working for them, what isn't, and constantly designing a product that works for people that are very, very new to AI, fearful of AI, have a lot of trust issues with the legal system in general. And so we really just have to be thoughtful about that. And by listening to their feedback, by being willing to change our product and services to meet them where they are. Sometimes that means walking them through the technology, helping them to understand how we use AI and how we don't use AI is really central in everything we build.
Gotcha. Ronnie, how about you?
I'd say human-centered, just in my opinion, it's about judgment. It's putting the human at the center of making the judgment call. So for example, I was giving the example earlier of like how we work in workforce development, and if you look at like a K-12 classroom, there could be like 12 different funding sources. You know, people are, it's like beg, borrow, and steal. You know, it's like a duct tape, scotch tape, like whatever, figure out how to like help this, you know, student get the resources. And that is, it's like it like hurts your brain to think about how public education is funded. But it's the type of thing that if you can leverage AI, it can say, okay, great, like here's a student, and you know, the Perkins grant's only gonna cover, you know, $10 for this student, and then Title I is gonna cover $15 for a student, and you add up all these funding sources and we get the total funding, which is like a real pain in the neck when you learn about how public education is funded, but it's the system we have today. And so AI is this empowerment tool that people, at least our team members, can use to make sense of a very messy situation today. And I think that's the best use case versus, you know, just saying, oh, because sometimes people just get frustrated and say, oh, this is too complicated, like it's not possible. Like you can't do anything with public education, you can't save it. And the reality is like we're spending billions of dollars a year. What we have to do is we got to figure out how we spend that money more intelligently and more intentionally.
Gotcha. And are there any skills in particular that you've seen your practitioners use that you think are leading them to better results or better outcomes?
I think, you know, like our team members are really good at asking the right questions. It's been, you know, when you don't have access to the world's information resources, it's hard to get the right answer. So even if you ask the right questions, you can't get right answers. And where AI is really powerful is helping you assemble all the puzzle pieces to get a coherent picture to understand how we can better support teachers or principals or superintendents in achieving the goals that they want. Because they all want, the reason they're in the business in the first place is they want what's best for children. They want to help people graduate and achieve their full potential. The issue is like, how do you navigate the bureaucracy, which is just head splitting? And it's where AI can help, I think.
All right. Lena, how about you? What does human-centric mean for you at Anthropic?
Yeah, for me, it means like, where is the human in the loop in working with AI? And I think from a small business perspective, one of the things that makes a small business really special is that human relationship that they have with their customers, with their suppliers, with their distributors. Why does somebody go to a corner bookstore versus like purchasing on Amazon? It's because they know they can talk to somebody, they can recommend, they can go grab coffee, they can build a network. And so to me, it's thinking about, okay, what do we preserve that is truly human, which is the relationship, which is empathy, which is, or more tactically, anything that touches customer data, anything that could be irreversible. And AI can get you a part of the way there, and pretty much like 95% of the way there. But at the end of the day, it requires a lot of human judgment before something goes out that you can't like walk back.
Gotcha. And do you have any must-dos, things that you think are really mission critical for making sure that somebody's successfully leveraging AI?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the camp of where you sit and what your experience with AI is. The first thing that I always teach, small business owners when I speak to them is treat AI. So rather than drunk intern, I think about it as a new coworker on day one that is really smart, really capable, really energetic, but doesn't know anything about your business. And so you need to give it your business context. You need to give it examples. You want to be really specific with it, and you want to train it on your processes and refine the outputs and continue to go back and forth with it until you trust it to handle more and more. And that kind of goes back to my previous example of start small, refine a process, and then go bigger rather than like move the whole mountain. I was just talking to we're on a tour right now in going across 10 states for the next 2 months, meeting small business owners, kind of teaching them AI fluency concepts, and having like hands-on workshops on how to leverage AI. And so we just went to Chicago, Dallas, and Tulsa. We have 7 more cities over the next couple of weeks. And I was speaking to a rather AI native individual who runs like a medical distributor in Chicago. And he's integrated integrated AI in most of his workflows. But I asked him, like, what was your true aha moment with AI? Like, what made you like trust it and believe in it? And he was like, you know, there was this one really cumbersome process that one of my direct reports was running at the end of the day, every day, to like download a PDF, extract all of the information, plug it into an Excel sheet, and send it over to the supplier. And each PDF was a little bit different. And so he's like, I just pointed the AI to it and kind of like trained it and went back and forth and refined it. And as I was doing that, I was really specific in my prompts. I went and ran historical orders against the workflow so that I can fine tune and refine the edge cases. And then we shipped it. And in that case, now his direct report just gets all of the reports. It's all automated every day, but the direct report just reads them and just presses send. So he's still in the loop, but now it saved him like an hour every day where he can now go spend that time with the actual relationships with the suppliers, which he wasn't able to do before.
All right. Well, I love it. I love the examples in real life, so I'd like to stay on that thread for a minute. Noella, how about you? Do you have any examples of the real life impact and the positive that's coming out of the AI journey?
Yeah, I mean, for us, it's the human stories coming out of it. And one example that comes to mind is a single mom that we helped who grew up in an environment where substance use was common, violence was common. She was a victim of domestic violence, ended up becoming homeless, ended up becoming addicted to opioids at first just to treat the physical pain, and then it really, in her words, not to feel because it was so painful. She did the hard work on herself to get treated, to get well, to re-enter her community, but had difficulty finding a job because of her criminal record. She had a pretty minor record, but it was lengthy. She had some retail theft charges, and she came to the determination that she needed to clear up her criminal record if she was going to get work. So she contacted us the night before her paperwork was due and just said, I don't know if you can help me. Everything's due tomorrow. It's probably too late. Well, because of the technology that we use, we were able to help her get everything filed. And today she has a completely clear record. She is the executive director of a nonprofit. She makes a good salary.
Aww.
She has escaped generations of poverty. First generation homeowner, has started a college savings account for her kid. And that's what makes us so passionate about this work, is if we can use AI, once trained, again, the intern was not trained, to scale our impact, we can see it impact human lives at scale and really unlock work, opportunity, economic mobility for millions of Americans that are just struggling to be included.
It's a really hard thing for me to ask Barani now to have an example after your example,
I know.
which
I was
is
like,
so
what am I?
personal. But I'm going to give the mic to him for a minute.
Yeah, so we also work with the reentry population, but where I've been using AI most recently is to help build relationships with employers. So the gap in the marketplace right now is a lot of employers in the skilled trades will say, yes, people are graduating, and yes, there are people who are looking for jobs, but like they don't meet our requirements. And so I'll give the example of Penske. You know, we are working with Penske, and what we've done is we've kind of used the AI to like itemize like the skills that somebody needs to demonstrate in order to for Penske to even interview them. And this is for like a diesel technician type of role, which is a job that pays, $50,000 to $100,000 a year. And if you're with Penske, you get benefits and all that stuff. So using AI, before it sounds like you identify the individual, but helping the individual see the skill pathway to employment. And then, of course, we use the virtual reality to help them acquire the skills.
Which is so important, going back to the digital divide, because so many of them do need upskilling, do need training, don't have any idea where to start, and then You have employers that maybe have an opportunity, but there's this divide. And so I think all of the work is important. We can open up the pathway, but without some upskilling, some retraining, some connection to opportunity, our work only goes so far.
All right, well, I feel very inspired by each and every story that we're talking about, but it also connects over to me the idea that we do have this obligation to one another, both as partners, and all of us in the room, in whatever way we are partnering, but also as individuals to make sure that we're trying to keep an open mind, we're trying to encourage that curiosity, we're trying to ensure that that innovation is something that continues forward as we look at this AI transition that is intimidating and exhilarating in equal measure. So wanted to check in with each of you. My takeaway from today, and something that I'm committing to, is the Chamber Foundation really focuses on innovation. It's one of our pillars of our values. And that's something that I'm trying to bring out, is that commitment to colleagues, to partners, to everybody in our networks, to make sure that we keep that innovation, that open-mindedness alive. Wondering if each of you has a thematic aspect or a value that you're trying to propel forward from our discussions today.
Yeah, for me, at our company, we have some values that we live by. And so when you asked the question, the first value that came to me is be good to our users. But users is in quotes. It's current customers, but it's anybody that could be impacted by the technology or by the decisions that we make and as how AI evolves and scales. And so for me, for the small business community in general, I see AI as a great equalizer. And my role specifically is to go listen to small business owners, hear about their fears, thoughts, what they're excited about, what they're exhausted about, and connect that to our actions and the programs that we build to help them. And so my commitment is to continue to do that and take a really human-centric approach and listen to as many stories and build with the small business owners rather than build something and then kind of chuck it over, because that's like a really key fundamental here that I think has been missing with a lot of software to date. It's been so focused on enterprises, on consumers, on VC-backed companies, but really I want to help the first-time founder, the underrepresented founder, the immigrant who's just looking to start and to get some mobility but doesn't have the access to resource, the access to the education in order for how to grow and scale their business. And so that's what motivates me and excites me, and especially after hearing your stories today.
All right. Varani, how about you?
I think what you think influences what you do. And so if you think of using AI as an empowerment tool to empower the people you work with or your customers or colleagues or whatever, then that's inspiring. You can help them go further. I think when I look at think about my executive assistant, I mean, she gets to work today and she's like, wow, this is insane that I get to use these tools. But if you use it like some kind of ruthless job-cutting private equity person, then maybe you have a different perspective. So I think how you think about using the tool is going to influence what you do with it. And I think the way you use it is just so inspiring and powerful.
Agreed.
Thank you. I think my takeaway is really similar. Keep humans in the loop. See AI as an opportunity. Don't forget the people that might be left behind with AI. But embrace AI. See it as an enablement tool. Humans aren't going away. Humans are really good at exercising judgment, really good at creating empathy. Those are two ways that we continue to use human beings, but lean hard into AI, stay curious. My commitment is always to share my own experience and being open to learn from others who are AI experts. I think that makes the community stronger for all of us.
Noella, Varani, Lena, thank you so much for your insights and your sharing your stories today. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to the stage Brona Friel from Grow with Google in conversation with Elizabeth O'Brien from Hiring Our Heroes at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation.
everybody. I'm Liz O'Brien, and I'm accompanied by Brona Friel today. I know that we have had a great day of programming. I know it's been varied. Hopefully, everybody has found something that they can take away. We're going to talk about AI and small business today. So I'm wondering, do we have any small business owners in the room? I love this. This is great. And for those of you that aren't small business, I think there'll still be great takeaways of how you can take lessons learned and incorporate into your own life on a daily basis as well from the work that Google, Grow with Google has been doing. We've been fortunate to partner with Brona really and Grow with Google on the Hiring Our Heroes side since 2017. And what I have taken away during that time is they are moving at the speed of light as the workforce evolves and working to help us meet the demands of the country. And over the last year, we've partnered closely on how AI is impacting small business. And so certainly in the fall, we toured the country and had a great listening session, and we found ourselves in places from Tulsa, Oklahoma to Austin, Texas, but really just sitting down at the table with small business owners to learn more about how AI was impacting them on a daily basis. So do you want to talk a little bit about that tour and some of our takeaways and the great places we found ourselves in?
That's right. First of all, Liz, thank you so much for having me along, and lovely to be in the room with such distinguished guests, and especially a big shout out to the business owners that are holding up the economy as we know it. So big thank you, and hopefully we can learn from you as much as you can maybe take a couple of nuggets from us on the stage today. But as Liz quickly said, I'm Brona Friel. I work on partnerships on the Grow with Google team, which is Google's economic opportunity initiative, really making sure that the opportunities created by technology are available to everyone. And so our work spans, nonprofit, public sector, small business, employers, and so on, because what we know about this entire ecosystem is that not one party can do it alone, and we all kind of need to hold hands and move things forward, especially in this AI era, where we're quite frankly all finding ourselves upskilling and reskilling every single day. In fact, not a fun fact, but I will just have a moment of laying things out bare here. There's a leaderboard in work where we're kind of on bronze, silver, gold. I'm just about hitting bronze level for my skills in AI. So as I said, we're all learning as we go. And I think that what Liz and I certainly found from our time on the road with small business owners across the country is that there's a broad spectrum, right? And I think that we probably all find that in whatever space or place that we're working, that there are people that are really advanced. And, when we were sitting around the table, Liz and I were just chatting backstage about some of these really advanced use cases that, we were then able to take back to the Google product team and say, hey, these are the creative ideas that small business owners are deploying for their own business, for their own employees. How can we make that better on the Google side? Through to the other side of the spectrum where people just needed to get their start and they just needed to know, hey, where can I do this where I will feel that it's safe enough for me to put in, whatever details from my business, and how can I make sure that my employees are using it responsibly? And so together with the Chamber, we have been so thrilled to kind of roll out our in-person training. So there's no one like the Chamber that can reach into local communities and really connect with small business owners right where they are. And we know that small business owners are wearing all the hats at every single given time. So what we really wanted to do was a couple of things. One, get folks together to continue to build a small business community. So we do this in-person training in the local chamber. We enable folks to, have a networking session at the beginning. And then Liz and I were just chatting about this really concrete in-person training that we have now probably gotten down to about an hour and a half, even less, Liz, where people get trained by an AI coach from Google, and then they have their takeaways and they can be on their way, and it doesn't hopefully take out too much of their their working day. So we've been really thrilled that so far, and this work just kicked off. Recently we've trained 75,000 small businesses with the help of the Chamber, so big thank you for that partnership.
Yeah, we're privileged and honored, and we love that we get to go along with you into communities around the country and hear firsthand from small business owners what their challenges are. I know you're diving deep into this work from a Grow with Google perspective. Are there any early takeaways around where you're finding small business owners were spending time, say, on things they probably never imagined and how they're utilizing AI to return to what they love?
Yeah, and that's just something that Liz and I were chatting about, which is, as we have started to talk more and more to small business owners, and I mean, I don't need to be up here telling you all, you're the experts and you're living and breathing this, but the amount of time we heard small business owners are spending on tasks that they didn't even dream about because it's not part of the mission and the vision of what they had for their business. AI is helping them get back to their purpose. And I think that the more we can do that and deploy helpful tools that give them the time where they can deploy that time in a really healthy way to continue to grow their business, I think that that's really great. One of the really nice things that we have heard and seen from small business owners is that there's a tool called Notebook LM, where business owners are putting in all of their HR documentation. It's a walled garden, so it only is a model that's built on the documentation that you as the business owner or me as an employee of Google put into my own notebook. And so small business owners across the country are inputting all of their HR documentation really to bring new recruits into the company and get them upskilled and reskilled really, really quickly on the business operations. And that then creates like a central brain that we've heard a couple of small businesses say, and it means that people are all going to the one-stop shop, the same place to get the same information, so everyone's trained up in the same way, and it's helping with efficiencies and the quality bar as well.
Not related to small business, but I do want to share with you that my high school teenagers use Notebook LM to help them study and prepare for tests. So it is just transcending far beyond small business, and they are, of course, far ahead of me on a daily basis. I think for folks in the audience, they hear and see about the work that Grow with Google is investing in. Why is it important to you to invest in our small business owners in America?
Yeah, as I said, Liz, there's not a minute to waste, and we're all finding ourselves in this moment of upskilling and reskilling, and especially for business owners having to run your business on top of all of that, having to make sure that your employees have what they need and are using it responsibly. And so one of the things that we launched in February was the Google AI Professional Certificate. It takes about 8 to 10 hours to complete. It's Gemini first, which is our Google AI tool, but it's obviously product agnostic. The skill set that you build from this certificate can actually be used across your AI tool of choice. But a couple of things about it. So it was built with a group of 12 employers and Burning Glass Institute. So the 12 employers included, Google, Walmart, Deloitte, Home Depot, and a bunch of others. And these folks got together and they said, okay, well, we know people are kind of dipping their toes in the water and some are really advanced on AI, but what does the term AI fluency mean? And how do we know if someone is AI fluent in the workplace? And so, those group of employers, because again, no one party can do it alone, got together and they kind of put a stake in the ground and they said, if someone demonstrates these 7 skill sets, then we can confidently say that they're AI fluent. And so we launched that certificate. As I said, it takes about 8 to 10 hours to complete. But as part of that announcement in February, we provided every single small business in America up to 500 licenses at no cost, which also includes 3 months of Google Workspace and 3 months of Google AI Pro, our latest model. And I think that what's really cool about that is that people can provide it to their workforce and can be confident that it'll teach the skill set to not only use AI responsibly, but also deploy AI in the most advanced ways that will help hopefully drive business growth and efficiency.
I love that. You know, when we talk about business growth and efficiency, and the tremendous amount of hours small business owners have to put in every day, and you even referenced this, you're almost to bronze level. If we have just a limited amount of time in our day with very few hours to spare, what's your one piece of advice to everybody in this room where to start?
I mean, similar to everyone, there's a multitude of resources out there. You know, I have completed the AI professional certificate. I think it's a great one to do. But I think most importantly than anything is just getting started and then being committed to learning something, I think, new every day. In work, we have these 5-minute boost bites. And you think, well, what the heck can I learn in 5 minutes? You can learn a lot, and it's contributing to me getting past my bronze, or at least getting bronze. So I think that that's something. The other thing that I think is really, really important is sometimes you just have to find what your magic moment is for AI to really make it all sink in. And I like to call him a teacher. A teacher at Google taught me this, which is like, he said, just don't get bogged down on it. Like, what do you, I was trying to learn vibe coding, and he was like, don't think about your own workflows. What do you want to vibe code? And I said, truthfully? And he said, yeah, what would you want to do? And I said, well, I would want to vibe code an app that would help me find the best pint of Guinness in New York City. And I would like that app to tell me the quality of the pint, the throughput of the punters coming through, because that's an indicator of the strength of the pint and the quality, and the vibes in the pub, like, tell me. And he goes, do it. So then I vibe coded a Guinness app that taught me where to find the best pint of Guinness. I can share it with the audience if you're interested. But from there, you know, I raced to tell my manager, and she's like, great, what are you doing about work? And I said, that's phase 2. Let's just stick with this. And, you know, that was my magic moment, and it was a major unlock for me. And I think that if I can, you know, encourage anyone in the room, as I say to my own team, is just like, never mind about getting bogged down about bronze, silver, wherever the hell we are. Just find your magic moment. And then once you know how to do it, you'll be able to deploy it to your own work.
I love that, and I love your magic moment. And I'm sure everybody in here will be surprised to know that we drank a pint of Guinness in the middle of Arkansas somewhere as well on one of our adventures. So does anybody in here, you don't have to share, but just show of hands, can you clearly think of a magic moment in your own life trying to use AI? Yeah, and for those that haven't yet experienced that, I think go back, take a moment, take an hour, take 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and figure out, you know, what is your magic moment? It was as simple as you saying, I want to be able to find a great pint of Guinness since you had to leave Ireland and come hang out with us here every day. So think about how you can also create your magic moment. And then, you know, a week from now, maybe we'll do a post about magic moments. Look for us on there, and then chime in about what your magic moment would be. You know, there has been, certainly, folks are worried about how AI is going to impact us, the workforce. I think the great power of small business is we control and see opportunities in the market. But really, over the next 3 to 5 years, what gives you great optimism about this space as AI impacts us, impacts small business owners, and where it's going to take us?
I think just seeing right now, Liz, the sheer innovation that's happening across small business owners and how they're deploying it is really incredible, and it's really heartening. And I think that is what gives me a lot of excitement. As our founder at Google often says, he's, Larry Page, uncomfortably excited about the future, especially as it relates to AI. I think we would all think about that as we think about you know, small businesses across the country and everything that they have at their fingertips now to scale themselves and be a force multiplier. I think that is the most exciting component of it all.
I love the uncomfortably excited because I think one of the great things about working with you is that you always come from a place of how can we be uncomfortable, how can we roll our sleeves up, how can we take feedback from small businesses across the country and actually create actions for them that impact America for the greater good. And that's certainly been my takeaway over almost a decade of working together. I want to thank you for joining us. I want to remind people, to go take your Google AI Professional Certificate. If you're a small business, come train at a local chamber of commerce. Know that there are great people behind the scenes driving solutions for the good of America for our small businesses. So from the bottom of my heart, from the chamber, thank you for always showing up and doing the hard work.
Thank you, Liz. Thank you, everyone.
For our Frontier Content Mode, welcome to the stage Jeremy Singer from College Board and Carrie McKittrick with the Project on Workforce at Harvard University, in conversation with Jason Tishko from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation.
Hello again. So I am joined today by Jeremy Singer, President of College Board, as well as Carrie McKittrick, co-founder of Harvard Project on Workforce. And we're here to talk about how we are preparing the workforce to thrive in the age of AI. And just to get things started, I was hoping our guests can elaborate a little bit more on their background so you know who they are. And then one question I would have for you, in addition to further introducing yourselves, is just maybe elaborate a little bit on why you're here today. What drew you to this event, to this stage, to this conversation? Is there something that really stood out that you're passionate about, which is why we're here having this conversation? But Jeremy, maybe we'll start with you.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon. I applaud you all for a very substantive and long day, and thanks for hanging in there. So I'm with the President of College Board. We are a national nonprofit. We're celebrating our 125th year anniversary this year. You probably know us from advanced placement exams and SATs, among other things. We're a membership organization, so we have 6,000 members, most higher ed and K-12 institutions. Why, to the question of, we see this as a moment with the impact of AI, and you guys have been heard about it all day, as a significant impact on the workforce, but also on what needs to be taught from pre-K through graduate school. And so we play a big role in helping define that, and so that's a big part of interest. I also want to talk briefly of traditionally what you need as employers. You shift more quickly than what the education system is set up to adapt to. That's always been an issue, but that's been exacerbated with AI. And so what you need in a workforce is changing and is different. And so we need to help the education system move quicker than it's ever done before. And that is a challenge that we'll talk about.
Thank you, Jeremy. Carrie.
Great. Hi, everyone. I'm Carrie McKittrick, Director of the Project on Workforce at Harvard. What makes us unique is that we are one of the few cross-Harvard initiatives. So we're a collaboration between the education school, the business school, and the policy school focused on research at the intersection of education and labor markets. And our goal really is to bring applied research to leaders, practitioners, decision makers like all of you. And my background actually in policy and practice. And so that's where, kind of living at this intersection of research and practice is where I sit. And I'm interested in this conversation because, as others have said, we are at a very critical time where each of the people in this room have the power to shape the trajectory of generative AI adoption. And I think there's a lot of noise out there. There's a lot of hype. There's a lot of news about the impact of generative AI on the labor market. And so hopefully we can ground ourselves in the data and talk about what we really know works and how we can shape the future together.
I'm glad you brought that up, Carrie, because that's where we want to start. We kind of want to revisit what's the baseline here, And just having seen the work that the Harvard Project on Workforce has put out, it's high quality, it's high caliber. Wanted to kind of have you, set us straight. What's the baseline that we're talking about? What's showing up in the data, in the research, to help kind of frame how we're thinking? And I'm going to pivot over to you, Jaimie, but go first.
Great. So here's what we're seeing. Generative AI adoption use is widespread and it's growing quickly. So our team has been doing surveys of working age adults across the US, found that as of February, about 43% of folks are using generative AI at work. That is up from 33% in August 2024. And I know I'm throwing out statistics at you, but this matters because it's an extremely rapid growth, faster than the internet and other technologies we've seen in the past. Now, it isn't being adopted evenly. So while it is diffusing across the economy, across occupations, and across industries, we're seeing that even within occupations, folks with higher income levels are using generative AI more. And the research also tells us that generative AI can increase productivity. So we really risk exacerbating inequalities if only folks who are already more advantaged are using these tools and benefiting from the productivity. Now, how is it impacting employment and jobs? Right now, we do not see very much evidence of kind of broad-scale disruption across the economy. So Yale Budget Lab has done some research on this. There's not a ton of disruption or displacement of folks. And there's not a ton of impact on wages either broadly. We are seeing disruption at the entry level, and I think that's been part of the conversation all day, specifically in AI-exposed occupations like software and customer service, where we're starting to see a disruption of kind of this bottom rung of the ladder, which could disrupt pathways to economic opportunity and the talent pipelines that you all rely on. I'll stop there for now.
Great, so that gave us kind of a qualitative baseline, or I'm sorry, quantitative. But now I want to switch to more of a qualitative take. So Jaimie, help ground us. What are some examples you've seen kind of show up of this is where people are at right now?
Yeah, so I will also say it would be wrong I don't think anyone knows what the future holds as far as AI. And I saw a really good presentation earlier where you have to project for a lot of scenarios, but I think there is a belief that long-term it will have an impact on employment. The way we look at it with our 2,000 staff in part, but also I've talked to other employers, is AI is providing efficiencies for most roles in our organization. And so as people adopt it, it does give efficiencies, whether that's within finance or legal or strategy or comms. They're all seeing ways to leverage it. So what do you do with those gains is the big question I think we're all grappling with. So one idea with a gain is, hey, we just make our products and services that we're already doing better, right? So you reinvest that extra, that savings into that. A second is, hey, we can do more work. Most organizations, we want to do more projects. We're a mission organization. We want to serve more students, but we run into constraints often by the number of people we have. And so, hey, maybe we can take on more because we're X more productive. I think the scary one for our staff is, the other thing you can do with the savings is have fewer staff. And so I think we're all grappling with how that will fall out. We are not trying to use it. We have the benefit of we're financially strong, we're a nonprofit, so we're not trying to just reduce staff with it. That's not our primary goal, it's those first two. But I think every organization is sort of grappling with the same question that will affect employees.
Thank you, Jaimie. And let's what we're going to do now is kind of segment the conversation, because when we're talking about people thriving in this age of AI, I see there being kind of two key population groups. There's the current workforce, or what us wonks call the incumbent workforce, and then there's the future workforce, or those that are kind of right now in some type of education or training, pre-employment. So let's first kind of visit those that are being impacted today. This is showing up in their lives, and we had some great anecdotes there, Jaimie. But could you elaborate now on, let's really kind of ground this into just a human conversation. And you do have staff. You do have people that are living and breathing this right now. You likely have family members that you may be talking to about this. As we approach kind of the current workforce as is, what kind of practical advice do you have for them on this is what you need to be thinking about and doing in order to thrive?
Sure, and I'm going to take the liberty of segmenting even a little more. For the incumbent workforce, I will say people farther into their career, like myself, I think it's different from people that are more junior in their career. And so I'll say why is important. But I think for more experienced people, hopefully your experience and knowledge continue to provide value and distinctiveness. So you should lean into that. But it's essential that you start to use AI, get facile with AI. I don't believe, there's some training that is valuable, but I think the way you learn is just by using it. And I've just seen people, friends, family, former colleagues outside of College Board who started to use AI, and it's really given them leverage. And so that's for the more people farther along in their career. For junior people, I think, one, you have to embrace change. You have to sort of accept that things are changing. If you join an org and you just think, I'm going to be in the same org forever, I think those days are frankly gone. Again, you have to become facile with AI because there will be a distinctiveness of people who are able to leverage AI and not. And I don't think that matters what job you're doing, just to be clear. I think for every function you need that. And then I think you need to think heavily on transferable skills. The durable skills I'm sure people talked about, problem solving, communications, teamwork, like those skills are going to be important regardless of what job you are, regardless of what industry you are. And the last thing I'll say is what was interesting is I'm a little bit older than a lot of people but my dad's generation, he worked for IBM for 25 years, retired. And so people often had like a job, and if they're lucky enough, a pension at the end of that job. My generation, I've had 6 jobs, and 6 or 7 jobs, it depends on what you count, sort of things, but in my career, and that's sort of the norm. Like different jobs, they've been mostly in the intersection of education and technology. So I've been basically in a industry for 25 years of my career, but with many different employers. For Gen Alpha, they need to be ready for a world where they're going to be in, 4 or 5 different industries, not just 4 or 5 different jobs. And so that's a very different thing. And I think the workers who are earlier in their career, unfortunately or fortunately, are going to have to face that same sort of amount of change and disruption that we're going to face.
Great, Carrie. Pivoting over to you. So you go to this conference, your family and friends find out about it. They want to hear what you did, what you shared, but then they're also like, hey, what does this mean for me? Like, I'm going to work every day. What do I need to be thinking about? What's top of mind?
So I think a lot of these things have been said, right? Experimenting with generative AI. I'm not going to talk any more about that. Embracing these durable skills, the human judgment. What I want to talk about is building social networks. So I think that the research tells us that social capital, or the amount of networks and the size and the kind of broadness or cross-sector nature of our networks, really impacts economic mobility. And I think at a time, the day started with a conversation of trust, right? At a time when resumes and cover letters are being AI generated, human relationships matter more than ever. And building those networks so that when you need to pivot, when you need to explore different careers and try different things, you have the people to go talk to. I think that is absolutely critical. I also think it's important to kind of start becoming aware of the labor market and start learning a little bit about mapping your own skills. Start thinking about where your skills sit in the ecosystem and perhaps what other careers, for especially young people, what careers may not have thought of immediately, but you should be able to pivot into, because as Jaimie is saying, people are going to be moving across multiple careers. The old pathway model is just not going to exist anymore.
And I'll just say, I think that from an equity lens, there's good news and bad news with AI. I think, and I totally agree with that the social ability to network and move is going to become more important because you're going to need to do that more frequently. Just by definition, it's going to be more important. What's cool is there are AI tools out there that really work with students to build sort of the networking, like the practices you need. I have, my partner has an atypical 17-year-old, not a great writer, not great articulating always, but he uses AI to produce cover letters and improve his resume and post on LinkedIn. And it's real, you'd say, wow, this person is so savvy. So I think there are tools out there to help, The danger I think we're all worried about is the people who have the networks are the wealthier, more connected people. And so that's something we have to figure out. We don't have a solution for that, but we should be very conscious of it.
And that should be part of any career readiness curriculum across education.
Agree.
So the power of AI is second only to the power of networks. But that leads to what I wanted to talk about next, which is, okay, we talked about kind of that practical advice that you give family, friends, coworkers. But now what about, like, well, what are some policy or structural changes that could happen now that could show up and make a difference for the incumbent workforce? I'll just give you an example that I've been playing with. So we had been working in the foundation on our talent finance initiative on this new finance instrument called skill savings accounts. Well, we finally got a bipartisan bill introduced in Congress. We're hoping to get that across the board, but one of the things we were looking at is if you're going to thrive in the age of AI, you better have a way to dynamically upskill and reskill and have the money available, perhaps an employer contribution. And how are we going to generate the net new $100 billion to upskill over 170 million workers? So that's not a silver bullet, but it's something that says there is a need for people to need to access faster, more affordable upskilling and reskilling opportunities as they navigate the age of AI. And some of that could be to learn how to use AI. So that's like one example of like, here is an employee benefit fit for our time. Its time has come, let's get it across the line. But we'd love to get your thoughts on the structure. Maybe it is pivot more to build networks and make that part of the formal kind of training that's available. But we'd love to get you to weigh on what are some practical policies or structural changes that we could do in the near term to help incumbent workers.
So I'll say, first of all, I commend you for setting that up. I think that's great. I think the flexibility with the 529 plan to pay for other server trainings is another positive move in that direction. I am, and not to be a wet blanket, but the retraining programs are not, there's very little evidence that there's many that have been successful. So I think that's a big issue that we need to figure out. Can we reinvent it somehow? There's been so many swings at that, and they've frankly mostly, if not all, failed. I'll give you one policy thing, a quick one, which is, I heard a speaker earlier talking about the early jobs in a career ladder and not needing. If you think of the legal profession, there's fewer paralegals, there's fewer first-year associates. And that's a problem of the collective, which is if we don't have them in the pipeline, then when the current partners and the current more experienced people retire, we don't have people that have learned through experience. And so any individual company can say, it doesn't make financial sense to have these people today, but collectively we're gonna be sort of screwed down the road. And so one of the policies is maybe a tax credit for the federal government to try to get orgs to bring in that, like, even if it's not in their best financial interest, to incent them to bring in that early stage career, so we have people that are building the experiences, so whether it's for that company or somewhere else.
So we got a couple tax ideas. Carrie, you want to add to the list?
So the AI-exposed workforce is highly retrainable. There's been research that shows that about 40% of folks can be retrained into other jobs with broad base of skills. So it's not retraining into an AI job per se, but into a broad base of skills. So we can do retraining. And like Jaimie said, when we look kind of broadly, a lot of the outcomes aren't great, but we know what works, right? We have sector-based partnerships that work. We have strong programs like Year Up, like Perscolis, we know work. So we need to build on that and actually build a workforce development system that kind of connects education, workforce to help people reskill when they are displaced. But I also think we shouldn't be waiting for people to be displaced. We need to think preventatively about upskilling, reskilling while they're still employed so that they can pivot either within their company or without. And I think this is a place, as well as Jaimie was saying, companies really need to step up and provide training for their employees, but also connect with local education institutions, and that's been talked about a bit, to build these talent pipelines, to build the work-based learning, the apprenticeship programs, all of these things that are gonna help people upskill in real time, right? Because education tends to be slow, but when they're partnering with employers, we can have that sort of rapid adaptation to make sure that the skills people are learning are actually tied to a job.
Large-scale preventative maintenance for the workforce, but also better signals on what they need to reskill and retrain for.
Exactly. I think we need to treat career navigation as infrastructure.
I like it. Let's pivot to the future workers. So now that we've talked about folks like us who are out there just getting it done and how it's shown up in our lives and being helpful or disruptive, we have a whole pipeline of people on which America's long-term competitiveness will depend, and we got to get them ready for what's coming while we figure it out for ourselves. So Jaimie, I'm going to start from the College Board's perspective. How are you all thinking about this as a company? And again, I'd encourage you to kind of humanize it. If you were talking to a niece or a nephew, how would you have that conversation with them today?
So let me be short on that. I want to raise one other point. So I would say that the reality is a lot of the same things we talked about, like build durable skills, ethical decision-making, problem-solving, communication, teamwork, skills that are going to be transferable in whatever job or whatever industry. I would say really engage with AI, because that's going to be a table stake, frankly. I think, so a lot of those same things. I think that the two huge challenges that were before AI and that continue, that AI has accelerated, one we call the relevance and one is authenticity. So the relevance challenges, students were not engaged, most students, prior to AI, and that's increased because they don't see what they're learning, why that connects to their future. And so I would say we have a big issue, and College Board is taking that head on, of how do you connect coursework to career more explicitly. We need employers to work with educators and the whole system to make that work. We launched these career kickstart courses that are more like cybersecurity that we think tap into more direct interest of high school students. We're working with the Chamber of Commerce to work with industry to support those. The authenticity crisis is a bigger issue that we should all face, which is it is very hard, again, pre-AI, you talk to any college counselor, very hard to assess the authenticity of an application. Did they write this essay? Are these clubs real? Employers are having trouble with resumes or experiences. Teachers having trouble with the courses kids came in and their knowledge and skill gap. That is times 100 with AI, where students are outsourcing their learning to AI with great inflation. They're advancing. And so I'm hearing more and more from employers like, hey, we're getting this graduate from this program who isn't ready to, didn't really learn. They got straight A's, but they weren't challenged because they were leveraging AI. So that's a huge problem, because if the signals of readiness are compromised like that, we're all sort of in an impossible position. So I'd love to talk more. I don't want to take any more time, but we're focused on how to address both of those. I don't think we're going to do it alone, but we want to work with employers, higher ed institutions, K-12 institutions to help figure that out.
Great, exciting new direction. The College Board's been moving in, and the Chambers is very happy to partner with you on that as we explore this new frontier. But Carrie, I want to get you in on this. So what does this mean for the future workforce? Any advice you give them based upon the research you've done? Or more practically, what would you tell one of my nephews in terms of what to prepare for and what they could do in a practical way to get ready?
Simply get work experience. An internship, a co-op, an apprenticeship. I think, this isn't new, right? We've been talking about work-based learning for a really long time. It's just more critical than ever. And this is what employers want. They want people with experience. An internship, I think Matt Sigelman talked about earlier, makes people more likely to become, not underemployed or employed at a, an apt level for their degree. I think internships help you build skills, the durable skills. They help you build networks. They help you build a resume, build experience. And so I think that's the key. I caution us not to get too focused on one type of work-based learning. Apprenticeships are the answer. Internships are the answer. We need to think broadly about getting students different types of work-based learning that'll help them build the path they need.
Can I real quick? Double click on that 100%. And I think College Board acquired an organization, nonprofit called Teamwork, which does internships. The problem, if you talk to anyone, is not, there are a lot of students that want to do internships, whether high school students, college students. The problem is the opportunities to do these internships. And to be clear, you should all do that. I don't think there's an ROI positive for you other than societal benefit, because it's hard to make the interns get the leverage, but it's worthwhile because you build this pipeline.
Yeah, so I think that message is coming through loud and clear, and it's like these networks matter, these experiences matter, but if we kind of assess where we are right now, there really isn't enough capacity in the system to accommodate all those experiences. 100%. And we don't really approach how you kind of organize and manage a network as something that could be learned and something that could be assessed. And it's like, these are perhaps some of the structural things we need to work on. Is we need to be, those things shouldn't just happen organically for some. Those things need to be done with intentional design. So maybe we'll leave it at that. Please join me in thanking Jaimie and Carrie for being part of today's event.
Welcome to the stage former Federal Chief Technology Officer for the United States, Suzanne Kent, and Dr. Julia Lane from New York University.
All right. We first have to say congratulations, because everyone who's still in this room after this day, y'all are the tough ones. So thank you for being here. And we get a little bit of the pleasure of wrapping it up, right?
Yeah.
And we brought a prop to start with. I don't know how many of you in here, do you get The Economist? Does anybody look at The Economist? Starts with,
come on, raise your hands.
Yes, all right, there's a few hands. All right, well, this starts with the jobs apocalypse. So we thought, that was kind of an interesting thing. It says, hope for the best, but plan for the worst. And we want to wrap up today with how we actually plan for the best. So I'm going to let Julia start us off. We'll come back to the prop.
Hi, I'm Julia Lane, and actually that was an ad for my cousin, who is an editor at The Economist. And yay! So keep the family employed, would you? So a little bit of background. Suzette and I met when she was at OMB and running the federal data strategy. And as you can probably tell, as my kids say, you're such a data geek, you know? So I'm a data guy. And Suzette had a problem, and she went to look for someone who might be able to help. And so we got to talking, and we got to be friends. And the federal data strategy, I think, represented part of the discussions that are evolving in rooms like this right now. Because I think the point of view that I came from was I was really interested in getting the plumbing right, and she was really interested in the types of questions that we had. So over to you.
Yeah, so we met trying to solve a problem with data. And we're still standing on this stage today and working on...
But we've got a long way.
We got a long way. But still trying to solve a problem with data. In the intro, you heard I had the honor of serving as the Federal Chief Information Officer, but my entire career has been spent actually in technology, building technology and working with the world's largest companies. So at the time we started working together, we were asking questions about how do we solve complex problems? We knew that we could do that with data, and it was about building a foundation and asking the right questions. Fast forward to where we are today, and this particular opportunity, and what you've been hearing all day around pilots, around capabilities that are being built, and most importantly, what are the questions? What do we need to ask? And as AI has become this tsunami of transformational opportunity, maybe, I don't know how many in the audience feel like this, we didn't have the right data foundation to look forward. Our historical capabilities have been looking backwards, asking what happened in the past. And we talk about, if I'm on the technology and the jobs and the employer and the policy-making side, and Julia's coming at it from the expertise of data and educators. Are we asking the right questions? And are we preparing for the vibrant future that the Chamber, the reason that you are here, is trying to enable us to achieve at a national level? I'll go back to Julie, but we figured out something when we started looking at jobs data and employment data that was very different from some of those early data things where we could look broadly at the nation as a whole.
So I think the reason I was brought in was, as Suzette says, we're interested in figuring out how to answer questions that are coming now, and it's urgent. The data infrastructure that we have can't answer the kinds of questions that we're being asked for now. So how many people in this room know how employment is measured every month? Anyone want to hazard a guess? How do they measure employment?
Okay, so that means it's not trusted. I only saw like 3 hands. I know where it comes from.
There's a survey that is issued via phone. How many of you answer a phone from an unknown phone number? Of 55,000 households, and they ask the respondent to answer for everyone in the household, were you employed for 1 hour a week in the survey week? That's the employment measure. How many questions does that help you answer? So you're asking, that question was basically developed almost 100 years ago and answered using 50-year-old technology, which is surveys. We can do a lot better than that. And part of what my career has been about, and how I got to know Suzette, is saying we can do better than saying we have a national employment number announced on the first Friday of every month at 8:30. That's kind of like saying, what's the national temperature once a month?
I live in Texas. It's not the same as it is in Alaska.
So, labor markets are local. Data is local. We've got the tsunami of data. How do we harness that to answer the questions now? So, we're here to tell you what many of the states are doing and how they're transforming data infrastructures, and how the Chamber of Commerce is part of the lead of that conversation.
Yeah, so we get to wrap it up, but what we hope, you've heard a lot today, we hope that you're going to leave with a sense of urgency. And urgency because we have something that's transforming our labor markets at a pace that we don't have, for which we don't have all the data. And we've heard lots of pieces, and we've seen lots of examples that are solving parts of the questions. But how do we put all those together? How do we ask better questions? And how do we use those same capabilities to answer the questions? If you kind of look at the top of this chart, we were trying to make it as simple as possible, but the questions are different. I'm going to come from this public policy side, and I'll let Julia come from the job seeker side, but many who are in public policy are asking questions like, what type of workforce do we need to be building for our state or our industry? What are the things that we might need to supplement and support for us to reach economic goals of our particular region? What are the types of things that we need to be asking our institutions of higher education or learning to do to source all the workers that we need in our state? What about the job seekers?
The job seekers is trying to figure out what skills am I going to need, and what am I going to get paid if I acquire the skills, and how long is a job going to last with all the disruption that's going on?
So I work with a lot of employers. I already mentioned particularly in technology, but very often when I'm talking with employers about the pace of getting something done, whether that's launching a new product, whether that's implementing a system, whether that's some type of new offering, and definitely when I was in the federal government in the cybersecurity space, many of the things that would be said is, I don't have the people I need, or the people don't have the skills. So what employers are looking for now, as we're talking about AI, what is actually changing? What can I do? how does that affect the workforce that I need to have? What should I be asking for? Where are the people? Where are they? And really important, and what do I have to pay them to get them to say yes to this thing that I want to do to drive my business?
So those are the kinds of questions that you're getting. The educators are trying to figure out, what skills do I provide? How are they changing? A credential in Python programming was worth a lot a few years ago. It's not worth very much now. So how do I keep track? So I need timely, local, actionable data. This is actually, you may think that we're just brilliant and figured it out, but no, I'm an academic. It's plagiarized. It's from the great state of Arkansas. Robert Magoo and his team have identified a whole set of questions that are can be answered in a timely, local, actionable way using state data and building a national backbone that's interoperable. Chamber of Commerce is very much involved in that. But the point is, those questions, we gave you those questions. You probably have others. So part of the actions that we're going to ask you to come out of today, after listening all day long, is figure out what questions you want answered, because that's going to drive what data are developed and what tools are developed.
Yep. And as we kind of keep going forward, I'm going to pop on one thing on here that says trust. You're probably asking, like, why is this part of the wrap-up? What are you guys asking us to do? Right before we get to that, I'm going to go back to one lesson that we learned kind of in the journey with some of the exploration in building these tools and participating in pilots. How many of you like put out something and you say, here's the information? The first thing someone says is, I don't believe that. Where's that data from? If it's not trusted, and it's that Julia's example of what's a national temperature, that makes no sense. That makes no sense based on the experience that I am having sitting in a physical location or a specific industry. It has to be trusted. And the way that it is trusted is by engaging people in this room. The way it is trusted is by engaging you to help ask the questions, by keeping the conversations going with the chamber, and by connecting with your peers. Because if it's not trusted, it's not going to matter. It's not going to matter, because that is not going to serve any of these personas across the top. They're not going to drive decisions and make very important decisions with data that they don't trust. So what do we do?
So what we've been arguing is these are not academic questions. These are questions that businesses need to be able to answer to hire the workforce or to retain the workforce that they need to get stuff done, to produce products that need to be produced and services that needed to be produced. So how does that happen? Well, this is a very famous saying by Louis Brandeis that states are the laboratories of democracy. So the storyline here gets flipped. You need timely, local, actionable data. You need the ability to innovate. You need people within the states coming up with an understanding what the questions are, what data can be trusted, and what results can be trusted. That takes cooperation and collaboration. That's why you're all in the room.
So state actions, collaborating, looking at new data paradigms. One of the things that I hope you heard today and that you're going to take away is that not only are there programs that are working, we have historical references of programs that worked, where there was a federal, state and local, and public-private partnership. Those could look a little bit different. We put ag extension up there. Some of you may have participated in BEAD funding. You may be in a state that uses some of the cyber funding that comes from central utilities. Almost everyone participates with unemployment in the way that it is currently structured. Those are examples of programs that have federal, state, local, and partnerships. But we need to collaborate and build those for the environment of AI. And one of the things that I mentioned, we're talking about the lights going forward. One of the big questions I get asked or with employers when we're talking about is, yeah, and what happens to the jobs that are disrupted? We don't have enough data, really, to understand some of those things yet. And putting state data at the center, why is that important? As we looked at different regional economies, back to that temperature example, what individuals care about in the state those things are very, very different. It's also sometimes what they want to do with the data is different. That's why Julia's honing in on what are the questions. We were in the state of Arkansas, one of the ones that's doing the pilot, and I was sitting with one of the senators, and we were talking about job creation and the educational systems. And one of the questions was, well, what if we find out we're putting a lot into education, but those people are leaving the states? You know what? That might be something that you find out. But don't you want to know that so that you can match those individuals up with the job demand that's in the state? Or maybe you have opportunity to create opportunity for those people, to keep them in the state. There's things when you can ask the question and you have a data-driven answer to that, you can take different types of actions. And one of the other reasons we wanted to say you have urgency, there are so many pieces of executive orders, federal legislation, funding. We understand there's a little more to come in some of these cases that are focused on trying to help get this problem right. But getting it right means that we know what questions we're trying to answer, what we're trying to solve for.
And we need to be able to use modern technology. So we shouldn't be defining our understanding of what's going on in the labor market based on 100-year-old questions with 50-year-old technology. We need to have questions defined at the local level, data-driven by the local level. You see, we've got the ag extension model put up there. How did that develop? That's been one of the most successful enterprises around. You had local farmers trying to figure out how to grow products, or in Wisconsin, or grow cattle in Texas. They had local questions, and they didn't know how to do that well. So what happened was farmers' institutes were developed. This is in the mid-1800s. Farmers' institutes developed where people shared knowledge and shared data and shared technology, and out of that, they partnered with universities. You got the whole ag extension program, new data, new technologies, new ideas that came from bottom up. That's the kind of thing that we're seeing now. You're seeing it in multiple states. You're seeing it from you guys here in this room. Harness that power. So that's the message that we have. You don't want to disappear into the vortex of an apocalypse because you simply don't have any else.
You don't want to be the one going around the circle.
You want to be the laboratories of democracy. And by God, I'll get you to say that properly by the end of the day. So, she's from Texas, but she's from Louisiana, I'm sorry, but lives in Texas. I am from the Deep South. I am from New Zealand.
Yeah, you heard that from the laboratory,
right? You can't get
right?
any further south than New Zealand, so.
Yeah, we have discussions sometimes around, like, what word did you just say? All right, so you're walking out of here. You've had a long day. You've heard a lot of great ideas. What are we asking you to do? What is the urgency as we close this out? And before you hear some kind of final thoughts, stay involved. Stay involved. All the things that we said about local and timely, context, that's your voice. That's not the national voice, that's your voice. So stay involved. And of all the things that you heard, participate in one of the pilots. Stay connected with the chamber. You had to have heard something today that you're like, I want to know more. I could use that. I can apply that. That will be helpful in my context.
ideas that the Chamber is driving forward in conjunction with many other places, National Association of State Workforce Agencies and so on, but the JEDEX, the new data paradigm, the talent marketplaces, those are vibrant. They're capturing attention in the executive branch and in the legislative branch. But if you don't get involved and start driving the questions and identifying the data, it's going to be done, as they say, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu, right? So start thinking about how you can engage very proactively. Define the questions, identify the data, and then just do it.
Well, thank you. We appreciate it. I know it's been a long day, but take away action.
And by The Economist. Thanks, guys.
For the last part of a long day, I have the honor of welcoming Senator Ben Sasse. Welcome to Tell It Forward, Senator Sasse.
Mike, thanks for having me. Glad to be with you.
So I read your Wall Street Journal piece, Habits for Humanity in an Age of AI, and it really stuck with me. You and your family are dealing with a lot. What prompted you to write this right now?
Well, first of all, it is great to have good editors at the Journal. Mike, thanks again for the invite. I won a Lifetime Achievement Award or something from the Manhattan Institute a couple weeks ago, and we joke at my house that when you're 54 and you don't have a terminal diagnosis, nobody thinks you're wise. And when you're 54 and you get a terminal diagnosis, people act like you all of a sudden got super wise. So you start winning Lifetime Achievement Awards. So I was asked to reflect a little bit at a dinner in New York a couple weeks ago on where we are in, I think, the AI debate that is often overly simplified as the optimists and the pessimists, or the accelerationists and the safetyists. And I think the vast majority of people are kind of moderates on this question, which is there's going to be lots and lots of great stuff that comes from the faster pace of the digital revolution. And there's a lot of stuff that's scary as crap as well. And I think we need a place for reluctant optimists or for moderates in the AI debate. And I think that sometimes we end up with a quasi-libertarian view that there's not going to be any government role in regulating the faster pace of digital revolution as AI, and then another extreme that says, no, let's have the government run all the models, which is an insanely stupid idea. And so I think that we need to carve out more space in the middle. And I think a lot of that is going to be about communities, laboratories of democracy, virtue, habits, etc.
So can we dig a little into the piece?
Let's do it.
So you wrote that the future belongs to people who master these tools rather than become slaves to them. What does mastery actually look like from where you sit?
Yeah, so most of my work career is strategy, disruption, private equity, McKinsey, BCG, et cetera. I spent a little time in public life, but my training is actually as a historian. And usually historian's job is to be boring at parties, which is to say ordinary, typical, common, not extraordinary, unique, atypical. I think that this is truly a unique moment in economic history, in that the great coming divide is not going to be class, it's not race, it's not gender. The coming divide is going to be intentionality about becoming a lifelong learner. We've used the language, especially in higher ed, for decades, but the truth is, I think Bill Gates sort of shorthand that most people always overestimate how much change technology is going to bring in the next 2 years, and we underestimate how much it's going to bring in the next 2 decades. That's been right in general general, but I think right now we're living through the first intra-generational economic revolution ever. And when kids graduate college, you're not trying to figure out what their third job is going to be. You're trying to figure out what their third job is going to be in the third sector that doesn't yet exist, that's going to gobble up all their work. And so we really have to be the first civilization that's ever created lifelong learners. And so there has to be massive humility about the pace of that change and the ability to adapt to new tools. And so I think right now you just think about, Claude 4 or whatever generation we're going to be wrestling with the day after tomorrow. And the truth is you're going to have people who go through work experiments where you try lots and lots of stuff that fails in a row. I want you to have the floor back, Mike, but I'll give you one Peter Thiel joke. Peter will say that a lot of times young kids will say, well, I could never do what you do. Like, I know you think everybody has to be an entrepreneur, but I've tried 2 things and I failed badly at both of them. And look at you. You had PayPal and you had this and you had that success and you had that. He's like, dumbass, yet you went 0 and 2. I went 1 and 49. He said the difference isn't that I won once and you won 0 times. It's that you were only willing to fail twice and I failed 49 times en route. And I think we're going to have to create an iterative sense, especially among young and middle-aged workers, that you're going to have to go through lots and lots of trial and error with these new tools.
So I think I know the answer to this, but putting on your historian cap, is there anything in the annals of history that we can look to as a guide?
Not much. I mean, if we knew what it looked like when nomads first settled down in the Fertile Crescent 10,000 years ago and began saying, holy crap, if we plant now, we could harvest in 6 months. I think that might be analogous, but we didn't have alphabets. So I think the closest analog is during urbanization and industrialization. So in the US, especially the kind of 1870 to 1920 period, from 1870 to 1890, it felt like America was toast. Right? Like Reconstruction wasn't working well, but the pace of urbanization was both push factors from the farm and pull factors to the city and the factory. And in 1885, 1890, nobody wanted to live in the city. By 1905, 1910, you could see sort of Tocquevillian, Lockean New England town virtues being recreated in urban ethnic neighborhoods, but you hadn't seen 20 years before that it was going to be possible that you'd have the YMCA and the Proto-Rotary Club and the Sunday School movement and X, Y, and Z. And so I think what we're living through right now is the need to hybridize new institutions. And it would be way easier to oversimplify to be Amazon and own the cloud and then acquire Whole Foods than it is to be Walmart and try to figure out how to buy Jet and build digital delivery capabilities. And so our new institutions are probably not going to be bricks and mortar that add digital and placeless. They're probably going to be new institutions that were quasi-digital first and then figured out how to do thick community build around. And so I think we're going to need to build a massive range of both for-profit and not-for-profit hybrid institutions, but a lot of those are probably going to be digital natives that add local community.
So you make a pretty compelling case that reading, hard work, rest, that these aren't soft skills, that they're really kind of essential for survival. How did you come to believe that?
I mean, I think that what happens next is we're going to commodify most of IQ, and what's really going to matter, the most important workers, are the EQ folks who can also use IQ tools. Once upon a time, the difference between the 99th percentile person and the 95th percentile person at just raw processing speed in your organizations mattered a lot. I think we're probably heading to a world where the difference between 65th percentile and 95th percentile doesn't matter all that much, because everybody's going to have access to digital tools that are going to give us greater than 99th percentile IQ performance. The question is going to be EQ-IQ handoff. And so right now it's weird to talk about this, and I know we have a short session together, so I want to be sure you don't hear this as battering ram against the parts of academia that are most broken. But I think the humanities are going to matter more than they've ever mattered, even though most universities are doing just a horrible job at teaching the humanities right now. Most universities are decent at STEM and they're crappy at humanities. And what's going to matter is doing humanities well, not as all the siloed sort of echo chambered versions of advocacy that masquerade as humanities right now. But I think travel, not as vacation, but as travail, getting to understand different cultures. City people need to live in the country and vice versa, and everybody needs needs to experience lots of different cultures to develop the code switching capabilities to run multidisciplinary teams. I think long-form deliberation in the form of reading well is a form of deferred gratification. The American experiment has always depended on virtue cultivation, but it's probably more important now than it used to be. And at the same time, we know we have massively shrinking attention spans. There are a whole bunch of soft skills around EQ, and that's not to diminish IQ, but it's about EQ folks who can manage IQ tools are going to be the most desirable workers 10 years from now, I think.
So one word that's come up across the entire day is trust. Lots of different contexts, but it's a consistent, you just heard it over and over again. Your piece addresses the trust deficit, and you talk about the loss of trust in institutions, which in Washington, let's be honest, is like everyone's talking about that. But one of the things that you also addressed was that, and that fewer people are talking about, is the loss of trust in one another. How did we get here, and how do we get out of this?
I mean, you mentioned the term I use a lot, tech Sabbath, different forms of rest. One of the weirdest things about being the richest people any time and place in human history is that we also have more awareness of things that happen farther away. And so Teddy Roosevelt had the phrase morphine, sorry, chemo, I've lost the tight, quippy way that Teddy said it. But basically, the shorthand meaning of the phrase is comparison is the thief of joy. One of the things we know that happens when people see lots more high-end living is they have a totally distorted view of what median experience is. 5 consecutive generations in America, we've had massively increasing lived experience in terms of total consumption. But for the first 4 of those 5 generations, as people consumed a lot more, they were aware that they were richer than their parents had been. This generation, the rising generation right now, is still richer than the previous generation. This is the median middle-class Americans today are the richest people any time and place in human history. And yet overwhelmingly, 25 to 45-year-olds think that their consumption levels are much, much lower than their parents and grandparents. There's no data that supports it. We could have some debates about first home purchase, but that's today's first home purchase at 2,650 square feet, as opposed to a 1950s first home purchase at 770 square feet. There's basically no data that supports the idea that median folks are poorer today, and yet they strongly believe that. And so one of the things I think we're going to need to do is grow the discipline of being able to have comparative anti-chronological snobbery habits of more literature and more history and more awareness of things other than just short form video, which tends to create a completely distorted echo chamber view of the world. And so in my mind, that looks like a lot more tech Sabbaths where you have the benefits of these digital tools for work, but at a consumer level, you decide very intentionally when do you want digital things, distant, remote, anonymous, placeless things, and when do you want thick community? Hugs, broken bread, tables, alcohol, physical fellowship, music that's played and not just consumed. There are a whole bunch of habits that we have available to us as tools, but sometimes our consumption grows our denominator before we have an awareness of the overall numerator-denominator ratio is pretty dang great.
Senator Sass, on behalf of everyone here, thank you for taking the time to share your thoughts with us. And thank you for living a life of public service that is a model for all of us. We keep you and your family.
I wish I could be with you in person. I'm between some treatments right now, but I'm glad to beam in for a bit. Appreciate the work you guys do.
We appreciate you. I hope you are okay. Bye.
Thanks, Mike.
And Joseph Davis back on our digital Main Street. I'm joined by a familiar face, Melissa Fu. Now we have the tough job of closing us out. So before we kind of get into our last thoughts, I want to hear from you any initial thoughts, and then I kind of want to get into any key topics or ideas that you heard.
Well, just want to say thank you for spending your day with us. For all of you who are here since 8:30 a.m., you're MVPs. Thanks for being here. Also wanted to say, I think one of something I took away from this conversation was how to be human, surprisingly. We've been talking about AI all day. But one of the through lines I heard was about what it means to have, we just heard from Senator Sass, EQ, what it means to build trust, building community, a lot of these human traits, many of which I saw here in this room today and on our stage. So I want to say thank you to all of you for being part of that. Another thing I was thinking about is at the beginning of the day, I shared 3 questions I was thinking about. And I actually walked away from today's conversation with about 1 million more. So I just wanted to say, like, let's continue the conversation. Let's continue to talk.
And I would add, I mean, obviously, we heard about innovation, disruption, but also being deliberate about how we build skills, how we use emerging technologies and evolve with it. Now, I know you have an announcement, okay? So we had a prompt-a-thon earlier, and you have, you know, announcement of some winners, right?
Yeah, so we asked our audience to say, how do you envision, what does AI in the future work look like? And I'm so excited to announce our winners. In second place, we have Charles Edwards with A Balanced Workplace. And I know it's going to be a little hard to see, so please log on to the app to check it out. And in first place, we have Lauren Sears with something very human. It's Families Walking as AI Builds. So congratulations to Charles and Lauren.
Congrats, winners. Okay. So I want to make a quick plug. I really want to thank Guild and QS and all of our other organizations who joined us here in our digital Main Street. Couldn't have done this without you. Thanks for all the support. Melissa, okay, we're down the home stretch. Any final thoughts you want to leave with folks before we're out of here and we get the reception?
Yeah, final thoughts are please come have a drink with Joe and I on Digital Main Street. Come join us. It's going to be a great time.
I feel like that was better than what I would say, but I want to make one final plug. Follow our work at the Chamber Foundation. Be sure to go to our website, uschamberfoundation.org. Check out some of our other work. We've got a lot going on. Really exciting time right now. And like Melissa said, thanks again. Come join us at the reception.
It has been a transformative day here at the Chamber Foundation headquarters, and we thank you for attending our AI and Work Summit. Please enjoy the reception on Digital Main Street and keep in touch.